over here to YouTube. That should be coming up here shortly. Man, that little delay is just wicked. This technology, I think, should be instantaneous, right? All right, what's going on, everyone? All right, peace, power, and profit to the family. All right, on this, this awesome Taco Tuesday. Y'all know Tuesdays are officially Taco Tuesday for the investors that know what that means. That means typically back in the days we used to trade Chipotle and Chipotle a lot during that time for some reason. Yeah, they used to have the little specials on Tuesday, so we dubbed it in the market Taco Tuesday. And so officially we are in recession Taco Tuesday, right? There ain't no ground beef in that thing. You only got lettuce, cheese, sour cream, and a shell. Hard times, right? So yeah, just want to welcome you guys to the live again. We kind of impromptu as always. We try to come on when we can. More important, we're just trying to provide a little content, information, edification into what we're seeing and obviously experiencing through the financial markets. And so again, I'm always humbled that you guys are able to stop through and share a little bit of your day with me. And I'm just as humbled to be able to share what I know with you guys, right? Again, I don't claim to be anyone special. I'm no guru. I'm none of that. I'm just your brother African Emporium, again, utilizing my little platform to bring us together so we can share ideas, right? Think tank, try to get ahead of this market, try to find, alpha in this market, right? Based on profits and gains, right? Building up our knowledge base, sharpening our prowess. Again, still sharp and steel kind of mentality, right? Utilizing all our individual aspects of profession, bringing it together, and again, making it make sense in terms of the market. And so again, thank y'all for stopping by. We already have some people popping up. We have Over Derek in the house. Good to see you, family, as always. Peace, power, and profit. Hey, what's going on, Over Dave B? Good to see you, family. We got my brother Jeremy Carson popped through today. Hey, good to see you as always. Much love to you as well, family. Hey, what's going on, brother Sean John? Good to have you back as well, bro. So again, if you guys would like, if you choose to share the video, share it. If you know somebody that may be interested and want to learn how to trade the market or learn how to invest, period, you might want to direct them over here to our little channel. Again, there are other places you can send them to, but again, by all intents and purposes, we're very welcome to be able to share with them what we know and what we're trying to accomplish and trying to get a lot of people understanding the power of financial markets and how to utilize them, right? Even in moments like now, right, where there seems to be all this chaos and people trying to make sense of what's happening in the market, right? It's a great opportunity for us to build with and come up with some different ideas that we can utilize to be better traders, right? Be proficient at what we do. All right, so on the panel right now we have my Oba Marquise in the house and Oba Chris is in the house. So as always, the brothers are coming on to share a little bit of their knowledge as well. So I'm always thankful that those guys are stopping by. And I implore you guys, like I said last time, guys, hey, jump on the panel, guys, if you can. If you're not just too busy, if you're able to, again, this platform is for you guys as well as it is, for me. So I welcome you guys' questions. I welcome your knowledge, whether you know more than others you don't, doesn't matter. Don't feel intimidated, right? You're here to learn something, right? We all here to learn and build and grow from one another, right? So if you can, jump on the live, right? And let's discuss, what you're trading, what you're thinking about trading, what you, would like to trade, and from a place when you learn a little bit more about what you're doing. Hey, what's going on, Over Dave? Good to see you, Over David, right? Peace, power, and profit to you as well, family, right? So again, this is the moment that we look for in terms of, again, sharing our ideas, right? And so right now you got a market that's, trying to, again, regain its footing after such a, a wild day yesterday where, it dropped over 3,000 points, right? And now it's trying to establish itself a little bit here. Again, off yesterday's lows, which was around 239.95 or 239.85, somewhere around there, I think. And today we're up at 249.74, so roughly about 10 points, right? We're up about 10 points today on the S&P 500. Again, banging up actually get some real serious resistance right hitting at this 250 level, right? Which that seemed to be a problem yesterday as well. And so that's saying a lot about, again, that there's a lot of short sellers sitting up there at that 250 level, continuously pushing the market down, kind of like the the Lord of the Rings when the old wizard guy Gandalf, and they're like, you should not pass. That's exactly what them short sellers looking like up there. That 250 handle on the S&P 500 today, right? They will not let this thing pass. And yeah, I see some wicks, piercing up through it. They're pushing it back down. So as of now, that's the new line in the sand where bulls have to retake that, that gun line, so to speak. Right? Tell them about the gun line, boss. Right? They got to retake that gun line in order to really, start solidifying, any kind of level of stability, to push back a little bit higher and take back some of the gains that they've lost over, the last couple of weeks or so. And even with that, the market's still down so much. Again, you're talking about well over 27%, 26, 27%, 25%. It's just staggering that, again, people who are, obviously trying to call the bottom, they're trying to find ways to put their money to work because they're just so impatient. And there's nothing wrong with that because you can dollar cost average into your long positions at any time. Doesn't matter, right? It's up to you. That's your investment, your money. But I just, I think that where we are in terms of this whole coronavirus situation, we're still pretty much real early in this. And they're getting a handle on it a little bit. When I say they're getting a handle on it, I mean, they're starting to actually now put in the infrastructure where at least people can start saying, okay, at least they're trying to do something. And they can go to, hit up certain government official values or state agencies, whatever, to get some clarity of what's going on, right? So we actually got some numbers coming out in terms of people that's being affected. That's a little bit more, a little bit more clear than before. The whole death reality, even with that. And so, we're just kind of trying to make sense of it all. And with that being said, now we're getting ready to go on lockdown, right? We had a few cities go on lockdown as of yesterday, where they're under 24-hour pretty much lockdown. And you can only leave your house for essentials only. And so San Francisco being one of the most notable ones, they're on lockdown to April 7th. Let that marinate. So they stuck until basically April 7th when they, obviously, open up that, release that value of, mandated quarantine, or if you want to call it that, or martial law that's sequestering them to stay inside their homes, right? So I'm pretty sure more states are going to follow suit here shortly. It just seems to be, pretty much all but a given at this point, that they're going to start doing that. So wherever you are, wherever you may be in the country, again, just make sure you stay on top of any kind of news that's dropping that may affect your daily livelihood. And saying that, if you have to go out and get your groceries, and if you one of those people that ain't worried about this stuff, and you say I ain't gonna do no grocery shopping as it is, I don't think this, it's a hoax and all that. That's fine too, but just make sure mass hysteria obviously wins this game in terms of them, cleaning out shelves and things of that nature, right? So it's a numbers game, like I was saying before. The more people panicking, and there's less people panicking, then the people that's panicking go do all the work, the chaos shopping and buy up everything, right? You're gonna try to roll up in there and say, man, ain't that big of a deal. Ain't gonna be nothing on the shelves, right? But some empty bologna wrappers, right? and some of the stuff that that always in the store that people don't buy anyway, probably like some air fresheners or something. I don't know, a car decal, I don't know. But either way, just be cognizant of that again, right? So you don't get caught, left out there, in the wind trying to, do some basic things to take care of you and your family, right? And so, hold on, let me add you guys. Hey, thank you all for coming on. Let me add you there, brother Sean John. My bad. Is that okay? You came in on the two different platforms. Is that you, brother Sean John? Both of those Sean Johns are you?
Yeah, I try to exit out of the other one. I don't know how to do it. It's my first time using this thing.
Oh, no worries. We got you. No, you good. I just want to make sure because I can remove one of them, and well, actually, yeah, just did it that way. Just in case somebody else want to jump on too, they'll have room. So, hey, good to see you as well, man. Peace, power, profit, man. Thank you for coming on the live too, bro. Yeah, are you there?
Appreciate it. I can hear you. Appreciate it.
Okay, okay, awesome. Are you in the markets today as well? Are you doing anything
Oh
yourself, or are
yeah,
you just
man. I
watching it?
just see. I already knew that was just a farce that it was gonna run up. I got mine and got out, so I made me 200. And I left.
Oh, the markets day. So you were in the markets today.
Oh yeah, I got out. I always get in like early. So I got in like yesterday, and then I get out early in the morning where everybody else come in. So
Tracking. Nice. So again, being able to find, profit in a moment where we're experiencing all this volatility, right? Because that's a good thing, obviously, for day traders. Even though it's hurting, those who got long-term portfolios, they're struggling a little bit right now. I don't even say they're struggling. They're just, they got greedy in a good way, because the markets kept melting up, and now we're kind of back at some levels where the market began to kind of really, take off and solidify itself. So it's not that they even really down that much. For people that already had been in the market, at least 3-4 years ago, they're still sitting pretty good in terms of their 401ks just at the third, because obviously historical value, the markets are still up, substantially since 2016, right? And even going back is a little bit further back a little bit. So it's obvious that they just were sitting a little bit more fatter about a month and a half ago than they are today, right? So
yeah, I got into that Moderna trade at 28.90.
Okay, and, go ahead, bro. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's at $32 right now.
Yeah, and we were talking about Moderna yesterday as well. I know Eva Monica, she hit it, off the based upon your guidance a little bit, and obviously she was worried that she got in a little too, after the fact, at the point when she thought the stock would probably, not necessarily go the way it was going, but we knew at that point that the stock was going to, kind of keep pushing a little bit, and it did just that. It kept pushing, so it turned out to be a great trade. We saw after hours popping up about $4 or $5 in the after hour session yesterday, where it went up from like 26 to like 30, 31, somewhere around there, and it showed that it had some legs in it. And so typically when you have a run like that after hours, and it had a true catalyst behind it, which it does, right? You're talking about a vaccine play, right? And I think to be thorough, they were the company that submitted that first vaccine trial, or human trial, right? That was Moderna out there in Seattle, right? So that really put them on the map. Them being the first one, obviously that news reel went viral, obviously, right? And human trials, no animals, no nothing. They just they getting at it, right? But either way, that shines a light on that company in ways where, again, if they go through and they get any kind of level of efficacy off this vaccine, that's going to put them at the forefront, right? So again, at this point, they're somewhat superseding companies like Gilead, which Gilead obviously has a bigger market cap than Moderna. They're superseding Johnson & Johnson. They're trying to fight to find a vaccine as well. Some of these bigger, more name brand companies like Roche. I was thinking about New Roche up there in New York, the other one, but yeah, Roche, the other bio company, I was there trying to produce a vaccine as well. So I mean, that's a no-brainer for people who are already in the stock. When we was watching Moderna, we was back in the teens, right? And look where it's at today. Again, we talk about a month from now, right? So from a long-term investment perspective, not only is that stock outperforming, it's kicking butt, taking names to the degree where it's going to solidify itself as a major player now going forward, right? And which will obviously consequently shine a light on it in a way where some of these bigger companies might turn around and come out and do what? Buy them out. You see what I'm saying? Because now they become a well-known mainstream competitor. It's getting all this national and global publicity. What does that do for the entire country in terms of being appealing to bigger companies now? It makes them look very appealing, right? So people who've traded bio stocks, that understand, the goal, especially when you're a small company, is somehow to be bought out by a bigger company, or at least merge with a bigger company. And that ain't nothing but, obviously, good money to the upside if you're a shareholder that has been in, at a time when they were just kind of, struggling, so to speak, from one, public offering to the next. So, again, these are great moments, to realize how this works in terms of a long-term perspective. When you are that company, right? You are that one benchmark play, or what they call in the movie Juice, right? You got the juice. Right now, Moderna got that juice. Yeah, and not only, again, just from an investment vehicle value where the investors can get excited, but the world is dependent upon that now to a degree, right? Because people want to try to get ahead of this coronavirus, right? And so that's why this is very important. So we'll pull that chart up in a second too and kind of go over it. If not, you can definitely do it over, Chris, or I'll pull it up and you can kind of narrate it. But yeah, that's a solid trade that the brother entered into the other day. And again, we got some people that were in, I think roughly around $23, $24 in the stock too, and they benefited from it. Right. So so awesome trade over, Chris. So what got you excited about it? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I was saying, what got you excited about that trade? And I got your brother Sean too. Give me 1 second.
Well, I don't know who posted the back in the back chat, but I read the article about it. I think you posted it. So I kind of looked at it, and I just did my analysis, my due diligence, and it's moving. So I mean, why while it's moving? So yeah.
You breaking up a little bit over. It must be signal. Signal might be a little.
Yeah. All right.
Can you hear me? Were saying that obviously the article you saw. Yeah, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that article that you shared, I just took that information, did some due diligence, like we profess all the time.
I got a question.
Yeah, give me a second over, Sean. Yeah, I don't know if we got you.
Go ahead. You can go ahead, ask. I'm gonna take these groceries in the house real quick. I'll just hop right back in.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Go ahead, over, Sean. Yeah, go ahead, family. Yeah, Sean, are you there? I think he's still learning the lie a little bit. Can you hear us, brother Sean? Sean, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it was coming in and out a little bit. We're trying to make sure we can hear you at the time over Christmas talk. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know what's going on with this thing. Can you hear me?
Just hit. Yeah, we can hear you. You might be on. Are you on mute or let me see if you're. I mean, not necessarily mute, but is your microphone set to your apparatus? What are you using, a phone or keyboard or a desktop? I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, let me.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think some. He probably have to fix his mic.
My phone. Let me log in on my desktop.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just log in your desktop and come back. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let me log on the desktop.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta make this hear and not YouTube because there's a lag. So he was listening through the tube.
Yeah. So again, the same way, guys. Again, we're trying to again assess what's going on, and again, just speaking about that Moderna trade, right? With Chris was speaking about, and we kind of went over it again yesterday, analyzed a little bit, especially after the after-hour session, how it bounced pretty well. Coming out of that, the intraday session again, closing down around about $26 and some change. You had a gap up. Obviously, you got a gap up today, but even in the after-hour session, it was gapping up and got up as high as like $30 and some change, near 31 and some change, and it held those gains. Basically, you can see here on the on today's intraday session, obviously it's a 30-minute chart, where again it got above that VWAP. Obviously, it was trending here right close to it when it closed down near the VWAP, which was still good, showed strength, and it didn't close below it. That gave bulls again a little bit more, confidence going into today. Still, it being what they call a rolling catalyst, right? We spoke about a rolling catalyst and what that entails, right? I mean, it's an ongoing, turn of events, actual value of news that's keeping the stock, well inundated in front of people's faces in terms of press releases, in terms of people discussing it. There's a aspect that they're going to potentially get some good news back in terms of this new vaccine that they're trying to produce. So it's constantly staying, in the forefront of people's, watch list, so to speak. They're watching it because again, it's starting to really pick up steam here. and it's respecting its moving averages, as you can see here above the VWAP now. We had trended it and touched it here, kind of trended it and touched it here, kept closing above it, and it was just showing at that point that market makers and the institutional monies that's coming in on top of the retail are very, they're very confident and determined to keep this thing, in play and relevant. And to be exact, it actually has really good price action from where it came from, and you determine that by looking at the volume, right? Look at all this new volume that came in here all of a sudden, right? Going back on the 13th, all right, you got a big massive bullish engulfing candle here, where it got back above at least the VWAP a little bit here, and then the next following day it gapped up again, trended ever so slightly below it, and then it really just took off a little bit, and so it's respecting that VWAP really well while it's climbing itself up, obviously even going back and clips in the old high here, roughly about $30 a share back on the 9th of March. And that during that time span, you can see here you had decent volume in that stock at that time, and now it's just bunkers. I mean, look at these big, shooting stars of green candles of volume here, and so that's saying that it really has a good support underneath it. And at this point, we're just saying, from a basic aspect, it cleared that 200-day moving average, pretty well here at $24.58. So anybody in below that, again, that could be a stop for them particularly. Or again, if they really want to lock in more of their gains, then you just go back to the last launching pad, which was around about $26, right? And that becomes your foundational support or your stop loss, right? Where you will make sure you lock in the gains that you got earlier out of the stock by getting in early. And if you trade it in a day trade perspective, you just getting in. Well, if you're anywhere near the VWAP here, as you can see here, which is roughly about $29, over Chris said he got in around 28, so he's still within this gap aspect where he got in at, right? So he's good to go, in terms of, even if you want to, think about locking in a little profit, well, what becomes his benchmark, indicator, right? Some people use VWAP, some people have other, moving averages, but definitely that VWAP, because that's a very, very, important pretty much trend line that shows you this is where people are really, drawing their line in the sand, especially when it comes to intraday trading. All right. So we all kind of know what the VWAP is. Some of us might may not understand it. Definitely just, open Google up real quick and just, Google VWAP what it is, and we'll explain it to you more in detail. But it's a very, very important indicator, especially when it comes to for day traders. Right. So right now that stock again is up about $32 here and some change, and it's holding very nicely. You don't have any kind of flash crashing that's happening in some of these stocks like they normally do. It's just marching up higher and higher, slowly, methodically. And in essence, to what that means and translates to a long-term holder, it has a very low beta, right? That means it doesn't trade with a lot of erratic movement. You want to stop the move like that, right? That means the shorts can't really just pound on it because people are skittish in it, and cause the stock to be dropping $1.50 and all that kind of crazy stuff like that just out of the blue, right? So again, it's just trading like a really good long-term investment play as of now. And again, they have a major catalyst, right? Again, they're trying to find a vaccine. Right? It gets no better than that. And that's when you think about, it being a great play, right? Hey, what's going on, family? Divine Fuller, we're good to see you over. Peace, power, and profit to you, family. All right. So again, that's what we're. Hold up, badge again, over Chris. Sorry about that. All right. See, back in there. I'm not sure I got everybody. Okay, yeah. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. Moderna, I'll just open the screen all the way up a little bit. So, but yeah, so again, great play. There's other, vaccine plays that are popping right now. Moderna just being the one that's really catching all the, all the paparazzi flashing camera lights right now in a good way. So people who are in that stock that got in anywhere, anywhere around the $20 handle, $19 area, $22, even up to $24. You're definitely, sitting really good today, right? And we've been posting about this thing, obviously, religiously ever since this stuff really took off as coronavirus. But again, we don't, give financial advice. We just try to post sources and data that gives people the ability to make their own decision, right? And that's what I love about this, because that's what it entails, how you should be positioning yourself, right? Because you can't catch every news reel. You can't catch every little tweet. You can't catch every little, posting that may come out concerning the market. And so it's good to have a village that you can depend on to a degree to drop information and you just go through, decipher through it, right? And figure out what's good, Yeah, so it's weird too, because so as of now, all the stocks that we actually went over the other day that we were kind of looking at for us today, all of them are up and popping, right? We did the same with JNUG, right? Brother Eddie took JNUG, right? But we speaking about JNUG as well, because gold obviously being a correlation at a point where it was trading somewhere in correlation to that of the SPY, and then it broke away and it diverged from it. You had a divergence base, and it took off on its own like it should have, because it's a natural hedge. It's a natural hedge pretty much against equity markets. And so today you got stocks like JNUG that just jumped up and they started running. And so that brother was in around the $4 handle when he got in. I think he said he wrote it up and sold half his position, and he's holding the rest. Okay, well, look where he's at today. He's sitting really nice, and that bounce there was just so obvious, right down here at the lows here. All right, let me see if I can get it up here. Down here, this bounce here was just so obvious after it became highly oversold, after it just kept selling off, coming down as far as all the way from like $50 a share, right? It was up here in the 65, 60 something, and again, that's when the market imploded on itself. Everything sold off: crypto, gold, equity stocks. Didn't matter if you was a digital asset, you was getting sold. Right? People were really starting to kind of hey, rebalance, report, reset themselves, so to speak, in their investment. Somewhat could have been strategic to get in at a lower price, but if you did, you winning now, because guess what? It already bounced hard here for $3.91, and up here now, roughly around hit a high around $13 and change, but sitting up here around $11 and some change here. And literally, guys, you talk about every bit of what, about 3 days? 3 days, right? So that means basically for every $3 value, that means that's 100%. Right? So basically from $3.91 to $6.91, that was 100, right? And then you just keep going on from that $6.91, to basically $9.91, that's another 100. So you well up over near 200% value, right? Already in about 3 days. And you had a chance to get it in that super low prices. So again, you get more shares when it's cheap like that anyway. So you could easily throw $100 on it, right? Some of you guys could put 1,000 on it, right? And you'll be up now roughly a little bit over 200% on that investment. All right, so that 1,000 basically didn't turn to a couple thousand and some change, right? Obviously, equating to about $3,000 and change total altogether, right? So that's why I love this stuff for that reason, because it's just so many opportunities once you learn how to put the market in perspective, right? Put it into a somewhat of a prism where you can say, I got to understand at least enough to know what's going on. So that's just one of many stocks. So again, if you guys got stocks that you're out there trading as well, by all means, post them in the back chat. We'll look at them. If you want to come on the panel itself and discuss your trade, again, y'all know how we roll over here. Don't be acting all timid, right? Because you don't be doing that when you be going ham on the social media sites. Don't get all timid. Now, come on here, man. Share with the family, man. It's about learning. It's about getting better, right? It's about utilizing the power of the village, right? So we can share some ideas, right, as traders. So that's the link there in the back chat if you guys do want to come on and discuss what's going on in the market, right? So again, as of right now, the S&P again is really banging up to the upside here. Got pretty much like we were saying earlier, it's trying to rebound a little bit off yesterday's price, pretty much bludgeoning. It got beat down really bad, right? Again, dropping 3,000 points, and we finally cleared that $250 handle, like I was saying. But bulls had to close above it to show some strength. So instantly, when it broke that level of resistance, being there was so many short sellers sitting up there at 250, you had a massive short squeeze, right? And a lot of that has to do with the Federal Reserve too, because they're injecting money into the markets right now. We already know the market is really, really being highly manipulated, right? When before we used to say it, we knew that it had some context to it. Now it ain't it's not even funny now. You know that they're manipulating now, because they're trying to get this market off them lows, right? To keep the market from spiraling out of control and going lower. So you had an instant 5-point swing to the upside since when it broke that 250 resistance, right? With some volume coming in behind it. And now it's stretched out and ran up almost, again, about $4 in one candle, right? And one 5-minute candle about $3 or $4, right? So again, that's institutional money. That is not retail traders trading the S&P 500 at that level, right? So, matter of fact, let me go share my screen over there, put it up. But yeah, that's it. So that's why we look at these different time frames, you look at these different scenarios in a way where, as you can see here, where you're pretty much knowing outright what's going on. So if you trade the trend, again, don't fight the trend, trade with the trend, right? And you see a line like this here. You see that there? If I was to draw a line from here to here, matter of fact, let me see that from here, to here. I mean, what do you see in that line there? I mean, you see pretty much a strong, line of support there. Hold up, got it. All right, man, close out. Then I have to go open it back up. 1 second, guys. Hold up. My bad. Yeah, you see pretty much a steady line there in the markets where, there must be some real, organized buying happening. And that's how you look at it, because that's basically what's happening in that moment. That's organized buying, right? That's not people just kind of pinging in out of the market, trying to see what the market doing, this, that. No, that's people, that's banks, right? It could be the Feds too. Obviously, they dumping money into the repo markets for that reason, to offer, these banks that liquidity to buy these equities up, especially these ETLs, because they're sitting in pension funds, things of that nature. That's the excuse that they're going to use, but we know exactly what they're doing. They're utilizing that ability again to, get this market up and moving in a way where it's pretty much obvious what's happening here. They're trying to save some key levels of support from being broken, right? Because again, after that, if they go now, that can really spiral this market out of control, right? Really, really spiral the market out of control. All right, so we're definitely watching that. So let me get back up here. Pull it back up. Close. Let's see here. Stop. We got Boeing. We got Apple. Put some of the major name brands up. So again, you guys follow me there. When it comes to S&P 500, you pretty much know at this point that anything again above that 250 line, like I was just saying earlier, it's kind of game on for bulls, right? It's a game on, scenario for the bulls at this point, right? Because now again, that puts them in the driver's seat to really, really try to solidify that being a new grounded support to kind of launch higher from. Being everything seems to work out a little bit in a way where they can kind of find ways to keep pushing the market higher, right? And again, at this point, gold still will be somewhat, rearing its head, saying that if there's any weakness in this move in the equity markets, that's going to be more of an incentive for it, it to run higher, right? And that's basically what the gold, that the junior miners, when we say junior miners, stocks like JNUG, Nugget, things like that, AG, all those ones like that, GLD, right? Those are the ones who's really getting a lot of, new influx of volume coming in, right? And those stocks are popping, they're popping right now, so again, really, really good opportunity to start realizing, where, a lot of this volume at is coming from, and what stocks you need to keep on your radar. And I'm just saying that strictly if you day trade in the market, or if you swing trade, even swing trading, these are assets you definitely want to keep on your radar, right? And so anytime you have a day where you pop into the market a little late, and you may not be kind of cognizant of what's going on, if you go and look at the S&P 500, and if it's up, pretty nicely, chances are gold is going to be down. Chances are the VIX is going to be down. Obviously, it's the inverse to the SPY. But again, if you learn how to start, looking at some of the basic things like that, which the overall market sentiment is based upon the S&P 500, right? 500 is some of the best, companies that we have here in America, definitely, which is a weighted collection of these companies. If that, that ticker symbol, that ETF is up, then again, chances are gold is down, right? Chances are gold is down. Right, and so that's how you can play some of these trades, in a way where you can just trade those pairs and those pairs only and make money. Right, that's awesome. And some of them have options too. You can definitely trade JNUG in the options market. Right, you utilize the value to get a little bit, a lot for a little bit, basically, in terms of buying them at a cheaper price through the contracts. Right, so. Again, there's so many different ways you can trade this market, man. I tell you, we just have to be, You know, we have to be front and center. We have to be, you know, studied up pretty much to the degree where we know what's happening all around us at all time. And it doesn't require a lot. It just, you know, in passing, you just open up your little phone, check your Google. Okay, what's gold doing today? Right? What the S&P 500 doing today? Right? And then you say, okay, well, you know, some of the stocks that's in the S&P 500, if it's up, some of those stocks must be up today. What are some of the big, you know, the big names that's in the S&P 500, or even the Dow Jones, right? With the Dow Jones popping today, right? What are some of the bigger stocks in the Dow Jones that make up a lot of the, you know, the weight of that ETF? Then you start looking at the Boeing, you start looking at the Apples and the 3Ms and the Caterpillars and all those different stocks like that, and see how well they're doing individually. Right. So again, there's just more ways to, you know, again, analyze the market, you know, see where the value in the market is at in terms of individual plays and these overall ETFs or pension fund, mutual funds, whatever, that are weighted, you know, and utilizing these individual stocks to help their little fund. Right. So again, I know I kind of said a whole lot, but that's basically how you go about looking at the market. That's basically how you assess, you know, strength. Sorry about that, over, Chris. That's how you assess strength in the market. Hey, what's going on, sister? PLayhawttt Adventures. Good to see you. Peace, power, and profit, sister. All right, got my sister in today. Awesome sister. If you guys may not be familiar with her, she has an awesome YouTube channel as well. So you might want to go subscribe to her channel. She's a STEAM model, right? She's an advocate of health, all right, health and wealth, obviously too. And again, a lot of knowledge that sister obviously has as well too. So if you want, sister, I know you're probably busy in your daily life, but if you want, you can come on to our panel today. If you might want to discuss, you know, a little bit about your channel and what you do as well. I'll post a link here just in case if you're not too busy, if you can. But you know, you're always welcome here. And we are trying to again build that coalition of you know, in terms of what we do for us content creators. In our case, we're looking to try to teach people how to become more financially you know, in play and stable and utilize these financial markets. And in a lot of ways, also when we speak about health, right? Well, guess what? That's a major topic too, because health and wealth are synonymous, right? And you know, those things that we're trying to always advocate more than all things. Basically, it's just how to, you know, make sure that we stay evenly balanced. So, but yeah, we'll look forward to it, sister. No problem. No problem. Again, you know, you're always welcome here. And anytime we do go live, you see us on, if you can, you know, by all means, hop on. And we definitely appreciate you. All right. So, yeah. So getting back to the markets real quick. Again, I had to kind of reset my little charts over there. So right now, again, you saw that nasty little melt up in the S&P 500, like we were discussing there. And you know, I mean, as soon as we began to really start, you know, somewhat praising it, what happened? You know, again, you have a nasty little, you know, sell off there, up there near the top, right? Let me share my screen real fast so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about here. All right, you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about here. Awesome day here in the markets here. Look, 1 second. Application window. Where is this SP 500? And I got some. Oh, I just had this chart up. Spot. Okay, here we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so if you look at that, at the SP 500 there, like I was saying, I mean, it's crazy again that you have all that liquidity. Like was, you know, Sister Camille was speaking about it yesterday when she was on, you know, breaking down her forex trade. When you see those candles like that, you know, you have those liquidation breaches where, you know, you have all this, you know, money that came out of nowhere that goes into a high ticket like a, you know, SP $500 tape that's trading, you know, again at $250, you know, a share, right? Make that kind of move in a parabolic move on a 5 minute. Oh, let me pull that thing back up. Sorry. Make that kind of move like that, which is an artificial. That's an artificial candle there. Basically, when I say artificial, that means that's not retail traders, right? That's strictly institutional money right there, right? That's millions and millions of dollars here that went into that trade. And you know, well, how do we know that? Again, we just check the volume bar, right? You just come down here to the volume bar section and you look at this candle right here. Excuse me, this volume bar here. Well, you got close to around about 4 million in terms of 4 million shares that went into that trade at that point, right? For a $250 ticket, right? A $251 ticket at that point. You can do the math on that in terms of how much that price notional value would be worth in terms of, you know, someone being able to buy that many shares in a big ETF like the S&P 500. So you ask yourself, you know, is that somebody, you know, that you know, like little Larry, or is that somebody, you know, that just sitting around at their little desk, you know, trading the market? No, that's instant, you know, you would know instantly that's institutional money, right? So again, in the same way it goes up like that, guess what it's doing right now? It's coming back down. So guess what they're doing right now? They liquidated their position up here near this 255. So, I mean, they had a goal in mind, right? Spiking above 250. They stretched it out as far as it can go in terms of extension on the RSI. I'm pretty sure if I put the RSI up, it was pretty much in an overbought scenario there. And now they're taking profit down. So again, for big money, if they bought, let's say 100,000 shares, right, in this S&P 500 at a $250 ticket price, well, then you do 100,000 shares times 250. That's how much they paid for that trade. And so if it just goes up $1, right? If it goes up $2, $3, $4, in this case about $5, you could do the math on how much profit they got out of that trade. So basically $5 times 100,000 shares. Someone do that, run that math real quick. Hey, what's going on over Sunline? Good to see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you, over. Happy to have you in the building as always, right? Happy to have you in the building as always, right? All right. So that's how these people sitting there making all this money every single day. And a lot of us are just, you know, have no clue about these opportunities that are allotted to us, you know, in these financial markets that we can also utilize to, given the right understanding, given the proper knowledge, given the opportunity to really say, well, you know, I don't have to worry about dealing with nobody, right? It's just me in the market, right? It's you against this opportunity, so to speak, right? And again, it doesn't discriminate against you for race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation. Y'all know my little rundown. They can't discriminate. They'll get you. They don't run your credit. They don't care about none of that stuff, right? It's afforded to you in a way where it's pretty much your money anyway, because your tax dollars go into a lot of these opportunities to keep this, you know, even some of these private companies up afloat. And when I say that, because guess what? When you go consume their products, well, guess what you're doing? You're inadvertently investing in their company. You're inadvertently investing in their company when you go buy a lot of their products. And you're just buying a product, which is a marked up item, obviously, or service. And again, once you depreciate that item or that service, then again, you kind of right back where you was before, needing, you know, again, another, you know, needing to meet that level of need for that supply, right? Your demand has increased. Now you need to need that supply again. All right. So I say, well, again, why not utilize the value of the equity markets to get at least, you know, some of your money, you know, back in a way where it's beneficial to you, outside of just buying a product. Also turn around and buy the stock if that stock is obviously worthy, because there's others too. But still, utilize the power of the equity markets again to, you know, capture, you know, supplemental income, primary income, whatever the case. You can get some of that money back. Basically, is what I'm saying. Right. And so again, us speaking about this in real time, seeing how the market is reacting here, as you can see here again, the S&P 500 here is pulling back here. Let me pull this thing back up. I'm sorry. How it's reacting here, that's a clear sign, again, what we're dealing with here. All right. We're dealing with, again, you know, a liquidation drawdown when they just ran the market up too high. Anytime a stock goes this linear straight up like this in a straight line, that's abnormal in the stock markets, right? Stock market moves in sine waves, right? You guys remember, you know, when you was in your math class, when you studied like geometry, right? Sine waves and things of that nature, right? And physics, you tested in physics too, right? All the things that has to deal with the ideal that, you know, ebb and flow, right? Natural, you know, flow of things, right? Ebb and flow values, right? Up, down values, things of that nature. So the market typically, you know, runs in again, in a sine wave perspective. If you see here, you have like a U-shaped bottom, right? That's the bottom of that sine wave, right? And now you get up here to the crest of the sine wave, which obviously hits resistance in terms of stock market analysis. We know that to be resistance, right? Because right at that point, you had two candles that equaled the same level of again, opening of one candle and opening up on the next 5-minute candle at pretty much at the same level, and not necessarily higher to obviously, which would cause it to push higher. But it showed weakness at that point, because then it instantly opened up with a lot of sell orders, right? And you would have been able to see that if you have like a level 2 chart up where you can see the buyers obviously now flip to what? Sellers, right? So all this stuff that we're talking about, again, I know it may be new to a lot of people. You're 100% right, brother Emmer Garrett. Peak the trough, right? Peak the trough. That's exactly how you trade the market, especially when you're doing it from an intraday perspective. You're looking for those support zones, which will obviously be down here, which will be right here, obviously, right? Which will be right here, right? Because every time you start, plotting where the stock, where the stock came from, right? These places becomes what? Support areas, right? I mean, it launched from this area, right? Off the low is literally around about near 10 o'clock, around 237.44. And again, you established, a place where you got above what? The VWAP here, right? Which was around about 241, right? Around about 10:15, right? And at that point, you were already up about what? From 237 to 240, 241, 242. So you was already up roughly about near $5, a share in S&P 500 at that point in about 15 minutes. Imagine the amount of money that was made in that moment alone. And that became a bullish signal, right? To stay in the trade or to, obviously even maybe double down because you breached the VWAP, which is a very, very weighted average that we all look at as a bullish signal when a stock crosses above it. And now you push a little higher to get above the 20-day moving average, which I have up here on my chart. This is the 5-minute, chart, obviously, but that 20-day moving average is another weighted indicator that says, hey, this is more of a buy signal here, and push it, and they pushed it higher from there. So you basically went from 237, all the way up here, hit some little resistance up here near this 250, like we were speaking about at that time. That was a major level of resistance just by default. And the RSI at that point had to reset a little bit, which it did. So you had like a nice little U bottom here, a little U-shaped bottom, which they call like a fry pan bottom, or a cup. You guys know about the cup and handle pattern for some of you, more esteemed traders. Anytime you see a U-shaped bottom like this here, and you got this kind of volume down here circulating underneath that stock, chances are it's going to push higher. And that's exactly what it did. It broke that resistance, which is a natural resistance at a whole dollar mark. So anytime you see like a whole dollar mark, like $1, $2 mark, the $10 mark, those become natural default resistance points. Anytime you have to breach above a whole dollar perspective, because most short sellers short stocks at whole dollar perspective. It's easy to keep up with even with your share count value, how much it costs you, all that stuff when you show that on whole number, or even $half marks, right? Because y'all know I've spoken about that before. You typically short or go long on $half and whole dollar marks. And that's basically what you had there in the S&P 500. And then again, you got the market being kind of artificially propped up now because of the fact that it's been beat up. And the Federal Reserve coming in probably under the guise of a bank came in with all this liquidity here, which about a $4 million, excuse me, not $4 million, but 400 million shares came into the S&P 500 in this one bullish engulfing candle here that ran basically up about $4 or $5 in one candle alone. And now all that money is coming, giving back, is coming back down, right? So instantly, at that point from 250 up to 255, 256 was an instant pump and dump because it went too linear, right? No stock goes linear up straight like that in a straight line ever without having to come back down. And what they call backfill, fill the gap, again, retrace that move. And then if your traders are very serious about the stock going back higher, bullish traders, then instantly they should come in and buy that dip up again and run it back up higher. That would be the ultimate goal. Not necessarily say it will happen, but that in turn is the thesis how they go about looking at the markets and how they trade support, resistance, or how they trade peak to trough, right? Again, this will be the peak. The only time you hear the word peak, like a mountaintop, a peak, and the trough. I mean, y'all know the trough is like a valley. Again, down in a lower point of the chart, right? So some basic terminology when you learn how to trade the equity markets, how to again put it in context, right? And so again, that's some of the things you want to look at when you're day trading the market in real time, right? That's if you're day trading. Even swing trading, again, you're trying to establish a position to hold it to the next day. Well, these things are also important. So again, for those who got in roughly near that 241 handle, or even the breach of the 20-day moving average here at 242, well, guess what? That becomes, again, your launching pad or your support point where, again, if the market continues to push higher, you're insulated in that trade, then you stay comfortably in that trade until you feel like, okay, you either made enough money or you want to add to your position, at a point where it breaches another point of resistance and holds above it, then you can easily add into that position at that point and get a bigger position in terms of your share count value, which obviously makes you, have a little bit more meat in the game, will give you a better, bigger return and profit value, right? Because now you got more shares equal more money, the more the stock goes higher, right? And so that's very important when you think about it from that perspective. This stuff is not rocket science, right? Y'all know I'm always saying that this stuff is not rocket science, right? If they can teach 7-year-olds how to do this, 8-year-olds how to do this, and I've seen them do it firsthand, so ain't no excuse. Under the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow course with Dr. Boyce Rockett, y'all know I was affiliated with him when I first really got started, and that's basically what we did in that scenario where we taught kids how to do this stuff, right? Obviously, he was a teacher, but again, we all kind of pitched in our own little right and support of that value, because again, our youth are they have to be pretty much educated on this kind of reality. They need to understand financial literacy at an early age, right? Because at that point, their minds are sponges, right? Are they not? They learn the most between that age of 5 to basically about 13, 14. And so it's just, for me, it's just no brainer. Get your kids invested. Why wouldn't you? Right? Again, if you're going to spend the kind of money and the time to keep them entertained, just so they can kind of free you up, then at least give them something that they can really benefit from, right? Buy them some financial literacy books, buy them some financial literacy flashcards, right? Get them simulated trading accounts, which is obviously cost you nothing. It's a free simulated trading account, and give them assignments, right? Right? What's your favorite toy? Well, I like Hot Wheels or whatever. I like PlayStation. Okay, well, who make those who's the parent company? Who's the company that make these toys that you like? And now you put them on that quest to learn and figure out how this stuff works in terms of commerce, right? And now you say, well, okay, we're gonna look at the stock price, right? We're gonna start finding ways to invest in the company, so that way at some point, if you like their toys and their games, you'll utilize the value of the stock price to be able to afford you the opportunity to buy the toys that you need just by investing in the company and let the company make money, because other kids may like the company too. And if more kids like the company, that means the stock might also do well, because it's a supply and demand reality, right? There's a major demand for this item, right? Because obviously you're asking me for it. You ask your dad and mom for it, so hopefully somebody else is all thinking the same way. And so again, this is just natural observation. This stuff is not rocket science. And so you take a company like Microsoft, you take a company like who make Sony, right? PlayStation, right? You take all these different little Nintendo, right? Nintendo is a publicly traded company, right? A lot of people probably didn't even know that. Nintendo is a publicly traded company, right? And so again, in moments like that, how long we've been invested in Nintendo, buying their little games, right? Going always back now, for say my age a little bit, right? Going back to the days we used to trade play NBA Double Dribble, NBA Live, and all those the old school games, right? What was the classic games back in the old days? Contra, right? Contra, right? And Contra, and what was the other Tecmo Bowl, and all, y'all remember them old school games? Sega. I mean, we got the company's been around for the longest, right? A lot of them been around for the longest. So again, I'm just saying they've already established the fact that they have a longevity track record. And so if they have a longevity track record, then chances are that means they've been running pretty much a decent company ever since then. And so when we did that breakdown the other day about Apple, we went back to like pretty much 1985, right? When Apple was trading at 26 cents a share. Let that marinate for a moment. The beloved Apple that everybody can't seem to live without today, back in 1985, whether you was born or you wasn't, at that moment, if your parents knew a little bit more about financial literacy, right, then basically Al Green, right, or the Sugar Hill Gang, right, if they knew enough at that point to say, you know what, I'm going to set my child up for success, right? I'm going to buy them shares of a company that, number one, is a disruptor, because at that point, Apple was a disruptor. Its only competitor basically at that time was what? Microsoft. There were other companies, but they wasn't, at my opinion, going back and look at the history, they wasn't at that level, right? Because Apple IIc was already out. They had them in elementary school. So apparently they had began to get these school contracts and get their apparatus or their computers in the school. So we were already seeing it, instantly right there from a marketing advertisement perspective. And so you say, you go home, you say to your parents, well, what do you want for Christmas? I want an Apple IIc, right? I want the same computers I use at school every day, right? And now that begins a commercial, a commercial splurge, right? And then again, that becomes a value where you got company come over, they see, oh, you bought the kids an Apple IIc. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't, they just wanted one. I need to think about getting a little Larry one. And that's how that stuff worked. Again, word of mouth kind of, marketing and advertisement. But again, at that point, Apple was laying a groundwork or framework for what their future vision will be, will become. And we already know the history at this point, based upon Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs coming together, and how they took that company to something stratospheric, which we know today. Right? It's a stratospheric technological revolution that the world obviously uses, not just Americans, but the world uses. And so again, 1985, that stock was trading at 26 cents a share. 26 cents. That means you could have, they could have put 100 on it. We did the math the other day. For some of you guys might have missed that live stream. We did the math on what that stock, pretty much what that investment would be worth today, some 35 years later. So basically, that was a 30-year fixed mortgage on a house, so to speak. If you invested in a home, whatever the case, if your mama just put $100 on that stock, or your dad put 100 on it, right? Or your parents obviously together put $100 on that stock for you for your birthday or for your born date or whatever, today that investment would be worth well over $90,000. Over $90,000, meaning 100 would have turned to 90,000. And so you say to yourself, okay, well, man, I missed that opportunity, man. There's nothing else out there gonna ever do that again. Wrong. Well, there's disruptors that are coming out every single day right now. Right? There are disruptors that are coming out right now. Right? Where when I say disruptors, meaning technological revolutionary type stocks and companies, or companies, so to speak, whether they're publicly traded or not. But the world can't somewhat live without these companies or their products. So you say what? Companies like Netflix, right? Netflix is here to stay, right? They get challenged very bad right now, obviously, with all these new cord-cutting companies now coming into their ecosphere and challenging them now in terms of Disney Plus and Apple TV, right? Comcast even got a streaming service now, Hulu, all these different ones. But again, Netflix was the kind of the benchmark, marquee, first to market business that really solidified what cord cutting is all about, and people got excited about it to the point where it had natural marketing, right? What was the terminology people use for Netflix? We're gonna do some what? Netflix and what they call it, over Chris, over Marquise. You go Netflix and what?
Netflix and chill.
Yeah, jumping with Netflix and chilling, right? That became a major expensive, talking point or a mantra that people used to use a lot, right? And so that gave Netflix free marketing, free advertising and marketing, instantly out the gate. College students, ran with it, right? And other people too. So again, at that point, you had a moment where Netflix at that point, let's say in 2016, I think we did the math on it too, on the live stream we did the other day. Where at that point, I think it was trading at $7.54 a share. I think somewhere around 2016, $7.54 a share for Netflix back in 2016. And so I posed that question to some of you guys that may not have caught that show. I asked you guys, what was you doing in 2016? I'm curious, right? If you choose to want to post in the back chat, you can post it. But what was you doing in 2016? Some of y'all probably was Netflix and chilling, right? Right? Some of y'all probably was doing just that. But had you known also if you're going to buy that monthly subscription fee that Netflix offered, and you could have also turned around and bought what? Shares of the stock. And they were trading at $7.54 at that point, $7.54. Some of you guys blow that in passing in a little quick little meal, on a lunch, whatever. You say, well, okay, I'm not gonna buy lunch, I'm gonna just buy me shares of Netflix. And so, every other day or every 2-3 days, you buy shares of Netflix instead of buying lunch, right? You make your own lunch from home, but the money you have allocated to buy lunch that you have in your budget, you buy shares of Netflix, right? And you keep building on that value of your portfolio. Again, you add a little extra if it's a little higher, obviously, but again, you get my point. You just averaging into your position because you think that Netflix at some point is going to really blow. And literally, what did Netflix do? It blew, right? So again, let me go over here real quick and pull that up real quick because y'all know we like to, bring that data up, right? They said roll that beautiful beam footage, right? Roll mine, rolling that beam footage, right? So let me stop sharing there. All right, so look at J Nug getting pummeled right now. J Nug is getting pummeled right now. All right, so again, it ran up fast. It's pulling back, and the S&P 500 is pulling back. Right, so you're having what they call a liquidation break right now, where you got equity stocks and gold is back. They're pretty much correlated now they converged again, basically, and they're selling off together. And when you see moments like that, again, that still means there's a lot of indecisive value in the markets right now, where you got people who are hedging their portfolio, the equity portfolios with a gold play. They're both now, again, showing a lot of major weakness or indecisive value in terms of where people want to park their money at. Or is it a good time to, to set what they call set up shop, in these stocks, or in these different asset classes, like a gold would be obviously a commodity, and go long, right? But ultimately we know that gold just came from like $4, basically $3.91 a share about 3 days ago. It was trading at $3.91 a share, and it went up as high as like $13, right? $13 and some change. So instantly you say to yourself, man, that's crazy, right? That's well over, roughly about near 300%. It ran well over that value in that little bit of time. Right. So again, you can get a 300% runner in 3 days. People ain't sitting around like, because you don't get that an entire year in some cases. Right? To get a 100% runner in a year, that's that. I'm talking about on an annual fiscal year where stocks going through all kind of different, headwinds, all kind of different news pieces that may kind of cause the market to kind of fluctuate. But if you can get 300% in 3 days, I mean, that's somebody's, again, entire, long-term portfolio, that they're trying to, that they will get in maybe 2 or 3 years. If they're doing it the slow way, what I'm saying, the slow and gradual way in terms of long-term investing. And you just did that in the matter of 3 days. That's the power of the markets. That's the power of the markets, right? And so, again, I'm not fighting against that reality because, again, when you can find those moments where, the market is performing like that, then again, by all means, if you capture it, then you get at it, right? You get after that bag. You get after that opportunity, obviously knowing what you're doing, barring what you're doing, right? All right, and so that becomes, again, the I would say the ultimate goal, right? Not saying that you have to become, a day trader. I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating from that perspective. I'm saying now you learn how to utilize, right? You learn how to utilize the market at your advantage. You see what I'm saying? Utilize the market at your advantage at that point, right? And so again, that becomes pretty much a no-brainer, right? So again, just real quick, let me run over here real quick since we're talking about Netflix, but y'all know how we do on this thing, right? We sometimes we get to talking, then we go left field, we just switch it up real quick on the dime and pivot like Barry Sanders, right? And shoot over to another little place real quick and talk about something else. All right, so real quick, let me hold up here. Let's go. Where is that? Where is the? Just show you real quick here. Where I just scalped gold, right? While we was talking, right? Because again, we can do 2 things at one time. We're not slow, right? They're like, look at us that way, but we're very proficient and very, smart and multitasking, laden people. So I just scalped gold like really quick to the upside because I saw it pulling back the same way y'all was looking at S&P 500 coming down, right? And so it bottomed out. I saw it bottoming out around about when I say bottom out, it seemed like it was hitting a point of support, roughly around about that $9 and it's like $9 and like 60 something cents, somewhere around there, $9 and 76 cents. And so I took me a quick little scalp on it, right? Because again, I hit an oversold intraday session, within that 7-8 minutes time span. It sold off so much it had to rebound a little bit. Y'all remember we always talk about how that rubber band effect happens in the stock market when the markets have to snap back and kind of go back up at some point after sell off like so much so fast. It's a natural, what they call a natural retracement that happens just naturally, right? And so instantly in that moment, I took a little scalp on gold, right? As you can see right there, 600 shares. My average at 1006, but I got filled earlier around about 960, somewhere around about 960, 970. Then I added 200 shares, 200 share lots into the trade as it kept going higher, right? You add into that, you add in the strength. That's a rule that you always learn in the market. You add in the strength, right? And not in the weakness necessarily, just averaging down. So I added in the strength. It brought my average up to 1006 right now. Gold is the J-Nut trading at I want to say like 1040, 1060, something like that. So I'm getting ready to sell this real quick and scalp that bag and get up out of there, right? So why I got this little, this little quick little bag real quick, right? And that's how you utilize again the power the market in real time, right? You utilize it, in real time from that perspective to capture that level of liquidity, right? When y'all heard Eva Camille, when she was breaking down her forex trade the other day, that's exactly what she's talking about. That's exactly what she's talking about, right? Those liquidation breaks. You get in, you get out, right? You can sell your entire position, or you can leave a little bit in there and let it keep running, right? If it seems like it's showing weakness, because we understand how to read weakness, right? Some of you guys may still be new to this, but again, we speak about it. We'll keep talking about it, let you guys see it in real time exactly what we're talking about. But once you start seeing weakness, that stock can't necessarily hold itself up at that point. If the buyers are not coming in, the volume is not looking good, then guess what? We have a flight to safety in that perspective where we just turn around and sell that position. But I mean, again, we're talking about in a matter of minutes here. So you got when it hit that low roughly around 1241, right? Hit that low around 1241. All right, I got in around about 1242 into that strength opposite in that retracement around about 970, something like that. I added 200 shares around 980 something, 990, and a little bit over 1023. Brought my average down to 1006. Right, 600 shares over 600 shares. That's again 600 shares at a $9 ticker. You can see how much that that trade will cost. Right, and so in that moment, matter of fact, let me pull my screen out. Dang, I should have been showing the screen. Sorry guys, forgive me. Just talking and going. Y'all know I am sometimes. I get going and forget to be showing my screen. So again, real quick, if you look at this here, this is where I got filled at, right at 1242, right? I got filled in that kind of spike up when it came here and bottomed out at that point right there, that support. You see that bottom like that? That's what they call somewhat like a tweezer bottom, right? A tweezer bottom, which is a reversal pattern. If you understand how to read the candles, that instant tells me that there's going to be a retracement. And instantly right after that candle there, that bearish engulfing candle, which is red, you had this big bullish green engulfing candle right here. Let me blow that up. Sorry. Right here, right? And that told me that, okay, you're going to have a reverse right here. And so boom, it went to spiking up. So I added right here at this point here around about 980, 990, because again, it broke the old candle high here, which was a bullish signal. And I added again when it cropped above what, $10 and change up at that point when it started squeezing higher in this candle here, I added to it again, right? Which brought my average down again at that point around about 1006, somewhere around here. Right. And so again, only quick little 600 shares. That's ever been about what, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes. So 8 minutes in this trade, right? In this value of a scalp trade, right? Or they call like a momentum trade based upon the technical showing that I had an oversold condition where it sold off so much coming from here and opening up a green candle bar here where volume came back into the trade, right? That was what they call a quick little momentum trade to push it back above the 9 moving average, which is this purple line. That's a 9 moving average. That's a bullish signal. See how it kind of hit right here, and then it rolled it right here. It respected that 9 moving average as a pivot point or as a point of support, and it held, right? So that was again a lot of bullish confirmation. Stay in the trade. Trust your indicators at that moment. Then it breached above the 20-day moving average, which is this light blue line, right? This little kind of neon blue line. When it penetrated that instantly became another form of a strengthening moving average or a strengthening support level in the stock. Now, again, it could easily pull below it. We see it pulling back now, but again, it made a move from 960, right, all the way up to $11 in about 8 minutes. So that's roughly about $1.40? $1.40 in a matter of about 8 or 9 minutes. And that's how, again, you calculate profit value in terms of learning how to scalp some of these stocks in real time and utilize the ability of money being made, even in moments like this, as opposed to even just holding it long term, which you can obviously too, mean it's a long term investment. But when we're scalping these stocks, in this moment like this, we're just utilizing what? Volume. We're utilizing everybody else's ability to want to kind of get into a play where they feel like the stock is potentially going to go higher because it might have went higher on the day, which this one did. Look at what it went. It went up here near 13.75, and it came from down here, $8.20, and it went up as high as 13.75 during the opening of the market today. 9:30 opens up. It opens up roughly around where we open up at. We open up around. Let me see here. Let me get to 9:30. So 9:30 we were. Roughly around here. So we open up around about about $8.80 some odd cents, somewhere around there, give or take. We'll just say $9. And from $9 all the way up to 13.75, roughly from 9:30 to 11:15, it hit its peak. So roughly just shy of 2 hours, and yeah, just shy of 2 hours, right? Because 11:30 would have been 2 hours. So hour and 45 minutes, we'll say hour and 45 minutes, you picked up basically in that moment how much per share in terms of dollar values? Roughly about $4 a share. $4 a share on 100 shares, again, that's about $400. And 100 shares of a $9 stock costs you how much? That's $900. So if you'd spent $900 basically, because 100 shares at $9, $900. $900 to buy into this trade, you would have made basically, near 50% in about an hour and 45 minutes. And again, we make a light of that, but some people don't make $400 in a week. You was in a position where you just made that in roughly about an hour and 45 minutes. So again, let that marinate for a moment. That's the power of utilizing equity markets. And you got people that sit around doing this all day, right? Your boss right now, for some of us that are probably on the gig right now, he's somewhere probably, if you ain't, in a meeting somewhere, he probably somewhere checking his portfolio, probably day trading, or probably somewhere, obviously, goofing off. But this is what they do. This is how they get ahead. This is how they take the money they're making out of their companies and make even more money. They go into what? Major investments at that point. You take a person like Mark Cuban. You think he made his money just by his sheer genius alone? Well, he had a product that he invented in the very beginning, right? Then he sold it to a bigger company in the buyout. And that's how it really catapulted him into success. Then he took that money and flipped it into what? The stock market. That's how he made most of his billions, right? In the stock market. True story, right? And so that's how people like Ray Dalio, which is a mentor to Sean Puffy Combs, P. Diddy, people like that. That's who they follow. People like that. The people came from nowhere. Ray Dalio was dirt poor cheap, right? He came from a poor background, upbringing, so to speak. And now again, he's one of the most well-known billionaires on the planet. Trading the equity markets, investing in the equity market. Lee Cooperman, same way. Big old fat greasy behind Lee Cooperman, right? Up there in New York area, right? I mean, there's so many others, but again, this is how these people make all this money. And again, our people somewhere sitting on the sideline like, man, what's this about? Right? Or they'll say, oh, it's gambling and all this kind of stuff, right? You hear all the excuses, you hear everything, right? Again, anything to keep from being able to challenge themselves, right? That's their right and their prerogative by all means, intents, and purposes. However, for us, we understand exactly what's happening now, or what's been happening, and then no one's been really telling you about it, right? And so once you start to get, I would say, acclimated into the ideal of not only just being a consumer of these products and goods and services, and start being an investor or a trader. In my case, we're always going to push investing over day trade because we're not trying to produce, a cadre of just, warrior traders. That's not the goal here. We're trying to teach you how to long-term invest, right? Because we're thinking long-term, right? Because we're trying to establish generational wealth for a change, right? And generational wealth is thought of in terms of you're now learning how to play chess with your money as opposed to playing checkers. That's what generational wealth is all about. And so if you want to leave your kids, large sums of, dry powder in terms of this case, money, cash, equity, stock, investment, real estate, this, that, the third, well, you have to get on your ground today. Like yesterday, actually back in the old days, you should have been on your ground like yesterday, right? And that goes for me, anybody, right? Because it's time out for leaving kids, trinkets. Right, they don't need your old drawers. They don't need your old little cooking book and recipe unless they can make some money out of it. Right? But outside of that, they need tangible resources to be able to compete with their counterparts. Right, from generation to generation. Right, and so this is what this is all about. That's what the investment world is all about. That's what the financial markets are all about. And we see it in real time because what's happening right now? Who's the first people that's going to get bailed out under this coronavirus? Are they going to bail you out, or are they going to bail corporations out? Go. Who they gonna bail out first over Marquise?
Corporations all day already.
What about you, over Chris? They gonna bail you out, or they gonna bail the corporations out first?
No, they say the hell with me. I'm giving Amazon, Apple, Berkshire Hathaway all the money. They need it more than I do.
And they got what, billions and billions of dollars. But they need it more. You see what I'm saying? So this is the hustle, right? and they just get on there and again throw their little talking points out there, get you all excited. They're finna do something for you. We finna set up some testing kit places where you can go get tested for the coronavirus. Everything except putting some money in your hand, though. Everything except cutting that check that you could really benefit from an event that you go on a lockdown, quarantine, whether self-imposed or your state or your city put you on lockdown, and now you sitting there stuck in the house and can't do nothing, can't work, got your kids, got all this stuff going on, and you can't necessarily function if you already don't have adequate money in your bank account to sustain you through this moment because you're looking forward to government to come to your aid, right? You pay taxes, right? You pay taxes, right? Okay, then the tax dollars need to go to work for you, but apparently they don't. They go to what? Corporations. They're going to bail the corporations out first, and then they worry about you later. Then people say, well, why, they need to do that because, again, after we get through this coronavirus situation, we still need these companies to kind of, they go, spend our money. Think about that. Think about what you just said in that moment. The first rule of law is self-preservation. What does self-preservation mean? Preserve thyself. That means you come first. A company that's worth billions of dollars right now can take a hit like this. They can afford it. Some of them can't because they ain't been doing right by their company. That's their fault, not yours. But they want you to be on top of your game and have 3 months worth of allotted money saved and put away, right? They want you to have money put away for rainy days, but they don't expect companies and corporations to do the same thing. Now, imagine that, right? Imagine that, And so that's what's important about, moments like these where, again, you won't get, have the wool pulled over your eyes, right? You won't fall for the okie doke. Right? Knowing what to do, how to do it is more important than just trying to, speculating your way through it. Right? So again, I just found it to be just very important that for us, we're finding different ways again to, pad ourselves in a way where we can take care of ourselves in moments like this. And we're not dependent upon the government. Right? And so, yeah, good question, Sister PLayhawttt. She said, so with the coronavirus, people are saying it's not a good time to invest. Right now, in terms of long-term investments, it really isn't. But also, I would say this here. Certain people find certain value in certain stocks at certain times different than other people. Where a person may look at the market and say, okay, whether they have a little knowledge about the market or they don't, they say, well, okay, well, this stock, I like Apple. Like somebody say, I like Apple. Well, Apple, literally about a month and a half ago before this coronavirus stuff hit, well, it was trading at $320 some odd, $330 a share. All right, today, again, Apple is trading at, again, roughly about what, $250 some a share. So obviously, roughly, it dropped near about $80 a share since the coronavirus, right? Apple, which is still doing pretty good than a lot of other stocks out there that feel a lot further down, and that just shows you the strength of their company. What people believe in it so much, they still just refuse to let it come down, right? And so you say to yourself, okay, well, I didn't get a chance to get an Apple when they made that big move from 178 up to $330. I missed that move. I'm new to investing. I was new to investing then. I didn't know what to do. Well, guess what? Now it's become a little bit more cheaper again. So you ask yourself, right now is a good time to buy Apple stock for a long-term hold. And you say, well, okay, well, I'm using it as a natural observation. This is what they call common sense investing, right? When you first start to learn how to put this stuff together in your head, you say to yourself, are we through, are we on the back end of this coronavirus issue right now? Right. So if I was to ask you that, even my sister PLayhawttt, do you think we pretty much got a handle on this coronavirus, pandemic at this point? Right. And if you think that we've kind of got a handle on the coronavirus situation, which is obviously hurting these private corporations and hurting them, the average consumer, because these companies are nothing without their consumers, right? They need consumer bases to buy their products and their services. And if you don't have that influx of money being spent or being, spread around, then, obviously that hurts what companies, the company's financial standing to a degree. Now, Apple obviously has a little bit more money in the bank than a lot of these more, weaker companies, but that pretty much is what that entails in terms of what we call supply and demand. And so, if that part of the coronavirus situation is taken care of in a way where it's not necessarily affecting consumers anymore, then and only then you'll tell yourself, okay, right now I can start looking into, somewhat get into some of the equity markets. So if it requires them to come down a little bit more lower, then that's a good thing, right? Because the goal is to do what? Buy low, sell high, right? Y'all know, come on, y'all already know. Especially y'all know how we are. We always looking for that bargain, right? We always looking for that discount, right? Where that discount, run that discount, right? We want to get the best bang for our buck. Well, the equity markets should be set up in the same likeness, right? These companies are trying to earn your money. It's not the other way around. And as long as you always know that, it's up to them to earn your investment. You'll always treat that investment or that particular, trade, again, with the level of care that's necessary, that every dollar is being accounted for, and at a point where it's at its most potent point of what? Potentiality, right? And when I say that, that means you buying it at the most, best and optimal area that you possibly can get in a stock to utilize the ability to kind of capture all this new potential gain that you can get out of it. Case in point, we was talking about this J-Nub trade, right? Again, it was just a day trade, but still, right here, I didn't see nothing else, right? I just saw oversold, bottom out. Matter of fact, let me put the RSI up on this right here so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about, right? So let's put this RSI up, which is the relative sliding index, which is it's pretty much a weighted average oscillator that tells you when a stock is obviously highly oversold or highly overbought at a point where it needs to cool down and obviously rebound and go the other way at some point. Right here, if you can see right here, ever so slightly, right? Even though it's kind of hidden behind these volume bars, you see a little pink area here that's barely shining through here. That means at that point it became oversold. And in oversold conditions, that means at some point that stock has to rebound because it's just to the point where it's just oversold. Right? That's kind of like right now when you go into the grocery store, right? And they got to restock the shelves, right? Because everything kind of got overbought, right? And now you're waiting for it to come, them to restock again until they buy everything out, right? And then it becomes oversold, right? And then the cycle continues all over again, right? So the equity markets somewhat are in the same likeness, right? And so that's why you want to kind of look for stuff like that. Yeah. So good point. Sister PLayhawttt, exactly right. So invest in health companies who make mass and corona tests. Now, see, whether you invest or you don't, that's common sense. See what I'm saying? That's how smart you already are in terms of knowing how to consciously put this stuff together in your head. That makes sense because instantly companies right now who are in the preventive maintenance or in the treatment aspect of trying to find a cure for this coronavirus, they're going to be the ones that everybody's looking at. You're 100% right. In terms when I say whether you want to invest them or not, again, because when we say invest, do you plan on holding them for a long time? Do you plan on holding them for a short period of time? Because keep in mind, there's no set period in terms of how long you got to hold a stock. You could buy it today and sell it today. You could buy it today, sell it tomorrow. You could buy it today and sell it a month from now, right? But as long as that company stays relevant, then guess what? You stay in that stock base. If you got in at a good price, then guess what? There's no need for you to even turn around and sell it because that particular company that make that mask, right, that's trying to put forth that vaccine, become pretty much it's kind of like at that point it becomes like how can I describe it? It becomes a ubiquitous trade, right? Hey, what's going on, brother? Chaos Ray, what's going on, fam? I see you just popped in.
I do, man. I've noticed you've been going live a lot with this virus and the stock market. It must be very educationally important. After Emporium, you had to go and do these streams very drastically to let people know if they're gonna keep their stock, should they sell it, should they buy low, then wait so they can sell high, and all this. It's a very interesting time, man.
It is, brother. And again, thank you for coming on too, man, and building with the family. I'm happy, man. You always say, how I am. I like when people come on and interact with us, and because we're trying to do like everybody else, make sense of everything that's happening around us from day to day. And right now, we are in some unique circumstances and times where we're all being affected by this. Right? It's not necessarily a certain sector in society. It's affecting us all, through health, and it's also affecting our wealth, right? Our finances. So, what better opportunity than right now to discuss these things? Because even in moments like this, money is still being made, right? For those who are sitting at home, may not even go to work, they have no clue about this opportunity. They're dependent upon what their employer to cut them a check. If not them, they depend on the government, right? If they don't already have money saved and put away, then guess what? You don't want to be digging into your emergency money, your emergency stash for a moment like this, because number one, you didn't cause it; it wasn't self-inflicted. So it should be something that you would think that your government should come to task for, and go out there and provide for you in a way to keep you solid, right? But we know that that's becoming an issue now because what they're doing is they're putting the money into everybody else's hands except you. They put it in the hands of corporations, right? And who are these corporations?
Yeah, they put money to the corporation first, and maybe the American people, maybe second, maybe.
Right, the airline industry, right? They're even trying to bail out the cruise line, right? The cruise line, A cruise is a luxury item. You know, that's not a necessity.
But
People
you
ain't
know,
taking
funny
that.
thing, you mentioned the cruise. I never followed the cruise section because a lot of people, mostly we do the numbers. Don't people and the average fly more than cruise? Last time I
Of
checked.
course.
So
Yes.
and I'm not saying that the cruise should be gone because it's necessary. You gotta still have some ships floating, you know, for the
But
time
I
being.
actually just said, Brother Chaos.
Yep.
But even in knowing that,
Yeah.
in a moment like this when money needs to be allocated to the places where it's most usefully used, is it more usefully used in a cruise line company right now, which is not a necessity or the American people?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So this is how, when you have a corporation, obviously like that of, or you have administration like you have in terms of what we have sitting in that White House now, you know, American people looking at you like, why would you bail out a cruise line, right? Why not, again, put that money towards more useful case scenarios, right? They got this whole issue where they're talking about payroll taxes, removing that, trying to do certain things, obviously, in terms of student loans and all these different things people are going to get hit with as far as mortgages and late interest payments and this, that, and the third. Yet you still think about allocating, billions of dollars to go towards a cruise line. Now, here's what's also interesting about those cruise lines.
Okay.
Majority of those cruise lines not even American-based companies.
Oh, then that obviously, yeah, then it should not be bailed out at all. That means
Exactly.
thank you
Think
for
about
telling me that.
Norwegian. Yeah, Norwegian cruise line. No, Norwegian cruise line is where? Where's no?
That's in Norway.
No. Exactly. And just because they publicly trade on one of our markets doesn't necessarily mean that's our responsibility, because they know they know just as much as the level of responsibility they got to deal with in the event that something goes wrong, that they need to protect their own backside. They make you do it. Why they shouldn't do it? You see what I'm saying? So this is how they play a lot of our people, or they play the citizenship of the people in a way where they are fighting against or vote against their own interests, because they don't really understand how this stuff really works. You know what I'm saying? To the degree where those benefits should be going to you, because number one, they're your tax dollars, right? That money is
Every
going to be
time
coming out.
we're being taxed more than anybody else, and you think that the pressure should be off the people that's being taxed the heaviest. But
Exactly.
I've not seen that because people are not very educated to how this system really works. You know what I'm saying? They let you hold the bag at the end of the day.
Right.
While
You always
everybody else is there relaxed. Yeah.
Exactly. And so those who are rich are not complaining about getting into the grocery stores. They got people do all their shopping for them. Those who are rich are not complaining about the idea of what they're going to do in the event if they catch this virus. But guess what? Because they have personal doctors and things like that where they get first preferences, right? Because their money talk, right? For a person who got 5 kids and living paycheck to paycheck and trying to figure out how they're going to get ahead of this, and they're looking towards the government to kind of be that benchmark value of safety for them. Again, I asked the question like I did the other day. Where are those pop-up testing kit sites at? That's in the Walmart parking lot, CVS, Target, and areas that they were talking about this past weekend. I've yet to see one. If y'all see one, please let me know. We on day 4 since that press release that they're gonna have these little pop-up little testing kit places. Have anybody seen a Walmart or a Target, CVS, Walgreens where they had tents popped up where they testing people they could drive through get tested? Right.
Man,
So I'm
people
saying,
don't know where to get tested.
right. They still trying to figure out where to get tested, because by the time you got the virus and went through the virus and came out on the back end of it, probably on your own, guess what? You only get counted in the numbers of the people that was highly affected or whatever. So guess what? That's actually good for the administration, because it doesn't show the severity of how many people actually catching this virus. Now, ain't that something? So again, they just hustling people, and people just keep trying to convince you that no, they're doing this, and anytime I hear people say they're doing the best they could, I just stop and start laughing. Because guess what? You had over a month and a week, basically about a month and 2 weeks to prepare. They kept downplaying it. It's not that serious, Now all of a sudden, oh, it's that serious. And now they ain't prepared. So again, I don't make excuses for grown folk. I would never do that. Because if it was the other way around and you was the one that was in charge of this, or that people looking at to brief everybody on, to keep them up on things, you think they're gonna cut you some slack? Again, at the end of the day, when people are hurting or in a place where their lives been disrupted, they don't want to hear all that hey man, it sounds good. Now they want to hear all that hyperbole and rhetoric and pontificating and posturing and panning around like you really doing something you not. it was funny too, because when we was watching the press release the other day, one of the reporters asked one of the health officials a very direct questions. How many people can you test right now? That guy went on a diatribe for about 5 or 10 minutes talking about everything but a solid block number. So instantly when he began to talk, you knew instantly he was trying to set you up for the okie-doke, because it was a straightforward question. How many people can y'all test as of right now? Well, see, what you have to think about, due to the understanding of what we're dealing with in this virus, we're trying to set up, certain different things under the state officials and locals, and we're trying to get a sense on exactly just how detriment this virus is. And basically, if you understand how this really works, is that we're trying to really find out if until that if the virus is going to be Dude, I asked you a simple question. How many people can you test right now? And they could not answer it. And it took them, again, about 7 8 minutes before he said, okay, as of now, we can only really do about 10,000 to 20,000 people. But a week and a half ago, they said they could do millions of people. They had millions of test kits ready, and they had government response agencies ready to go rock in your neighborhood, in your states. Turned out all that was a lie.
African Emporium, you see it right there. When people ask questions, they stumble. That's where you get them. Because think about it, you have now projected in America like over 350 million people in America. If you got millions, depending on the millions you have, you're not prepared to test all of your population in this country, at all, because you're not really aware that you're going to get. Even I think Bill Gates said on one of them TED Talks that people not prepared for the so-called next or created pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, that's this discussion right there. They want to prepare if they for something like this, the outbreak, right? So people say get tested, and I just finished watching the press conference for Trump, and one of the ladies, one of the guys asked the people on the podium the question, and they said those tests even themselves not really effective. So people say get tested. They weren't prepared.
The very first test will end up being defective. The very first test that the CDC put out there turned out to be defective. They had to scratch that entire test kit scenario and go get another one. And when they
exactly
the lead of the WHO, which is the World Health Organization, used the test kits that they put forth because they had that most accurate test kit. That was the same test kit that they were using over there in Wuhan, Korea, and places over there. But America, again, like they always do, try to go cheap. They try to go
there.
Cheap.
You go. Yep.
But the CDC, the people that people always trusting in. I mean, I believe in the CDC, blah, pray. Man, these people are crooks like everybody else.
You don't believe, that's stupid. No one should believe no one. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, they put out a lot of things every day, and a lot of people not even fact checking that, even ask the right questions. Just like another story I'm gonna tell y'all. When this is like last week, when they're asking a couple of doctors, some question said, even one lady pull out a board, African Emporium, and wrote down the cost, and said 40. I think they said 40% of Americans don't have medical coverage, or whatever you want to call it, right? So saying, how are you going to cover this? And he stumbled the question, and he didn't want to give a straight answer. Eventually, she pressured him, and he said yes. And said, "Good people, get tested." But if people didn't pay attention. He didn't want to give you a direct question answer right there. He had to sit there, think about it, and all that stuff. So people got to be very careful. They have to be very careful. That's all.
Right, 100%. And so that's why I always tell people, again, take a step back, think, use the greatest gift you have in your intuition, right? Use your experience in life in terms of what you're dealing with, in terms of who you've been dealing with. And again, make a very, very, again, solid assessment of what you're dealing with. Because again, this is new to a lot of people. A lot of people obviously hadn't been around since some of the older, epidemics that might have happened, right? Again, the most notable one, the most devastating one, obviously, way before a lot of time in terms of the Spanish flu. But we've had small outbreaks here and there, or we've seen other countries have dealt with them and how they actually got through it, right? And SARS in the middle, SARS, right? That happened over in the Middle East, right? MERS, right? MERS, another one, that's Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome scenario. You had SARS, you had H1N1, right? You had all these things that especially that affects China a lot, that stays, kicking them in their behind seemingly, right? Those things are already kind of set in place in terms of how these people, went through the epidemic and it came out on the other end of it. You got people over here who things like nothing could ever hit these shorelines over here, that it could never be no issue, that again, you become a complacent environment. You don't put in place the faculties to kind of protect yourself in the event that they ever happen. And I'm making a point by saying it because literally about a year and a half ago, Trump cut funding from the CDC. Now, I don't really trust the CDC to the degree like a lot of people do anyway, but again, they do have some good in that service value. But even the fact that they cut funding from a program like that, right, a government arm like that is supposed to help people in a moment like this, well, guess what? Now you got to turn around and eat that crow because it's your fault that they are out there trying to get these fugazi Dollar General testing kits to test people with that then turned out didn't even work. And so you become your own worst enemy. Always trying to cut dollars in places where, it may be needed more than others to put it in places where it's not necessarily needed at all. And so this is the hustle. This is the constant hustle that people are having to live underneath to try to, make sense about whether or not, government agencies are going to always have their back in a moment like this. So a lot of people right now are highly, highly, highly fearful and frustrated because they run around like most people run around this old bragging and saying shit, and we're the best country ever. We're the best healthcare system ever. Woo, woo, this, woo, that. And right now they figured out right now that guess what? A place like Korea got a better response system than we do.
Well, I hope this now people learn now and say we are not. Matter of fact, it's been all right. That move was a myth anyway, and that was just proven that we're not the best healthcare system in the world. So I don't know why people reiterate that. Right. Yeah, no, that's been debunked decades ago. Even now today, what is it showing proving the weakness of the medical system right here in this epidemic. So if people still trust in this medical system in America, I gotta give them a side hike moving forward. I'm just keeping it real.
You got nurses that came out literally. You got all different kind of press releases happening all around the country where people are interviewing. Again, this ain't no these off-brand sites. These are actual news agencies going up in the hospital, and you're hearing nurses say firsthand, "We're not prepared for this. We're not prepared for this. We don't have the adequate, tools to handle this. We don't have no response team value set in place. These people are not prepared." But yet again, literally about 3 weeks ago to a month, they were saying, guess what? We ready to rock. We got ample testing kits put away. We got masks put away. We got all this stuff. Got a response team ready to rock. Turned out all that junk was a lie. Turned out all of it was a lie. And so again, these are the same health officials or government arms that people trust. NIH, CDC, it was more CDC definitely too, right? And also because again, Trump obviously can definitely rely on them to do what they want. But it was the same one person that Dr. Fauci, again, the head of the NIH, right down here in Bethesda area, that was really telling them, hey, this is going to be real serious. And they reprimanded that dude because they didn't want him telling the truth, right? Which obviously at this point would have caused people to start preparing, right? And at that moment, people would have started doing reallocating money out of the stock market, start to kind of prepare early and start spending money in these stores and just doing all this frivolous spending because they was more concerned about corporate interest, which always corporate interest drives stock market financial environment to a place where it makes the president look good if they feel like everybody's kind of spending money and companies are making money. And so when all that stuff blew up in their face and they couldn't necessarily hide it anymore, how did the markets react? I can show you right here. This is what the markets did when they really found out that they were getting smoke blown in their face, right? You see this right here? This is your equity markets, right? This is the all-time high, around about 339, was around about what? February the 3rd. This is just February the 3rd.
Okay.
And this is where you at today. You down here at $246 a share on the S&P 500 when they were trading at near 340. So roughly about 100 points in less than 2 months. That was all the money that you made pretty much out of all of 2019. All that money got erased.
After looking at that dip, I forgot what it called if I was doing options. I don't know if it was a put or something. That was good. Damn, what starts has been I've been slacking.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You know how it goes up and then now it's dropping. And I say we're gonna do a call. Right. Do a call.
When it's dropping there, you want to get a put. When it's dropping, you buy a put.
I put it there. I was right. Thank you.
Yeah. You get that put when it's falling, and you get that call when it's going up, right? Unless you obviously know what they call a seller put or seller call, but that's exactly what you do in that moment. And so again, you go back to like we were saying, back at a point where the market, was just kind of melting up as pretty much all of 2019. Now you have where it took an entire year to put up 26% on the S&P 500. You gave all that back in a matter of about a month.
Mm-hmm.
It took an entire year to make 26%, and it took literally about a month and a week. In a week, really, it ain't that much, but basically roughly about 3 weeks to give all that money back. Because again, your leadership proved to be incompetent to the point where people didn't feel confident enough to say, okay, well, I'm gonna stay invested in the markets. Y'all on top of this. Y'all got a highly response team. We got the best Medicare system, best medical system on the planet. We got the best response people on the planet. All this stuff turned out to be what? A whole lot of what? Foolishness. And there lies, here's your equity markets. There lies the overbought, propped up corporations that were just benefiting out the fact that they were getting all this Federal Reserve money pumped into their business value, so to speak, by investors thinking this, the market would do no wrong because Trump kept pumping the markets like religiously. Every other day he had a tweet out to kind of incite that kind of level of excitement in the stock market. So they were using it pretty much like a Russian roulette table, right? As soon as they lost the marble, then all of a sudden there are more games now. Right, and that's basically what you got now in terms of your overall market here. Right, so again, that's why this stuff is important to realize. Again, when you're thinking about people who have long-term investments out there, 401k, pension funds, Roth funds, TSP, things of that nature, right, that had a vested interest to kind of stay invested in the market. Well, a lot of those returns that they had picked up in terms of paper gains throughout 2019, they got almost near wiped out. And these people that just came into the market in terms of new people that just established a 401k or Roth. We're not talking about people that's been in years and years, because they're still up right now, but they lost a lot in terms of paper value off this last little dump. Not that the markets can't return, because they are going to at some point stabilize and stuff, and the market's going to try to return itself a little back to a point where it's going to start going up a little bit. It may not go back and hit the all-time high within the next year or two. It could not. It's all speculative, but as of now, people are taking a very, very, a hard look at understanding how they should go about investing going into the future. And because moments like this teaches them, it teaches you, right, not to be so, again, so much of a sheep. When I say sheep, you're just following everything that you're getting out of the administration, out of these different, people who have a corporate interest or an interest to try to keep you, propagating their bubble, so to speak.
Or better yet, keep funneling your resource to them without getting anything in return.
To a degree, because the private people or the corporations are the ones benefit more. Now the shareholder does too, obviously, but he has to be, or she has to be, understanding, again, where in moments in this market, when you have moments like this, especially before this actually happened, this whole issue with this little virus, at a point where they were up, 26%, something like that in their portfolio, where do you take money out of the table and pay yourself, put some of that money in your bank account? Right? Or do you just leave it in there and just trust that, the market's just going to keep, pummeling higher? And so it's the first time you started hearing about this virus and all this stuff, you should have been doing your research instantly, right then and there. Now, at some point, it's just going to affect my portfolio, affect my investments. Okay, then what does China have to do with my portfolio? It's some of the companies that I'm investing in, do they have factories in China that may be exposed to this and may shut down? If you thinking like that, instantly start connect the dots. You playing chess, not checkers. That's what investing is. It's about playing chess and not checkers. That's pretty much how this world is set up at this point, right? Because you're under a global capitalist society, right? They're thinking long term, right? You can't play checkers in an environment like this. You'll get ran over, right? And none of us want to be people that live, check to check, or from one monetary, thrust to the next, right? You want to be able to put away something when it really matters, right? And so that's how you utilize, equity markets. In some cases, keep in mind, in some cases, to benefit your bottom line, if you know when, how, in my case, I would say what, why, where, and when to really put that, that capital or that dry powder to work, right? So again, it makes for a really, really great, learning lesson here that we're all having to try to, again, bow down to and realize that, you can't put, again, just my opinion, this brother Afurakan said that you can't put that much faith and trust in people who are somewhat, supposed to be, doing your bidding every day when you can do it for yourself, right? It's just simple as that, right? And so, again, that's why we have to be a little bit more conscious going forward. Again, that's just my opinion. I'm not telling someone to do that. They have a different perspective. That's just my opinion, right? So again, but that's it. Again, we live for this moment. We ain't hurting because, and I say that we ain't hurting because we still know how to find, money in the market, and again, and moments like this, again, where people, again, like I said, are sitting home and can't get paid or whatever, because they have to deal with, this virus, right? Everybody's hurt by it, right? We still can find ways to find us some income out there. While everybody's a shut down, they can't go out there perform their job or their task. We're still finding money in the markets, right? And that's what's important in terms of learning how to utilize that, right? So again, hey, thank you for coming on, Brother Matthew. I see you just popped on too, man. What's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit to you. Are you there, Brother Matthew?
Not
there?
much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's going on today, family? How's your day going?
Oh, hanging in there, man. Trying to learn this market best I can.
That's it, man. One day at a
I tell you,
time.
the market
again.
will beat your ass, man. When I sold all the rest of my stock like we talked last year at Emporium, I had to take a step back, before I even jump back in this again. If I'm gonna deal with this, I have to take it very seriously. I can't really.
I'm happy you said that. That's the key word, seriously. And not that you did before, it's just that you realize that, again, you understand that this is a game of what? It's a long-term reality and commitment. And I think long-term commitment is not much like you're doing a lot of work. All you're doing is learning how to filter data. That's what we do literally as investors, right? You learn how to filter data and you go on about your life. And so allocating the proper time to garner more of the knowledge and the know-how to what to do, that's what's most beneficial in all things, right? Because you already carry a level of natural knowledge to learn to do this. All of us do. I see it every single day, right? And you're just trying to learn again, pretty much how to put it into context and find a way to utilize the equity markets to benefit you. And not so much just for the fact that you're, again, from a day trade, again, because I'm never going to advocate day trading over long-term investing, right? Because the day trade, you have to be special, you have to have the time, you have to have the know-it-all, the wherewithal out there to do it. But
matter of fact, to do day trading real seriously, you gotta have not to work. You gotta have like some little hustle that you're bringing money in just to do this. Doing it if you're working 9 to 5 is not a wise thing.
But you can. We teach you how to do that too. That's it. But you have to understand what you're doing, though, right? And how to utilize your time properly. When I say that, it's all about compartmentalization, right? Compartmentalization, excuse me, right? And learning how to prioritize your time in a way where, again, you can benefit from markets when you knowing that it's in a certain trend value, right? So right now we know the markets are always being beat up, right? Even before, again, the coronavirus really hit, you start to see that the markets are kind of topping out right at 339 level. Right, and even if you're a person who's working 9 to 5 and can't sit there and watch the markets all day long, instantly at the point where the market really began, what they call the straw that brought the camel back, when we figured out the thing was really going to come to America, and began to really, kind of, hit us and wreck shop on us too. Right then and there, wherever you might have been, if you had a little money on the side that, again, we call our mad money, right, or our play money, or our club money, whatever, and you put that money to work in a way where, again, at that point, the markets are obviously going to be affected by it. Well, again, like you were saying earlier, when the market's coming down, you buy what? Puts, right? At that time, those elite puts at that time we were trading at, let's say that just hypothetically, the $300 puts at the time when the market was trading at 330, let's say a month out from now, we're trading maybe around about $200-300 a contract. Yeah. Right. So in the time that you bought, let's say you bought your contract, let's say just hypothetically around February 5th, February 10th, somewhere around there. And you buy it a month out, right? So a month out from that would be March the 10th, right? Yeah. And you bought that March 10th $300 put at a point when the market was still trading up a little bit above 300, around 330, 320, somewhere around at 313, right? Yeah. Now you go back and look at the markets where they were February the 28th, right? So real quick, let's do a quick little. Y'all know we demonstrate, we don't just conversate over here. Let's go pull that up. Forgive me, guys. Let me add you guys back to stream. Sorry. Let me go pull that chart up real quick, like I was showing earlier. Let me show you how the power of when you learn how to, again, take natural information, natural knowledge of what's happening in and around you in terms of the markets, right? And you benefit from it based upon, just like everybody else does, because that's what a lot of your coworkers probably do. You may have no clue that they're sitting around doing this, but they took the time to learn it in a way that could benefit them. So guess what? They're making all this extra income, and you're like, well, man, you showed the mom with the Rolex on. You got know how much money you make. How you got money to buy a Rolex? And that's how other people get ahead. They're invested in certain aspects in their life, be it real estate, be it equity markets, whatever. Right. So again, case in point, I make that point about February, right? So again, roughly around this time frame here, let me pull up the weekly chart. Let me pull up that weekly chart so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Right. So in this moment right here, right, the market, like I was saying, around about 330, something here around that, that time frame between February the 10th, February the 10th, moving into February 15th, somewhere around there. You bought the $300 puts right? For this strike price right here, because you knew at this point, you know, this market was getting ready to probably take a hit because this virus became to be very a big headwind to our global financial market, right? China was getting beat up. That contract again at that moment, that $300 put contract for the March, 10th expiration or whatever that end date, whatever would have been for that week, let's say March 10 to March 15, would have put you roughly around about what over here in this area right here, which we are today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right here, $300 put. This is your strike price. Not only did it blow past your strike price at 300, it went from 300 all the way down to $240 a share in 1 month, because you were already on top of the idea that this was going to rock equity markets, right? It was obvious that the stock market was going to get beat up because people start panicking a little bit. Okay, man, this is going to disrupt a lot of things we're doing. Companies start having issues because their supply chains got disrupted. China shut down a lot of their factories, right? That was obvious. That was natural observation. You didn't need to agree in the statistics or financial, whatever to understand that. That was just common news. They were talking about all over the news. China's shutting down. China's shutting down. They're under epidemic right now. So instantly, companies like Nike get a lot of their products from what? China. Go around your house, look at the products you have. How many of your products come from China? I'll wait. This ain't rocket science. You see what I'm saying? But we have to be cognizant enough to think it all the way through. Again, we're playing chess, not checkers. When you play chess, not checkers, you take the time to think everything through. Why wouldn't you? That's what a responsible adult's supposed to do, right? Especially if you got children, you ain't got the luxury to be half in it. Y'all know what I'm saying when I say that. You got to be on your game. And it should be the same way with your money, right? So if you blowing money frivolously at that point, knowing at the point that you might need them dollars at some point because this thing about to get real in the fields, they say, but really the field, then guess what? Now you kind of like, uh-oh, I'm backpedaling. So again, you just got to learn how to be very forward thinking. And instantly in that moment, those $300 puts at that time when the market was sitting up here around February 10th or the 15th, all right, those puts for the $300 strike at that point was every bit about $200-300 a contract, meaning one contract gives you a 100 share allotment value of what that is. Instantly, right after that, no more than about a month, not even really a entire month in your contract, the market was already down about 250, 260. That contract in that moment, again, just I think we're putting it out there for you guys to see what I'm talking about. That contract in that moment, turned to well over, let me see, 50, roughly about near 50 grand. That contract turned to about 50,000. Let that marinate, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That contract turned to about 50 grand. Based about $200-300 turned to about 50,000. So you ask yourself, what are you doing wrong and what everybody else is doing right?
That was in December, right, Oba?
So February, when we talk about when the market started turning over, when that news became really relevant, the market will turn over, and how fast the market dropped, because that's how contracts obviously turn over in terms of theta ain't being a big issue, especially SP 500, which is a thickly traded liquidated ticket. In that moment, that's a no-brainer. You see what I'm saying? That's a no-brainer. Mm-hmm. So that's how you forward think. And it's pretty much at that point, guess what that actually ended up becoming if you was already long the market? That becomes your hedge. You see what I'm saying? That became how you hedge against the market from any uncertainty that it would have brought in that moment. Right? So again, and that's just obviously base case, maximum profit value out of that trade in a 1 month put buy at that time. If you got, discipline enough to buy that put buy, right? You got $50, pretty much $50 per 100 shares. So how much is 50 times 100?
100, $5 grand.
Right? You utilize all that value in that little bit of time, and you just doubled up every time it kept dropping. It just kept flipping it. All the way down here to this point here where the market's trading at today, which is obviously within the week of the 16th. That contract would have closed last week, let's say hypothetically. I think on the 9th. No, what was the 13th? Excuse me, the 13th. So that's the power of being forward thinking. That's the power of forward thinking. That's how you utilize the market at your advantage. Right. So again, you playing chess, not checkers. you learn how to strategize. So the same way it fell the way that it did, came down this much, right? At some point when they get a handle on this, it's gonna start to rebound. So you start thinking, okay, when it does rebound, what do I do? I start thinking about long-term leak leak calls back to the upside. But right now, I don't see a moment in sight where those become very relevant to want to do that, because we're just starting to get in the beginning of the ideal of what this coronavirus is going to do as far as our scenario, meaning in America, right? So again, utilize your time wisely in a way to, in moments like this, especially if you got to sit down, start trying to game plan and strategize. So what's coming at a point where we begin to put a floor in this market. When I say a floor, meaning we start establishing a level of support. Because as of now, all the analysts are saying that, again, if you guys, people are privy to trade Fibonacci bands, that, you have some major Fibonacci band levels that we're getting ready to kind of encroach in a minute. If the market necessarily doesn't kind of pick itself up. And so we're talking about what? The 50 level on the Fibonacci band and the 61.8. Those are major levels on Fibonacci band. So that's roughly about 2350, again, 2300 or 2350 on the SP 500, which we only about, I want to say roughly about 18 points away. And then the next one from there is 1700. Could y'all imagine the SP 500 down to 1700, basically $170 in about, a month from now?
So from what that's showing with those little strips, is that going to go down further?
What do you mean, like these candles?
Will the price drop below 220?
It possibly could, but again, we're making we're making an observation where we will be in the event that we don't really get a handle on what this coronavirus will actually cost us in terms of the overall market. What the market's actually going to lose with all these businesses being shut down, with people being home, consumers not spending money. Again, the totality of what it incurs in economic, equation of what the GDP value will be worth for your entire economy. If all those things are being stricken and shut down and put on ice, then again, what happens in this moment? If again those things don't become more relevant, and that's where you got a more handle on what this thing will actually cost, then instantly you're going to say to yourself, right? Well, there's more uncertainty in the market, which brought this market down. Then it could easily go down, go lower, right? And in the same breath, until you start really figuring out something that could really give you some security. So if I was to ask you right now, Brother Mathis, what would be the one thing that would make you feel comfortable enough to know that you think the market will return in terms of this coronavirus? What would you have to hear to make you feel confident that they can now finally get ahead of this coronavirus?
I don't think it's anything that'll make me feel comfortable. I mean,
just
seeing that the president gonna dump all his money in the market or the economy, maybe that, but outside of that,
right? But they're already doing that. You see what I'm saying? They're already doing that. And what is it helping?
Nope.
And so again, you start thinking, right? You start, well, what will it really take? So what's kicking our butt right now?
I was just about to say that. I think the numbers going to have to start going down in the virus. You know what I'm saying? As far as them having some kind of solutions and numbers actually going down.
Now you're going there. So the key word is what? What's that S word you just said?
Solutions.
All right. So we're playing chess, not checkers. So solution. What are some of the solutions to this coronavirus?
You said a solution. I guess either vaccinations or bam.
Uh-huh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People want to know, do you got a treatment?
Facts.
No, Bennett. Do you got a cure? That's what they want to know.
Same thing. Testing happened. We need to see adequate testing. You need to be able to roll out your house, go to your nearest Walmart, Target, CVS, or not your healthcare provider, and walk in there without all this hoopla and confusion, get you a test.
First and foremost.
So I ask y'all this right now, and y'all intelligent brothers and sisters that's on this panel, that's also in the back chat. Do y'all see that right now, or do you feel confident right now that little things are happening? Go. We know it's not a vaccine. We ain't got to even play that game. But even from the idea that you can go get tested right now.
No, and you can't just roll up to a testing place. You have to have a doctor's note first.
Facts. From your physician, your family
Yeah,
physician.
you got to go to your doctor, get the insurance. You know what I'm saying, pay that little visit, and they's gonna look at you. All right, now we're gonna write you the slip. They had to go to another physician, then another physician, and there your money racks up.
Well, again, they already waived the insurance fee apparently now, but when before they didn't. So instantly, again, they hustle people for the first 3 weeks. People were getting hustled. The first 2 weeks, people were getting hustled. When it was already understood that this was supposed to be a free assessment test based upon the CDC regulation that obviously Sister Monica brought up. She pulled it, one of the representatives, I forgot her last name, but Katie somebody, she brought the reg up to the president and the CDC in front of their face and read it out to them that basically under this law, this mandate, or excuse me, this regulation, that every citizen of the country is deemed to get a free test when you have a moment like today in terms of a pandemic. She called them out. But before that happened, a week or two before, they were saying just go through your insurance provider. You know, then at some point we'll probably get a handle on this insurance stuff and figure out how we can pay this back. When it was instantly already known that you had to even do with your insurance company. All you had to do is roll up in the hospital and get tested. That's how they played you. They played you again, and they knew it. They knew that regulation. You think the people they know that regulation? HR 71.38. If I'm not mistaken, pull that regulation up and read it. That's your given right as a citizen in America, as a taxpayer that was owed to you. And the CDC of all people knew it. And they sat right there and did what? Didn't even bring it up to that level. I forgot which one is it, Sister Monica? Was it HR?
HR you know that's what African. That's what I was telling you about. She brought that up on when he asked that doctor question, that same bill.
Right. I'm trying to figure out which one. I don't know if it was HR something. We put up
HR
on
70.
That's what it was. It was HR 70. It's HR. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick on GP since we own it. You know.
This is for education purpose. Please, people, like the video, share the video if you can.
Oh yeah. All right. So it's man for let me see if I can find it here. If I can find it really quick here. All right, because they got all these different little regulations, but that one particularly specifically stated that each individual citizen of the country, by law, is supposed to get tested for free if they obviously display any symptoms or have any idea that they may have contracted this virus or any kind of virus under a pandemic perspective. Instantly, the government supposed to take up that bill, and that's why they ain't saying that, because they know if everybody knew that law. By law value, everybody be going to get what? Tested. And the fact that they don't have the test kit to test everybody after they lied and said they had it, now that puts pressure on them, because now they have to turn around and find what? They have to go to work. And they have to actually do what they were sent to Washington to do for people, and what? Go on their behalf. And I don't want to hear that excuse about people saying they can't test everybody or they don't have the infrastructure to do it. That's a lie. When they sat there and said that they was already on top of this thing. That's what people pay taxes for. People in China didn't hear that excuse. Then people start opening up all kind of little testing stations all over that country, in Wuhan and everywhere else in Hong Kong. They instantly got on top of it. They ain't finna play that politic game with people live again. But you're dealing with greedy people, man.
You know, people will lose their lives. You know what I'm saying? They will sit you and put you in a firing squad and execute you right there if you try to go beyond what's law. And so you're doing criminal act, we gonna round you doctors up.
Again, it just makes for a very again a very just a distrustful type of environment when you just saying, okay, man, we look to you guys as these professionals to kind of be on top of this stuff, right? And that's the part about it that kind of gets you all kind of messed up a little bit about the fact that if a person who puts that kind of trust in their government officials, right, and you turn in moments like this when you look for them for guidance and leadership and it's not there, then again, I hope that's that's a wake up call, for lack of better terminology. Right? I hope that's a good wake up call for you in the future. So you become a little bit more cognizant of what your life entails in terms of you being in control of it. right? And that's, to me, I think that's very important. So again, that's it. Yeah, she just pulled it up. There it is, right here. Right, that's it there. Right, that's the regulation there. So real quick, we'll run it down real quick for everybody that may be new. Thank you for stopping by again, tuning in with to the family today. We appreciate it. Yeah, 71.31. 71.31. Right. So real quick, let me share my screen here. Right, so you guys can see this thing with your own self, and make light of it in a way where if you take this to your healthcare provider, if you take this to your actual healthcare provider, right, as opposed to you having to roll up in there with with your insurance. This is your insurance card right here. This is your insurance card right here. Now let them look retarded when you run that reg on them, right? And they sit here try to make excuse about what this reg is all about, right? So right here. So the 71.31 general provisions, right? Right. So let me get a reader in the house. We can do it like the Hebrew Israelite. Let me get a reader. Let me get a reader in the house. Somebody give me that somebody give me that chapter 71, verse 31 on the general provisions scripture. Read. Right? Read.
Yo.
Somebody
I can't really see it.
Y'all see it? All right, let me blow for everybody to see. It's chapter 71, verse 31, book of general provisions. Somebody run this down for me right here.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it. All right, I got it. Let me see. Upon arrival at a U.S. port, a carrier will not undergo inspection unless the director determines that a failure to inspect will present a threat.
I'm sorry, wrong one. Excuse me. My bad. It's
Is it persons, carriers, and things?
Yeah, that's the one. I'm sorry, wrong one.
Oh, okay.
I think reason to believe arriving at person affected to be exposed to disease and is that order replace. I'm just paraphrasing real quick, but we're gonna read out for everybody. Disease or where's the one where you get tested? I'm sorry. Contaminated combination treatment. Hold up 1 second, guys. It might have been. Let me paraphrase it real quick and find the one where you can get tested. I'm sorry. I didn't even proofread it real fast. Let you know I'm just going through it. Point isolation, share, reassess need to quarantine isolation. 2 hours. No, we know about the quarantine. We're trying to find the one where it tells you that you can be tested, that you should be tested. Sister Monica, do you remember which one it was? It was what? 70/30. She already on top of it. Sorry, it's 70/30. My bad. I missed it. Was the one up. There we go. Payment for care and treatment. I was just a little too excited there. I have my Hebrew Israelite moment, right? Yeah. Chapter 71, verse 30, right? The book of payments for care and treatment. Read. You see it? Let me know if I need to unhighlight it too. It's just 71:30. Can you see it over, Chris?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I'm sorry.
71:30.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Payment for care and treatment. Okay. The director may authorize for the care and treatment of individuals subject to medical examination, quarantine, isolation, and conditional release, subject to paragraphs B through H of this section. Payment for care and treatment shall be in the director's sole discretion and subject to the availability of appropriations. Payment shall be secondary to the obligation of the United States or any third party, including any state or local government entity, private insurance carrier, or employer. Under any other law or contractual agreement to pay for such care and treatment, it shall be paid by the director only after all third parties payers have made payment in satisfaction of their obligations. Payment may include costs for providing ambulance, or other medical transportation when such services are deemed necessary by the director for the individual's care and treatment. Payments shall be limited to those amounts the hospital, medical facility, or medical transportation service would customarily bill the Medicare system using the International Classification of Diseases, clinical modification, and relevant regulations I can't pronounce that. Promulgated by the Centers for Medicare. Promulgated, by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in existence at the time of billing. For quarantinable communicable diseases, payments shall be limited to the cost for services and items reasonable and necessary for the care and treatment of the individual for the time period beginning with when the director refers the individual to the hospital or medical facility and ends when, as determined by the director, the period of apprehension, quarantine, isolation, or conditional release expires. For diseases other than those described in paragraph F of this section, such payments shall be limited to costs for services and items reasonable and necessary for care and treatment of the individual for the time period that begins when the director refers the individual to the hospital or medical facility and ends when the individual's condition is diagnosed as determined by the director as an illness or then a quarantinable communicable disease. I can't see H. If you can scroll.
For ambulance and other medical transportation, payment shall be limited to the cost for such services and other items reasonable and necessary for the safe medical transport of the individual. So not only the idea of the medical transport, ambulance and all that, because every time you get in that paddy wagon, they charge you about $1,000 off the rip, right? Just by getting in it. All the treatment and care is supposed to be already set in place too. So again, this is the portion of that where we know that now we're under a mandated pandemic. It's not even up for discussion. And it's weird too, because there's also, where's that one mandate where it's a mandate that shows you exactly that everybody is subjected to be testing it. And that's the payment and care treatment. But it's another one. I don't know if we pulled it up. That representative, she had actually had the right one. It says that 100% that you are by law covered to get tested. Man, and I have to paraphrase too, but this is the reg though. It's underneath this reg right here. Which one? Let me see. Golly, I'd love to have that one direct one because it's just pretty much set in stone. It tells you outright that again you are covered, and that pretty much broke it down too far as payment and care, right? But again, you know how to get you with all that word play. They call it word salad, right? And a lot of people that look at that like, okay, that don't even know what it's all about, and they get confused. And so that's how they get you too. But again, let me post in the back. She already posted in the back chat anyway, so it's good to have. You need to have this for your own personal records anyway. So in the event you ever have a scenario like today or any kind of outbreak that may happen, then you'll know again by law the standard that you're protected underneath, right? And so again, that's to me that's very important, right? That's very important, right? And so again, I just had to share that because it's important. It's very important that we know this stuff, right? And so having that, if you guys got it's in the back chat too. There you go. She posted it. It's 42 CFR 71.30. So that's basically that on the CDC, the Code of Regulations, basically what it is, a Code of Regulations website. All right, she said 42 CFR 71.30. Yeah, it's 71.30. All right, so that pretty much just puts that into context. So you guys, if you are in a position where, again, people who don't have, they might be financially indigent, then they need this regulation, right? And I would print this out and take this to the hospital. I'd be that kind of person. I just print it out and roll up in it like, hey, they're like, you got insurance, ma'am? Yeah, this right here, this regulation. Now I need to get tested. Are you gonna deny me? All right, you gonna deny me? And, you know, then after that, you know, if they deny you, man, that might be a lawsuit, something serious. You might sue the brakes off of them. But either way, again, I know we make a light of it a little bit, but it's important that we realize that. So, yeah, it's important.
Hey,
Hey, so Simone popped on. Hey, what's going on, Evil?
hey, I jumped on, but I was listening in because I'm doing some finance reports, but I jumped in because I wanted to tell you this. I just come from a bank, right? And it's putting in a sponsorship for a grant. And someone asked them, they said, hey, the interest rates, interest rates have dropped or whatever. This mean that we could, what does this mean for like refinancing a home? And so the lady was like, well, I just talked to a mortgage person and they said that's don't believe the hype, that's just fake news. So I said, well, it's on the treasurer website, treasurer.gov, that the interest rate has dropped. So why aren't you guys honoring it? She looked at me like
Ah! Yeah, they not used to people with information.
Got him.
They'll freaking tell you anything. They will just lie to you right in your face.
yes, let me tell you, they got it down packed. They said that it's fake news. Don't believe the media. You can't get an interest. We got all the mortgages on hold. You can't do no refinances or changes. The loans we're not giving. I said, sounds like to me somebody's not honoring the system. But the government said that the rates should be down and there should be interest-free loan because we also trying to get another business loan for another contract we just got. And I said, we could pull up the treasurer's website right now and it says it, but you see the part I don't have, I need to get the reg where it says, how far can to that, because right now they're pretty much stifling the black folk. I'm gonna just tell you that right now.
And see that, remember I was telling you about when you had that ammunition, we just talked about that, did we not? Did we not? Oh, you were Monica, did I tell you when you know we got leverage? I told you, see.
That's why I jumped on to tell you. I said, watch out, this is real time. Like I just left that 30 minutes ago.
Got him. Look at that. Got him. See, that's what I'm talking about. And there you go, right there. Plain as day, treasury.org, U.S. Department of Treasury, right?
Yep.
This is our 30-year fixed note right now. How much that thing say right there?
Yep. Was it 1.34,
right? We know it, and that's on the top of the 30-year mortgage value. But again, the regular interest rate, even for 1 month, because then it goes all the way down to the actual 1 month. That's the lowest interest rate. When they cut interest rate, when they cut rate a whole base point, that's your base point rate cut right there. It's at what?
Yep.
0.25 on a 1 month note.
Yep.
0.25 on a 2 month note. 0.24, actually, you have the yield inversion there. That's the inversion there. Is that on a 3 month, right? Because typically your number is supposed to go higher. Anytime you have a number that's on a farther date, lower than your a date that's prior, that's what they call a yield inversion. That means you have debt. Obviously, at that point, it's defaulting, right? At a point where they shouldn't have default in that moment, they're at a more earlier value of a date, right? So right there you got 0.24, 0.29, 0.29 in 1 year, 0.36, 0.43, and then it obviously goes up to obviously a 30-year note value in terms of a home mortgage loan.
Yes, sir.
So those are your interest rate as of right now. Now here's what's interesting. I'm gonna show you how this stuff is crazy. Literally about what's the date? 16? About 14 days ago, what was the interest rates? See right there, that 1.41? That was the interest rate for the 1 month. That's what we were on the national average. And that was around the time when he was going to do that emergency rate cut they did, when he did it, whatever, that 50 basis point, right? And now again, he did a full point. Basically, cut us down to zero, close to it. And we probably gonna go to zero anyway, but here we are today at 0.25. And so this is the overall mortgage rate at this point in terms of the 30-year fixed note. Right, we're talking about a fixed, not adjustable, but a fixed note. That's the base standard right there. That's by law, right? And so when you have this table here, and you just keep carrying on this in terms of when these, when the rates are fluctuating up or down, whatever the case, this is what you take until your banking institution or your loan lending fee plays, and make sure they got you at a somewhat of a fair rate based upon the overall timeline of that particular loan. Right. So again, 2-year contractual agreements, all in terms of interest rates, you had about 0.36, 3 years at 4.3, again, just kind of go down the line from there. And again, it's still subject to your credit, but they can't necessarily gouge you no more than what those legal limits are. Right. So again, it's important to know that. Right. So again, that's plain as day. Let me post this site in the back chat so you guys, you already don't have it, you need to have it. Right. You need to have this here.
Print it out.
So you went up in that Sister Monica and they said, what
She was like, don't believe the hype.
Say again?
They said it's fake news. Don't believe the hype.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? How you coming in? How you coming up in here with this information? It shows you again. They play on you not knowing. They play on you not knowing.
Yep. And even some of the people that work there don't know nothing. So they don't. They may work there, but they don't even understand what the Fed rate means. They just there.
Right.
Wearing a suit or a dress and heels. It's like low information mugs.
Again, they play on people's, again, ability to, not be able to process what's going on.
Right. Not being informed.
Now I'm going to show y'all something here. Right. Because it's funny, again, in terms of how these things. I didn't take that screenshot the other day. I sure did. God dang it. Yeah. I should have taken that that screenshot when it in terms of the I didn't take it. I sure don't have it. All right. Well, either way, we'll just run over like the USA, right? So these are the standard rates right now at USA, right? And this is obviously on the idea that people who are kind of on the close to medium to the high end of their credit value, right, in terms of the FICO score, right? So if you go over here to USAA, they got 30-year VA loan and a 30-year VA jumbo loan, obviously around about 3.62, 3.50, right? And so again, based upon your credit, again, that's just on the mid to higher side of that in terms of a person's credit score, right? A weighted value, right? Now, actually, if you come in again around about 700, 7 plus, somewhere around there, I'm say about 700, somewhere around there. Obviously, this is that probably like 3.1, 3.28, 2.9, somewhere around there, depending on certain lenders, because the interest rates are now down to 0.25. So in most cases, you could be able to come in around about 2.5, 2.62, somewhere around there, with the rates being this low, basically a full point value off of what you're seeing now in terms of this interest rate value that's listed up here. Right. And again, that's just USA falls, VA, whatever. But now again, when that stuff really moves through the system, and it gets updated, throughout pretty much all the financial systems, you'll start seeing it reflect really a lot more, in terms of these interest rates and stuff like that. Right. So again, when people are thinking about buying a home right now, or purchasing a vehicle, or just even taking out loans, because that's basically what they want you to do, right? They want people, small businesses to take out loans, right? They don't want to give them a grant, but they want you to take out a loan to fight this coronavirus, right? But what they're going to give these corporations like Boeing and American Airlines, they're going to give them what, a loan, or are they going to give them like a grant?
They're going to give them a grant. They have to pay it back.
I'm curious to know if that's going to be in a grant form or a loan form, right? The American people asking, right? Right? So they finna get, pick the money that they don't have to pay back, basically.
Yeah, the last time they didn't have to pay it back, right?
Ain't that something?
They bailed them out.
Right. So again, they playing people, man. They playing people's weakness. Against them to a degree, and so we're all stuck. It's a little training account over there. Yeah, but again, it just goes to show you that again, it's ratchet, it's ratchet. And they're playing people fools basically. Again, want you to think that it's not, these things are not set in place so you can utilize and pay attention to it. But we're gonna work on making sure that we stay up to date. We're gonna do our little part. We're gonna do our little part. All right, so we can stay on top of this, especially in this market too, because again, right now, in the way that's going, they're saying that they're gonna cut it to zero. We're pretty much near at zero now. When people say you cutting it, cut it to zero, we're basically 25 basis points off zero. Zero credit value. And if they go negative, anytime you go negative, that means you're really, really, really in trouble, right? You're really in trouble at that point. Meaning your economy, right? Because again, at that point, people gonna go out and buy houses and cars and everything else, get credit cards by all intents and purposes. But again, at some point, it's gonna become very, very detrimental to the overall value, where the bank's gonna be very, liquidly, thinned out, so to speak, because that's how they make their money through interest values, and they're gonna be in some major, major trouble, right? Major trouble. Right. So I know we're talking about a lot. So again, I know it's on the back end of the day. We got about an hour before power hour before the market really begins to wake up. It's trying to push a little bit harder now. It's trying to go back and test that 251 handle on the SP 500. So again, you guys got trades you might want to discuss. You got any ideas, things that y'all might want to go over right now? Is a great time. Again, by all means, keep in mind you guys can share your screens as well. I know I'll be doing a lot of sharing, but definitely share your screen. Talk about any particular stock that you may have in mind that you want to trade, that you may be trading. You might want to share your screen itself and go over a chart, maybe using it, trading view or whatever. But again, like now you got the SP 500 that bounced off the VWAP here, as you can see, roughly around at 245 handle, and now it's surged back above the 250 resistance that it did earlier that it broke through. You're gonna have this kind of surge on the back end of the day where your volume gonna come back in. As you see right here on the volume, so this is a textbook here. You see right here in the opening of the market to this little cup and handle on the bar on the volume bars. Well, that's how it works, even in terms of how stocks catapult higher throughout the day. In terms of, you can see that they're trying to push the market higher. See right here's around the bottom in the volume bars here, how it went thin, and now you're starting to get some volume on the back end of the day. And guess where the SP 500 is at? It's right back up. Starting to come back up here on the back end of the day, crossing over the 20-day moving average on the 5-minute, and also that of the VWAP. Right. So again, these are moments where you could just look at the volume in moments and like this and tell that again you have momentum, still driving the market higher. And this is how that's how the algos are programmed too. They'll liquidate, sell off after they ran it up high, right? And they'll trap who? Them short sellers now. If they take profit down here, then guess what? Algos kick back in. Look at this big volume bar. There's 2 million shares came in right here, literally at this point here. Is that retail or is that an algo? That's definitely some algos. Next thing you know, they start buying back up. Look, all this steady volume here, back to back to back, out of the green bars. And this is how they run the market up and down throughout the day. So if you just know how to even follow the volume sometime throughout the market, you can tell when they're trying to push the market higher. So look at this volume bar here. This last volume bar was about equal to that, or not more than this volume bar here, that really catapulted above the 20-day moving average. So they strategically know how to pump the market during certain times where you see that they're doing what they're doing. So right here, this volume bar here, look what happened right here when that much volume came in. What happened here? It crossed over the what? 20-day moving average here. Instant, easy telltale signal there. Easy telltale signal there. Right? And then consequently after that, you had what? A rounded out value of it again. And now you got this bar over here about as much as this bar here, or actually more in this big long green bullish candle here. So they're definitely trying to, push this market higher on the back end of the day. Keep this thing far away from this 239.85. All right. And, try to establish a new level of support, going forward into the next day. Right. So we'll see how it returns come 3 o'clock, though, because that's going to be very revealing, when the market becomes, into that crunch time where people saying, hey, I like, that we're trying to, establish new support, but I'm out of here. I'm going to take this bag and I'm out of here because I don't trust this market quite yet. Look at that ugly wick that just popped up. There you go. That's exactly, there you go. I mean, it's relentless, it's relentless. So right, it's just crazy. So, but yeah, so anybody want to, again, share their trades or share any knowledge? Anybody got a trade that they think about looking at in the back chat? anything surrounding the market. You want to talk about the Rona? Y'all talk about that coronavirus. We can talk about that too. All right, but as of now, again, the market is definitely trying to, at least try to close above 250, which is a major level of resistance before now becoming a level of support if it can close above it. Right, and then we also have gold. We're looking at the junior miners in terms of JNUG is popping again. And so, it's ramping back up to the upside after going up near $13.75 a share. It has now pulled back. Well, it pulled back to basically around about 960 something, right? Y'all know at that point, that's when I went long. I got me a little scalp in it there. As you can see the chart here, I got long around about where it was, somewhere around here, right? Was it here? Or was it, no, it was a little further back. It was here. Okay, here we go. I got long around about this point here, 960 something. I added to my position here around about 980, 990. And I added another 200 shares when it broke above the $10 mark, right? And around this point right here, when it broke above it, established a new 1 minute candle above that $10 whole dollar mark. I added 200 more shares there, right? Bringing my total to about 600 shares. So it got above the nine moving average here. It got above the 20 moving average to 9, crossed over the 20. Instantly, when you see that, that's a buying opportunity, right? And then again, it took off from there. Obviously, at that point, it got real extended here, where it separated from the hold up, I forgot how to do this stuff. There we go. When it separated from the VWAP and the 20-day moving average here, that's why I had to come back down and consolidate, because it was beginning to be a little bit more overbought. It chopped out, consolidated right there at that point, and then it surged higher. At that point, it just walked the 20-day moving average up here. As you can see, this blue line, that's what you call walking the line, right? I call walking the gun line, right? On that gun line, boss. Tell them about the gun line, boss. Right? It walked the gun line. Even had a little pullback here methodically. Obviously, wasn't enough to kind of shake a person out of the trade if they saw the volume still coming in. And then again, crest up here roughly around 1375. That's on the beginning of the day, obviously. Pull back, hit this little pivot point here, then break the support again. That's where I got in here. And then it just kind of walked itself back over the 20 moving average. It established itself back over the VWAP, which is this thick red line here. And again, pull back ever so slightly here in the rounded bottom, which I saw that. Then obviously I didn't get nervous. I was thinking about taking a little profit. I said, I think it's going to round out. And it actually ended up doing it too. Held the 20-day moving average pretty well here. This blue line got back above the VWAP, and now it's walking up this blue line here. As you can see that. It's walking up that blue line right there, which is the 20-day moving average. So I'm just using my technicals here. That's a technical play. It wasn't nothing dramatic. It obviously has enough dramatic, volume on the day to kind of carry it at this point. And it's again, a natural hedge against the equity market. So, and gold is breaking out again. So gold is back in this breakout status. So a lot of different miners. You got Nugget again. You got GLD. You got, I think, AU. Was it AU, one of them stock ticker symbols. GOLD, and there's other gold stocks out there too. You got silver probably breaking out right now a little bit. If we probably go find that chart, it's maybe doing something too. But as of now, again, I'm still in this trade. All that talking about doing, I was kind of watching it every now and then too. But I'm still in this trade at this point. Trying to see if we can break back above at least maybe 1250 and test these near the 13 block, because again, you had a big liquidation break up here at that point where it hit the high of the day around 1370, 1360 something, and then it chopped out right here in a somewhat of a bear pennant, this little position right here. So yeah, people that were still fighting, that was averaging down to try to push it higher, but it obviously broke, right? So there's some bag holders up here at this point here. Basically what I'm saying, some bag holders in this 1250 lot. If it can get back up there and clear those bag holders out and relieve them of their bags, it's either going to kind of make a little pullback at that moment, or at that point they'll add to their position, try to push it higher, right? And so I'm trying to see if they got enough if they got enough strength to do it. So right now, again, I'm still in this JNUG scalp trade from 960 with an average of about 1006. Right, my average roughly about 1006, somewhere around right around that point right there. All right, so that's my little JNUG trade. So we'll see what comes of it as we go forward here. into the this 2 o'clock hour session. All right. So again, if you guys got trades you're in right now or thinking about trading, again, by all intents and purposes, guys, drop your trade out there. If you want to discuss it, you want to share your screen, share your trade, by all means, have at it. Again, so we can help each other out. And a little J Nut, one little J Nut trade rocking right now. I'm not sure to add it to, but no, I'm gonna stay disciplined there on that trade. Right now, I really think we're gonna possibly break that 250, possibly, hopefully. But either way, again, I might set a trailing stop on it at this point as close as we get to 3 o'clock.
Go ahead, rock out.
Yeah, I would like to do it. We gotta share a little bit. So
600 shares, okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm in a GNPX trade right now.
Which one? Chris?
GNPX.
GNPX. Yeah, that's a play on that Rona. If I ain't mistaken, I think that's a Rona play or coronavirus. We say it wrong. We having fun, but let's pull it. I'll pull it up. Give me 1 second.
I just got in at 280.
280. Okay. 1 second. Let's pull that up. Let's go GNPX. Let's see. Okay, yep, sorry. It's actually starting to look a little good outside. It was looking all raggedy early outside. Everybody locked down inside the house, can only play outside in the little backyard. And so I'm like, man, I don't know if they're gonna lock down my little area. I know Anderson to DC still pretty much moving around, but again, the way it's going, they're gonna probably do more as we go. But I am definitely going to try to sneak me a little bit more fish in there before they do it.
Yeah, at least you can go fishing.
Yeah, I would definitely sneak it in, because they hurt. Because I was just wondering how they're going to act when people out there driving around. They're going to stop you like they do back in the old days with a roadblock. Hey, where you going? I'm going to the grocery store.
I mean, they could if they, bring in the reserves. I mean, bring in the National Guard.
Yeah, where you going, man? I'm going to the grocery store, man. I got all the fishing rods in the back. They always back there. Going to the creek.
Yeah, I think in China they had people. What did they do? Seal them in their houses? People that had
Oh yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, y'all saw the video. Them jokers over there was like, bro, man, that's somebody. Yeah, moving.
Yeah, they had them sealed in the house.
They were fighting and man, don't come out of the house with that Rona. Y'all stay right on in there. Keep that Rona inside the house at all times. Yes. Oh, Chris, where you at here? You said you got in at what price? You there, over Chris?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he probably went in. Yeah, I think he said he got in around about 220 something, maybe 230, 220, 30. If he again, if that's where he got in there, obviously, as you see, he got in right at this again, right at 20-day moving average here. This is the 1 minute chart. I don't know what chart frame he was on, but still, again, it was a great trade because you could tell how he respected that 20-day moving average. In terms of it, it's held that level of a beautiful bull flag there. You see that there, Eva Camille?
Yeah.
That's a nice bull flag there, isn't it? You see it from here and kind of pull back, collect itself, touch the ever so slightly, and just channel sideways in a nice little bull flag. That's what you call a bull flag there, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful one too. And then it new volume came in. Look at this volume expansion here. That volume came in like gangbusters here. Roughly around about 12 o'clock, a little after 12 o'clock, and this catapulted that baby higher. So very textbook trading in this trade here. I mean, that's a really nice chart. Even for a start this slow, that typically has a lot of big flash crashes and things of that nature. It held pretty well here. You know, getting extended here, obviously around 271, pulling back the VWAP, kisses VWAP again, respected the VWAP. That's what you want to see, especially in a stock this cheap. They respected it, and then the volume came right back in. Yeah, came right back in, took off, made a new high, came down, consolidated, chopped a little bit. Again, now you're just establishing higher lows, right? Because you got, that's what you got from this point here when it touched to be at the first time higher low, higher lows, and again a higher low, another higher low, and then took off again. Here comes this volume on the back of the day. Look at this volume on the back of the day. That's beautiful. Oh, what a beautiful trade. Again, these are little stocks like this one we talk about. Again, they out of some people wheelhouse because of the price, but again, it's just a play on the coronavirus. If they had anything that has to do with the coronavirus, then it becomes a natural catalyst for people to want to circle the wagons on it. And again, I'm pretty sure it has abnormal volume today because of this move, because all that right there, that's money. All this volume, that's money. And here, the same way. And even here, when it first kind of broke out here in this area here, all right, coming from a place where it was trading at $1.64, which is really nice. Yeah, because if you caught it here, even at the break of VWAP this early, and you stayed in this trade all day, you sipping my tile out of coconut husk, watch the trees fly around, maybe wherever you at, maybe stuck at the house. Like, yep, you got that little bag for today. And you still look pretty good here on the back end a little bit here where it's chopping out. On the daily high about 320, you now back down there 390, kind of chopping around, consolidating. Depends on now if they're gonna kind of keep this energy going forward or they're gonna stall it out at this point. But either way, again, he didn't profit it very nicely. If he got in here at this point here, just breaking this 220, 230 little point here when it kind of took off. That's roughly about just hypothetically around about his shoe. He got a dollar on it if he took it up 320. He got a full point on that trade. And kudos to you, brother Chris. That's what I'm talking about. Over nice. GNPX. So guys might be figuring, want to know what GNPX is all about. Again, that's a quick little Google moment. So for you guys are learning how to look up these stocks and research them. All this stuff is again public information, right? You just type in GNPX. And then you'll get all this, this information dealing around the stock, right? The particular, the ins and out, what the company do, if there's any kind of pertinent news that may be driving the stock today, whatever, all that stuff becomes relevant, right? So some of them, are related to coronavirus. Some of them might just be a bio stock that's breaking out. Whatever the case is, you can go pull all that information up. All right, so again, on the day it's up roughly about 80%, 80%, 80.37, somewhere around there, 80.38, somewhere around there, as of now. So awesome trade, bro.
Yeah, nice trade.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, brother Eddie? See you in the back chat. Hey, that J Note, tearing it up, man. Hope you still held your shares. If you already sold, you still looking good, but. I scalped old J Nut for a quick little second here. I'm still holding it for a second. But J Nut broke out again. Trying to see what this market's going to do here on the back end of the day. You got, again, S&P 500 still sitting above 250. You have Apple sitting up here around this 254 handle. Hitting resistance around 256. Tesla banging up against this 440, showing major resistance right there at 440 level. And it's kind of somewhat, getting rejected. Boeing is back up there at 125. It was down as low as about 103. Boeing just been getting beat. I'm talking about they beating the brakes off Boeing. They're throwing everything they can at Boeing. And rightfully so. I ain't mad at them, right? For them criminals over there, right? So it's about pretty much about a $1.50 off is yesterday's closing price in terms of Boeing. Right, but again, on this low point today, it was down as much as about 103, 102, 103. I think 101 to be exact. That's crazy. That is crazy. Matter of fact, let me pull it up again here real quick here, so we can see old Raggedy Boeing. I mean, again, at some point, it's going to become a long-term investment. I know people waiting to get in. I ain't tripping. I know people can't wait to get in the Boeing, and y'all know why. You know, whether you like them or you don't like them, but y'all know people licking their lips. They trying to, man, because obviously, as of now, Boeing trying to get what governmental bailout system. Of all people, they trying to get money. So we know what's going on there. But Boeing at $100, basically where it was here around about 10 o'clock today. Who would have ever thought that? Who would have thunk it, right? Boeing of all stocks, right? Be that cheap. And so again, their chickens came home to roost. The crows came, the turkeys came, the pigeons came, everybody came. They came home and they having to deal with that now. So again, going back to Boeing on the monthly here, when it broke, when it we call fell from grace, that they be saying, even Camille and fall from grace.
Right.
And the good law, like forgave a wretch like me. What did you say? I don't know what they be saying no more.
Oh.
Boy, they're wretched right now. Boy, real wretched right now.
A wretch.
They're looking for the government that
like me.
Yeah, they're looking for the government to play the role of and bail them out because they are wretched right now.
That's why they put them in office, because they already got that kind of stuff planned.
Yeah, you're gonna look after the rich. Rich always look after their brothers and lead us again. Lead the actual citizens stuck holding the bag.
Yep. Exactly.
So again, the stock being cut in half, more than cut in half, obviously, but people still licking their chops because they see this as a potential buying opportunity at some point. When Boeing kind of, either one or two things, either get the recertification, right, or they even somewhat get back to a point where they can start doing their production again, based on the idea that they feel like they're close to a recertification. But until those things really come into perspective. And on top of that, they're dealing with a hit to the airline industry, which also hurts Boeing because guess what? Boeing is still paying people like Southwest, American Airlines, and all the other carriers around the world money for having that grounded 737 planes sitting in there their hangars. They had to pay these people, right? Because it was the Boeing fault that they can't utilize those planes. So from a contingency standpoint, that's also causing Boeing to hemorrhage a lot of cash. That's why they use that, the rest of that dip loan or that drip loan scheme the other day, right? Where it was like 13 billion, somewhere around there, 13 point. They used the rest of it, it was like about 8 billion, something not 8, but I'll another 7 something or 7 to 6 billion. Excuse me, out of that loan. Excuse me. So again, they're trying to keep them going to the equity market to get the money to raise. They're just utilizing debt, more and more debt. And they don't have cash on hand to kind of sustain them. So, that's why they hurt bad, and that stock been selling off like crazy. Right? More than a lot of other stocks have. They sold off a lot more than they have. Right, so y'all know me, I've been shorting it. I've been shorting it since way up here. I was up here short around that about 360 area. I hit up here around the 380 at one point, but I covered it, got out, got back in, then I got short again around that 330 level. 330, around about 330 level, 320, 330 level. And then it broke because at that point, the coronavirus fears really began to kick in. So it was an instant short at that point. So basically went from like 320, 330, and all the way down to like 270, right? And then from there, y'all see what happened here. Forget about it, right? That thing dropped over 100 points like it ain't nothing. So I've been eating off it ever since, just to be honest. I've been eating off it ever since, because y'all know how I trade. I don't liquidate my entire position if I feel they got more meat on the bone. I'll leave a little bit in there, and the next day when I see a little kind of pivot retracement, testing the supply zone or a resistance point to a day pop, I add more to that position and just ride it right back down. Just gonna keep feeding off of it. So that trade right now, I'm still looking pretty comfortable in it right now at this point. I closed out the puts. I had some puts in it too. I closed them out, and now I'm just really equity shorting it right at this point. Because it's so extended at this point. I don't. It's not even worth me to risk a put buy in it. at this point.
Hmm.
It probably could still go lower, again, granted, because again, we're seeing that from day to day. It's putting up big numbers like, at least over $10 to $15 a day it's been dropping, which is huge for Boeing. But again, the premiums are so high right now. Everything's high in the options market. Everything high. Right? Because all these stocks are dumping. So that's how market makers making the game a little dirty. They're
Right.
trying to make you pay for it,
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna make you pay a little change now for a little. You want to do something a little strange for a little piece of change, right? They're gonna make you pay that change. But we're prepared again, in other ways too. So it's a crazy market out there. Moments like this, I used to be when you was actually trading your little leverage account, even more. I know, Camille, you trade forex now, but that's all that stuff we used to look at all the time, right? We're looking for that, them breakdowns,
Oh yeah, definitely.
tight spread, a tight spread on level 2, and as soon as we see that weakness come in, hey,
Bam.
that joker, you go, you hit it for about
What's
quick
this
little
spread?
300, yeah, 500 shares, quick little move.
Oh
Catch
my
that thing,
God, Alice.
you out of there.
Hey, we shut the company down.
Shut it down. For not handling all that doggone liquidity coming through there like that. What y'all doing over here? What y'all over here doing? Yeah, we doing
We shut them mugs down, boy. We was like, hold on here.
so they let us get in the game. It's on. I'm saying they ever let us get in the game.
Mm.
And then
Yeah.
it just makes it for us though.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that too. I mean, I can still apply. I apply everything I've learned.
Yeah, that's why I say, see, now I was thinking that comment the other day. You only get better with time. So you just learn how to trade different asset classes and different facets of what you've done in the past. It all stays with you because repetition becomes repertoire, right? Even if you ever decide to go back and trade that, you know exactly what to do because you've already crossed that bridge. And that's what investing in trading gives you from that perspective, right? It becomes familiar territory. You're just looking at a basic, understanding of patterns and trends, and then volume value in terms of price action. Even with or without a catalyst or a news reel, you can see when the stock is up and pumping like it's doing based upon the volume. That means there must be a heavy sentiment rush for that particular asset. Meaning people are excited about it.
Right. Exactly.
And now you're just trying to find certain points in the stock that should seem to be kind of relatively pretty strong, and where it's holding, and you just make your moves from there. Or even where it may be weak, you're getting ready to downturn, where you might want to go short in that position, obviously, kind of feed into the stock coming down, right? So, again, it's awesome. It's awesome, guys. I love this stuff.
Absolutely.
Right. So again, as of now, we got SP 500 back above this 254 point. And again, like I was saying earlier, I was saying it was rounding that bottom out to push it higher. And just like clockwork, they are pushing it higher. I mean, it was just pretty obvious in terms of looking at the chart that there was establishing a rounded bottom, or fry pan bottom, or cup pattern, so to speak. And now you got the SP 500 again that's up now here, well off this pivot point near the VWAP, going up here again to test the high of the day. And so what you see right here again, that rounded bottom here, even in the volume bars, rounded bottom, classic pattern there. What you see right here, same thing. You see what? Rounded bottom here. Get a point here, apex point, comes back down, rounds itself out again, and try to pushing higher in the back end of the day. All right, so again, textbook stuff here. But when you learn how to see this stuff, make sense of it all, in terms of what it all means, you'll know exactly how to position yourself here in these stocks like this here.
Right.
Right. So again, what you have here, if you put the line over here, let's go here. Let's go. Come on, thing. Oh man, here we go. Come on. Raggedy behind. Yep. I have to restart it 1 second. But yeah, you start seeing the trend line. When you see that trend line, I mean, again, at that point, it's a given. What's happening at that moment? And so when you hear people say, "Don't fight the trend is your friend."
Right.
Well, there it is. Right? You got to be something special to fight against that. I mean, you got to have a whole lot of money, a whole lot of money.
A whole lot of money. Woo.
Yeah. Hey,
I
welcome
ain't
back,
got
Ovo.
it.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
get it in, right?
Internet.
Yeah, it's that time of day too. 'Cause, you know, there's certain times of day they be throttling people internet bandwidth up and down, and you know, airways being, you know, regular ways of being conflicted and all that. So,
Right.
I definitely know where we at. But yeah, was going over that GNPX rate. Again, it looked, very nice. Again, around that 28 moving average on the 1 minute chart, and went higher. You know, roughly around that 217, 220, 230 area, and just took off basically from there. Yeah.
I wish I
Where
was
did
able
you
to
get
get into it. I got in at 280, so it had already made its run.
Oh, okay, so you okay? Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So I figure
Yeah, yeah,
I
so
can pick up a few dollars.
right. You're trying to scalp it for a couple, some good look, maybe change. Well, again, it went up as high as 320, and went up there and touched that I think 320 area, somewhere around there. And then it came back down and chopped a little bit, obviously. And matter of fact, I don't know where it's at this actual second. I took kind of pull the chart back up, but it chopped around a little bit as if it was trying to establish another support. But again, we're getting ready to pump towards the power hour session here. So stocks that pretty much remain strong throughout the day. This is going to be their defining moment when we hit 3 o'clock, whether they're going to hold or again they're going to fold, right? So if you take the case of GNPX, the one that over Christmas in right now, it's starting to round itself out, looking like around the bottom to push higher, to potentially push higher again, right? Let's pull it up real fast again. As you can see here, let's pull it up a little bit. Again, see right here. So it respected that 275. So I tested here. It tested once here, here. Again, it broke through it here, but that's a good base level of support here. And you got a beautiful rounded pattern there. What's that pattern right there? It's that J hook pattern, like a fry pan bottom.
That cup and
That
handle.
thing complete the cup. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to print it. If you get back up here near this point here, at least this point right here, the resistance here, and it build that little arm out right here, that means that's a launcher pad to get it back over $3, right? Or it may try to make the equal value of where it came from here at the top of the cup. Because if it goes back all the way up there and then build a handle, then that means you instantly finna launch a lot higher. That means you're gonna probably launch the same, what they call the same distance it took from here to the crest of the cup to the trough of the cup. So basically about 278 to about 302, right? You got roughly around about what about 23, 25 cents there, somewhere around there, give or take. That means if you get here and if it completes the cup here, that means you got another 20 to 25 cents to go up, potentially higher. So at that point, let's say if it's at again 302, 304, 25 cents from there give you around about 329, somewhere around there, right? So that means you're finding a new high on the day because that's about the equivalent of the peak to trough in the cup. Again, that's also dependent upon the volume coming in, all that. That's theoretically obviously, but that's sometimes how you can map out certain moves when they get ready to happen. And that's saying if it builds a handle here as opposed to here, then again, you probably want to deal with the value from this trough, to that level of the peak of that handle, and then you may move that higher up. But either way, you're in a bullish stance right now. Again, so you got in around 280. They're still showing resilience here, as far as the bull traders here. And again, everybody eyeing that $3 level. They want that breakout. So when you got that kind of momentum behind you, again, as long as you got your stop losses in play, you can ride it. Even if it's just a hard stop, not necessarily a technical stop, but a hard stop, your bottom line, you're good to go. Right now, looks pretty good. Say again. You broke up over, Chris. Okay, I think the signal might be in and out. Hey, what's going on, brother? Namex, I'm sorry, I just seen your message. What's going to say? What criteria do you use for swinging shorts or longs, like Boeing and Tesla? Again, price action, and then certain pivot points and turns on the chart in relation to that of the again where the stock has came from. Because again, stocks that are highly oversold. When I say oversold, I mean they sold off a lot and they're extended to the downside. What we call expansion. When you have a major level of expansion in the stock that might have been tightly traded for, for quite a while, and the bottom finally breaks out of it, the stock falls, then you say to yourself, okay, well, based upon where those particular, previous points of, support on the chart, where they may have laid at a certain point, once they go and how much people got liquidated in that moment when they broke through those levels of support, shows you again the level of the level of the frailty actually in that stock to the next major level of support. That within that channel drop alone, when they drop that kind of hard, or they gap down a certain point value, that's a level of monetary value terms between where that top point of that stock started from, where it dropped, that can easily be worth money the next day. In terms of the stock always not being able to complete that gap or fill it, but necessarily even go lower, right? So I would say to myself, okay, if I'm in a stock, again, like just say for instance, if I shorted the stock GNPX up here at 319, right? And I say, okay, well, on the intraday sessions, if it closed down no more on 275, right? That means it held pretty good support level going into the close, and you didn't get any kind of maximum selling on the back end of that day because of that. That means that stock is still in a bullish stance, because number one, if it closed above its moving averages, that's all definitely a good sign. But more importantly, you're still looking at the VWAP as a major catalyst, or in terms of a downside signal that you're thinking the stock could potentially make its way to in the event that the bullish traders begin to give up on their position and sell out of it, right? But you're just doing that difference of price value from that point. And it's speculative, but it's just a general assessment that, okay, well, that's a point where the market would be, prove the test the worthiness of this stock at, and that right now being in the stock is 255, then I would be again, game planning for that flush of 255, based upon if they're showing any weakness at the point of the high day, and then it's kind of chopping somewhat sideways to the point where you don't, the volume is starting to dissipate. You can tell by sell orders where people are starting to either get out of the stock or not. That'll give me a signal whether or not if I want to swing this thing short into the next day, based upon the weakness I'm seeing in the chart. And my target will be, again, anywhere near that VWAP. And so if I think the stock is going to reverse and bulls come back in, then I just play it safe. I just set me a tight stop loss. All right, sorry about that. I set me a tight stop loss on my short position. And it could be the same way if you're going long, right? Because I'm saying, okay, 320 to 275. Right, that's roughly about 45 cents, somewhere around there, 45 cents. Right, so basically from 285, 280, anywhere around here, 290, 280. If it closes around this point to the VWAP, which is 250, well, guess what? That's close to about 35, 40 cents, same difference. Right, so I'm still just playing for those particular trading ranges of potential profit that can get out of that trade. In that moment, because obviously if it breaks VWAP, then it's definitely game on, right? Because if you just, obviously, pummel right down to, the point where you've seen it touching here, you've seen it kind of, hitting in this little point right here around 238, then you've seen it again here at this point, where it's channeling this little block right here. That would be another level of support to around 220. And so that's all you're looking for, just previous points on the chart where the stock is kind of consolidated or accumulated and went sideways. I mean, that's a lot of buyers just sitting up in that point right here. The same way right here. Doesn't mean that's a lot of what buyers is just sitting in at this point here that just got in, or even added to their positions here. And so that's what you want. You want to look for anywhere you have consolidation or a chop zone. Those become places of what we call stability, right? Stilts, if you want to call it that, or peg legs, or a kickstand, or whatever. But that's how you look at that. All right. So, I hope that was kind of a little bit. I mean, that's just a paraphrased version of it, but that's what you want to look at, in terms of that. Over Brandon said, do you think the market push lower. Yeah, man, definitely. Again, right now, we're fighting. Well, they fighting because what it really is, because they got themselves in this mess. But they're fighting again a major, timeline to kind of get ahead of this virus, right? Meaning get ahead of the, all the hysteria, all that stuff before it really becomes real bad, and then establish the fact that they got control of it in a way where they can start pricing it into the market. As of right now, they're too busy still borrowing money from the federal government to show us that they really got a handle on this virus, right? Because now they're trying to move into the phase of bailing out companies now, right? They tried through the American people a little bone, but it turned out it wasn't really a bone. So that was a whole lot of smoke and mirrors, a lot of ways. Now they're running strictly to the corporations again, try to bail them out. So that means to me that they're still not certain yet about where they value and view equity markets at this point, right? And so until they have that, I think they're going to be still more uncertainty in the markets, that it could easily go again a little bit lower. All right. So what we've been witnessing over the past week is, for every day that it went up, it was equally going down in some cases the next. And we've seen, big moves too, 1,000-point swings, 1,500, 1,200, 2,000. Again, the other day it dropped 3,000. Right? I mean, it's like that's like Jordan dropping 100, right, on a team. Y'all know what doing? He dropped 1,000, he dropped 100. Boy, imagine what that do to your team, for their emotions. One person drop 100 on you, man. What does that do to your psyche?
Like, he can't be stopped.
Bro, you like, man, no way, man. You either gonna give his props or you gonna like, man, come on, man. Come on, man. This some more, nah, man. This ain't Joker. You questioning my skill set, man. Anywhere in the world, man. Because now you're gonna have people doing what? Man, I should have been checking. You know how people always say that in the pickup game? Man, I should have been checking him, man. Because you let him just score too many points. Like maybe he's just that good. So Joker to drop you go on the 12 or the 11, he didn't drop at least 7 of them. And you the one checking it. So everybody gonna blame you. And then you gonna turn around and blame your shoes, your shoelaces, right? Your knees bad, or I don't know, whatever. But y'all know how this stuff goes. So the same way with the markets. So the markets need someone to blame right now. All right. Because right now they don't have any, solid footing right now as of now, quite yet. Again, we know we have some lows here, roughly around about 230, 236, 237, 237 to be exact. We know that a very critical point is the 235 handle, I think, which is the 50 level on the 50 on the Fibonacci retracement level. Right? If it slices through that, so that's what they're defending right now. Case in point, I'm gonna show you why they defend it. Look right here. Where is this? Yeah. Look right here. You see right here? High in the beginning, again in the market, pre-market, opens up 930. What did they do instantly? Is it selling off? Start selling off. Right at this point here, 237.30, somewhere around there, around about 940 or 955. Right? There go my little nat. Y'all know my one little strategy. I ain't got but one strategy. You might remember even Camille. What my little one little strategy? My little 9:50, 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
Your market reverse.
Pull back. First and second pull back.
Yeah, that's when you had that little morning pullback. So wherever stocks are trading at that point, going into that 9:50, 10 o'clock area, that's typically where you're gonna have your reversal point. And it just seems to work like clockwork. I sat and studied this thing for quite a while. It's a simple scenario, but you see here again. I'm gonna show you how true it is again. Right here. What time is it here? 9:50, right?
Yes.
When the market opened up on the S&P 500, it sold off, didn't it? It sold off.
Yeah.
Right. So instant people are, the bottom finna fall at the market again. We finna go lower, right? Nope. 950 come around right here. 950. What happened?
Reverses.
Look at the what happened. What do you see right here? Volume. Look at the volume bars coming in like shooting star, but like shooting scud missiles at this start to get it off his load. And what happened there? There go your reversal.
Yep.
There go your reversal. Whether it go up, make a high, all that stuff or not doesn't matter. But even in that moment, you know that guess what? A reversal is what coming because the trend at that point was a definitive to the what? To the downside.
Right.
So if you found a stock that was going up around that time frame, around 940, 950, and just surging up and up and up and up and up, right? Then at some point it had to have a what? Reversal too, enough at least let the RSI cool off at least. You know, it might have been up even near overbought territory, maybe not, but who knows? But again, it's a simple reality of the way to look at the markets, right? Let me see if I can find one that opened up out the gate that was getting it to the upside in a sense. So hold up, so we can see exactly what I'm talking about. Again, I just use it as a natural way to look at markets. To kind of say, well, because that's it's like a psychological trend where people, like on a lunch break, right, on a job, right, you do what? You take a break, right, at certain intervals throughout the day. And certain time frames you have, that's when things happen. Well, the market somewhat moves in that same likeness to a degree, right? You have money coming in or people taking breaks or people taking profit that will end a lot earlier. That's their cue to kind of get up out of there, right? So, that's a great way to look at, again, trading the equity markets from that perspective, right? So I'll probably have to find one of them more penny stocks to find one like that. But I'm sure, see, J-Nook, the same way J-Nook opened up. Matter of fact, it opened up. It opened up and went a little higher, actually. And then right at 950, it pulled back. It sure did. So let's do J-Nook. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about, even for a stock that was bullish, right? So let's go there. Let's test this little theory I got, right? That's all it is, a theory. But it proved to be very, resourceful to me in a lot of ways, right? So let me hold up, man. That's the day. I gotta go back to the minute chart. Let me go back here. All right, so right here. All right, let's pull it up here, so y'all can see exactly what I'm saying. All right, they don't let me probably do it that well on trading it the way it's set up here. Let me see. Okay, that's good enough. So either way, right here. So 930. Right. So 930, the market opens up. Let me see. I guess we're around about right here, somewhere around here, right? If I'm not mistaken. I can't really tell that. I need to go. Let me see here. That may not be the best one to look at because it was just so choppy there. It's gold. Of all stocks, is gold. Because the entire market sold off in the beginning of the day. So that's what's gonna make it ugly. Since the market's so beat up and raggedy, it's hard to even find stocks like that. You can just really show.
It's all crazy.
Yeah, everything's sold off.
You're right.
Even gold pulled back at the same time. That's typically odd. But again, if you find a stock that rolled out this morning in the very beginning when they opened up and just kind of started squeezing up to the upside like a momentum play, right? Like one of them warrior trader Ross Cameron type plays, typically around about that 9:50, 10 o'clock area within that 10-minute window, it probably reversed and hit a point of resistance and probably pulled back a little bit for the RSI to reset. And that's basically what I'm kind of I'm assessing at that point. It pulled back and then established itself again and went higher. If it didn't at point and just completely broke down going forward, then that shows you that move was just, again, it was a pump. It was just a complete pump.
Right.
So that's a way to kind of look at it. So matter of fact, let's see if I might can do it on. Hold on, where is this one? Yep. Matter of fact, I might can do it on this one. Let's see here. Let me see. Everything look ratchet right now. I'm sorry. This TNA is pumping this little stock. Let's go over here and see if we can find some over here on my black box scanner. Excuse me. You say like JPM? Oh yeah, we'll pull up JPM there. Let's pull up JPM. All right, let's pull up JPM. Let me go over here. Yeah, JP Morgan definitely the banks, the financial sector, obviously they're under fire heavily. To be exact. So yeah, actually, JP Morgan, yeah, it sold off out the beginning too. Dang it, yeah, everybody sold off. It just opened up. Roughly about 9:30, and it sold off and rounded out around about 87.93 from 92.52, and then literally around about 9:50, it did what? It reversed and went higher. It got up off the lows. So that was a place where that was a sign where it rebounded. So again, from that perspective, it could show that it was definitely it kind of pulled back. Then it went higher. Right, so. Yeah, but it's just something to look at, guys, going forward. Again, it's one of my little theories. I just did that just from naturally observing the market, for quite a while. And I told myself, okay, anytime, it gets around 9:50, 10 o'clock, especially if you're in a stock on a momentum play, because back then we were doing a lot of momentum trading. Right? Everybody tried to be Ross Cameron, warrior trader. Everybody wanted to be able to do that, capture that first, first and second pullback. Again, I had a little strategy behind, first, second pullback, wait. Establish a new high, that you add to the position, go higher, and then get up out of there. All right. And then I told myself, okay, around about 9:59 or 10 o'clock, if that pump ain't still going parabolic, it's going to pare back some of its gains. And typically, I used to see it happening almost with every stock that was just going parabolic. Around the time frame, it's like almost a switch kicked in or something like that. The stocks were falling back. And so in that moment, I started saying, okay, well, I'm going to start, I know that's my guideline on a parabolic move out the gate. I'm gonna start looking to get ready to take profit at that point. No matter if the stock keep going higher or not, if it ain't showing that kind of level of parabolic to make me feel comfortable staying, I'm getting out. And I just started watching stocks from that point on, and it started establishing itself as a great indication that stocks was getting ready to kind of reverse, be it up or down. Didn't matter which way it was going. If it had a lot of strength to the downside, it was going to reverse up to the upside a little bit, and vice versa on the other side, on the flip side of that. Right. So again, just keep that in mind. So 9:50, 10 o'clock. Just kind of start watching stocks at that point. You'll see something crazy there.
Right.
In the markets, that'll give you another little indication naturally when you're looking at it that there's some kind of level of possible retracement happening in that moment.
Those are kind of like the different sessions in Forex, the Asian session, the London session, New York session. The market makers move the price. It's either going to be a pullback or it's going to go, or they're going to move the money up. Throughout each time a different market maker comes up to set up usually Wednesday is the day when they have set the market, at its highs or lows, and so that's when you could really bank on your trades, because it's not like it's in the middle anymore. It's at that point where they've already moved the money, for it to go lower. From Sunday to Tuesday, that's when they're moving the money and taking out people. Wednesday is when they got it. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, that's when they got the market set in Forex.
Right. And once you establish that, that timeline, pretty much how they're moving, kind of establish their own kind of pattern that they use as well. The algos are set somewhat in patterns too, because they're key to what certain, phrases, trigger points, certain points of technicalities and time frames, and they just, again, that's a part about a robot. To a degree, you can put some kind of emphasis and quantifying it to a degree once you realize what it's doing.
Exactly. Well, what time of day not to trade?
Right. Because they're they cause a lot of erratic movement in that marketplace. So very true. And just like that, 3 o'clock hit, right? Y'all remember I say power hour? What typically happens at power hour? Either they gonna barbecue or they gonna what? They gonna meal, dude. And let me show my screen really quick. Let me get this up here. Let me get this up here. Hold up 1 second, guys. Let me pull up my pull up where I'm at here. So if you look instantly over here, hold up, I'm sorry.
can't see your screen. You got your screen up?
Yeah, we can't see it.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
All right. So instantly, if you go 3 o'clock hit, what do you have in the S&P 500? 3 o'clock hit, what do you have in the Apple? 3 o'clock hit, what do you have in Boeing?
GNP is running again.
You know, we're talking about that rounded bottom. They try to, again, complete that little, that little cup there. And they're all saying they can get up near that 302, that complete the handle there. That's going to be your catapult up in that 320, 325, if not higher. Exactly what you have in here.
Yes, sir.
So here come Apple. Here come Tesla. Even J-Nub pulling back here. Right? Again, same way. Again, so we just talking about some of these weighted names. So Beyond Meat, if I put up Beyond Meat, same thing. Dollar General, CCX, some of the other stuff like that. Again, some of the more bigger name ones. Netflix, again, NVIDIA, they still up on the day, but again, they probably started to turn over a little bit. Uber definitely turn up. Look at Apple. Look at Apple bleed over. Look at Apple. And Apple definitely trades in correlation to the S&P 500. It's over here bleeding on the back end of this. Again, instantly in 1 minute, in terms of the market, it went from 252, 57 all the way down to roughly about 240, 249. Well, guess what? That's a lot of money if you day trade at momentum. Right? If you could pick up 3 points in 2 or 3 minutes, right, with about 1,000 shares, 500 shares, that's how you, what I'm saying? That's how you you capitalize on that, on weakness based upon a certain time, right? Because we just spoke about how certain stocks move in certain time spans, right? Like on a clock, so to speak, like people took a break or something, like a joker went and took a lunch break. So right at 3 o'clock, the bottom fell out of Apple. The bottom fell out of the S&P 500 here, right? The bottom fell out of Boeing over here, right? Let me magnify Boeing a little bit. See right here, bottom fell out. Went from roughly around 122, somewhere around there, 122.45, all the way down here to 118. So you're talking roughly again, a good little bag there in terms of about 3 or 4 points. Again, that's a lot. That's a quick little bag. Again, with 500 shares, 500 share lot. You pick up 4 points. How much is that in terms of profit? $4 time. $4 time 500 shares. See what I'm saying? So that's how, again, moments like that, you just say, man, this stuff is, man, you know what I'm saying? It seems like it's too real, right? It's like, come on, man, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You mean you can tell me I could do that in that little bit of time? Like, yeah, if you really know how to, manage your risk, you can capitalize on moments like that. Right? You can capitalize on moments like that. So again, right now, Tesla pulling back. Here comes Tesla. Yeah, Tesla was obviously kind of up on the day a little bit, coming off his lows. Same way around about what 9:50, 10 o'clock. See how Tesla reversed again. They got my little ratchet little strategy, my little theory, if you want to call it that. 9:50. Tesla bottomed out around between about 9:50, 9:55, somewhere around 9:50. And then guess what? Game busters. Volume coming back in, came back in, and obviously went up there and hit a high of 473 from 395. Keep in mind, Boeing was at Tesla was at 395 at about 950 something. It went all the way up to 471. That's the kind of moves Tesla make. That's almost a yard in a day, bro. And that was all every bit about 2 hours and 30 minutes too. From 10 o'clock, 9:50, basically 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, basically 2 hours. This stock had ran well over like what's that, about 80, 90 bucks? Man, come on, man. Shut the front door, bro. So you obviously scalp money making up, and then you turn around and shorted it up here because again, what do you see right there? That avalanche right there, that's a peak right there. That's too parabolic and too linear. That means it had to pull back. Instant sign, and it pulled away from your moving average, as you can see right here. That was instantly right there at that moment, a point where you just say, okay, well, boom. Let me again reverse my position here and go short. It was just too extended. It was too extended. And if you stayed in that short, you rode it all the way down from 470, 472, whatever. Here all the way down to 421. So you picked up 50 points a share. 50 points a share in about 1 hour. You could have shorted it with 10 shares, literally 10 shares, right? 10 times 470 would have cost you, that would have been what? $4,700. All right, it's 4,070, right? $4,700, excuse me. Right, 10 shares at 470, right? You took it all the way down to 420, 421, somewhere around there. So again, in that moment, 10 shares times 50 brought you what? You see what I'm saying? That's how you map this stuff out. All right. So there you go, Chris. What I told you, Chris. Look here. What you see right over, Chris?
That's what I'm talking about.
I told you it's gonna go what? It's gonna go equal or greater than that what? That point of the what? The trough, the peak, the trough. That's gonna be your what? Your launching point. It did just that. Look at it. It went right to 328. Bam, bam, bam. Right? Told you we're gonna do it. Again, we do this, man. We do this over here, bro. We do this over here. We do this over here. And guess what? It built this handle, even though it was a small handle. Right at this little what? This little point right there. Right at that point of that what? That resistance right here. Look at that. Look right here. That little little handle there. Around about 302. That's where it built the handle. See right here? It built your little handle. It did start doing it here, but then it really hit here. And then it made that equal or greater move from the point of the trough to the peak. Excuse me, from the peak to the trough, and then it make that move up that higher. Get it, bro. Get it. Oh, hey, loan me $5. Loan me $5, bro. Get $5. That's all. All right. So again, that's what you trade for. This is what we study for. We're just trying to be able to read the tea leaves. That's what this baseball this is. It's just reading the tea leaves. That's all it is. All right. Again, you want to end up like the guy right here. So you'll probably see my little screen. Y'all know I am. That's the market right there, right? That's your dollars right there in the market. You threw your dollars into the market, right? That's your little French fry. That's your little dollars, right? Here's what the market did. The market threw your little money through that grease right there. That grease. The market showed you a little position, you try to think you're gonna escape the market, right? You throw your little dollars into the rain, and that market said, "Here, take this, and take this with you, take this with you, take some of that grease there with you." Right on the back of that arm and that neck. There's a lot of traders right now thinking they finna go all in and think the market ready to reverse on it, right? They think the market finna go up, right? They're like, "No, the market back, bro. We got a floor underneath us. We the bottom end." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Throw them on out there. All right, but yeah, man. So again, that's what we look for. We're looking for again those moments in the market, right? We're looking for those moments. So, but yeah. So again, and instantly as it dropped, as well as it did here around 3 o'clock, the power hour session, it went from 252 in terms of Apple all the way down to 248. Man, that's like 5 points in a matter of 6 minutes. 5 points in 6 minutes. I mean, I just never get it down. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at here. Look you over here acting up here. Over here in this GNPX. Boy, dude, look at it. Look at that. You still in it over, Chris? I don't know if he closed that position out, but he probably got quiet over there and took the bag. I don't know, but this thing's squeezing higher. I mean, you're killing it here. 345 now. Killing it over here in GNPX. Again, brother say he got in around 280. Again, at a really good level of support, as you can see here, because it's touching it never here, just in a straight line.
Internet, bro.
That's okay. You still in the trade? You still in the GNPX trade? Yeah, it's internet messing up a little. But anyway, he winning. he winning big time. Just like I said, remember I said that volume come in here on the back end and complete that level of that cup and handle, right? Or that hook pattern with a fry pan bottom, it came in like gangbusters to be exact. Right? On this point here, around about 278 shares here. catapulted that baby and screenshotted it, up here right at 345, 347, 345 level. All right, so then he winning big time now. If he already took the bag, that was a beautiful trade. I mean, again, you could have bought 100 shares at 284. Again, that would have cost you what? $284, right? And so 284 to, if you just sold up anywhere and then just peak up here, let's say just even hypothetically, let's say 340. If you sold at 340, 284, right? So that's roughly about what, 60-some cent? Close to about 60 cents. So he picked up 60 cents a share. 60 cents a share time what? 100 shares, right? So that means he picked up what? $60. $60 in a short period of time, just by, again, putting in 284. Roughly, again, you're talking about, what? That's about a quarter, somewhere around there, somewhere around about 25%, somewhere around there, close to that, give or take. He up about 25%, and this thing going higher now, and it's squeezing higher. Look at the squeezing higher. Squeezing shorts. It's just squeezing shorts right now. 355, 358. All right, I like looking at these good old school, good old fashioned short squeezes. That thing is squeezing them shorts right now. Look at squeezing them shorts. 365, 366, squeezing short. Textbook squeeze. I mean, boy, did we mapped that thing out to the T. We mapped this thing out. Good trade over, Chris. That's what I'm talking about. I love to see Joker getting that bag. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right. So again, when you learn, if you guys are coming, I can't see. I'm sorry, I got the screen share on, but I just cut it off. But y'all see it at this point. Y'all see it over there squeezing. It's tearing shorts up. All right. So again, that's. Oh, I'm sorry, Eve Camille. I couldn't even see it. Though I was talking, I couldn't see it because I had the screen share. But he's killing it with that GMPX. That joker was squeezing up like nothing.
Yeah, I see.
So that's the market, and anything can happen. It's what they call all in a day's work. All in a day's work. Or in our case, hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Again, put it into context. So, at some point, you're gonna have to go on and get. I know you went strictly Forex on with that, Eve Camille. At some point, you're gonna have to go on and get your little side count when you trade that momentum.
Oh yeah.
Come on back home.
Come on back home.
I ain't never left though.
Right?
I know. I'm just messing with you.
You find some little family member. You always do this stuff. You know how we play the system against them. Find your little family member, get one of them little intro accounts. Go and spend that little $3.99 and take them little that 14 grand and catch one of all the volatility happening right now.
I'll probably beat the brakes off of them now.
Bro, you know you would. I beat
the brakes off of equities now. That's it. I can apply the same thing I'm using in Forex and equities,
Yeah,
same thing.
Momentum.
Yeah, it all, supply and demand.
That's it.
Especially once you see it, you can see it anywhere. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Totally agree.
But yeah, definitely plan on doing options.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The same energy. It's technically about the same energy too. Again, you're just understanding how to again find momentum. Again, you play a little bit more chess and checkers, obviously, because you have a timeline. But either way, you're still trading for that momentum, right? You're trading for large swaths of stocks that have pretty good ATRs, because you need that kind of level of expansion, right? Especially if you're not buying necessarily in the money, you're buying out of the money. You obviously need that stock to move, right? It has to have a pattern or a history of good movement. Again, we think about Tesla, right? So Tesla, I mean, no brainer.
For the fall, one more time.
Yeah. Oh, you say, okay, I'll pull it back. I'll finish your Tesla chart. Right? I'll pull it back up so you can watch it. But yeah, you think about a stock like Tesla. Tesla always got what big movement, right? And so again, you talk about $60, $70 a day, $60 or $70 a day. The premiums are expensive, but if you got that kind of money, then again, you understand that pivots and reversals, you're gonna eat good. Ain't no doubt about it, you're gonna eat good in Tesla if you just understand, how to play its pivots. Again, because we just watched that thing go up by $80, $90 today off that 9:50, 10 o'clock reversal, and ran as high as up there then what 472, coming from 495. Excuse me, 395. Excuse me. So to me, that's just like mind blowing. It's mind blowing. Right.
It definitely is.
Look at the GNP. It started establishing new support. Went up. They had a blowout top, pull back, trying to establish a new support. Now look at that thing. Look at it up here acting up. Like he's ready to try to launch again here in a minute. We build like a little consolidation chop here. Along this point here, wedge out to about maybe 345, somewhere around there, 348. Establish a little, man, this thing just trying to squeeze. They ain't even hearing what I'm saying right now. He's like, man, we finna go. We trying to ride. But again, what a nice little play here. Again, look at that round at bottom there. And then just launching pad. Take off textbook all day long. Nice little textbook play in this stock. Look at that round at bottom. And so now that resistance becomes 350. Again, anytime you have a $50 mark or a whole dollar mark, those are natural support and resistance points, either up or down. And sometimes they're the hardest to penetrate and close above. So as you can see here, as soon as it penetrated above it, it's flashed back down, it's skated back up against it, and then it's flashed back down. Right? That's because there's still a lot of people sitting in at 350 at a shorten, or also people that might have been bag holding at 350 and they're waiting to get out of their trade. So once you clear out all those bag holders or overrun those short sellers, it should particularly at that point do what? Squeeze higher. If the bulls are still in game on mode, right? Or beast mode, right? They got to be on their Marshall Lynch right now.
Right.
So, you're just watching it carefully. Obviously, establish another higher low, as you can see here, right? Coming off this point of the 20-day moving average, you got a higher low here, you got a higher low here, and now you got a higher low right here. It's 328, right? 328, 330. Call it 330 if you want. So now that's a new level of support, right? Or what we consider to be another a new launching pad, right? Because we always trying to go to the moon, right? We're going to the moon, bro. We're going to the moon, bro. Get you
to the moon.
We're going to the moon. Look at it. Here we go. Look at that.
Yep. 56.
There you go.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm still in. Let's go.
So there's a little substrain for a little piece of change over there. Look at it, getting my caps on. A little substrain for a little piece of change.
Go.
Here we go, 360. Let's go. Here we go, 360. The volume, look at the volume here. See the volume there? Still got some volume coming in, right? Again, you establish a point here and this little movement here. And you got obviously got a little round at bottom happening here now. See how to round it? They're trying to round that volume out. That's just a launching pad. That's just launching pad to push it higher. Right? And we just saw that with the SP 500. We saw with a few other stocks. This how you learn how to read price action based upon the volume bars alone. Textbook. Look at that. 375, 376. Squeezing shorts. 379, 380. Squeezing shorts. Squeezing them. Launching pad. That launch pad. That's that launching pad right there at 330. So you instantly already picked up 50 cents a share from 330 to 380. In roughly about 5-6 minutes. So that's an 80 cents extra if you just came in now day traded at that point of 330 off that launching pad support. That's how you get this bag. That's how you get this bag, guys. Again, we ain't saying that, this ain't rocket science, it's just understanding, how to methodically trade the price action, trade what you see, trade momentum, trade the trend. And then you watch other things like volume and, again, that stuff you just see, it just works in tandem at the point where you learn how to do that. But, I mean, what a beautiful little launching pad there. Turned out to be a great little skirt there. So, yeah.
Hey, for those who don't have, like, the $25,000 in their account. How do they get around the pattern and day trade?
You don't.
Trade
You
methodically.
can't.
No, you just trade methodically.
Oh, you're
That's
talking
the whole.
about like
Yeah, I know what he's
like
saying
what's
for the
like
pattern.
TD Ameritrade?
Yeah, they just trade in and out, trade it out, trade. But I'll say this here. Now they got accounts you can trade without that. Again, they got again CFD accounts like I trade with trade and other stuff. But my thing with this, brother Baptist, like you've always hearing us speak on here, we're more about teach you how to what fish as opposed to what waiting to get fish, right? So if you even
Right.
learn how to trade those 3 days out the week that you get, if you just only got one brokerage account, you'll know how to leverage each and every one of those 3 days you got on the intraday session that you can use to your benefit. You see what I'm saying? That should be more important, because again, you may have 25 grand laying around that we can go around the PDT. That's fine and dandy, but you want to be proficient as a trader. You want to say, you know what? I got 3 day trades out this week. Let me make sure I put forth every ounce of my skill set to make sure I utilize every single one of them days. I'm gonna try to trade the market in real time. Right? You could have been waiting for a trade like GNPX today, right? And guess what? When the opportunity presented itself, guess what you did? You were all over it, right? And that's how you utilize it. So you just all about learning how to what? Build consistency, right? The game is to get on base, right? It's called base hitting, and not always looking for the home run. If you learn how to do that consistency, do that with a level of consistency, and guess what? Imagine where you're gonna be about a year from now, or even 6 months from now, or even 3 months from now. Right, and we just saw that again with this trade GNPX. This stock went from $1.40-something, $1.50-something a share, and right now it's trading at what? It's up here near what? 350. So it basically went from 150
I
to
bought 2
350.
of them at $2.95.
See, just like that, just 2 shares, and you already went up like what? About 80-something cents and change in profit on 2 shares. You see what I'm saying? So roughly that equates to what you picked up $1.60 and some change. Roughly at the point where it started catapulting and launching off in about, again, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Now, again, imagine if you had 100 shares behind that. Right? You'd probably be over here like, man, I'm going to holler at y'all. I'm going to take the old lady out. I'm out of here. Out of here, bro. I'm like, out of here. I'm out of here. We finna go eat good. We're finna go get us a Ronald steak, one of more coronavirus steaks. We out of here.
Go ahead. Go on a Rona date.
Yeah. You ain't tell me to have a good time, with the music. So, but again, but this is what we train for. That's why we take this so serious. That's why we always preach education over, the idea that people think this is just some kind of what, man, this, y'all know what it's trying to, I don't know. Y'all heard all the stuff people be saying. It's just that
they think you're gambling.
Even you're definitely even gambling. They don't see the work, that we put in to understand how to, because I guarantee they ain't saying that to their brokerage that they got their money parked in and letting them do all the work for them and paying them a fee. They don't say that to their broker. See what I'm saying? And the broker saying, okay, guess what? I'm gonna use your money and I'm gonna use other people's money to make me what? Make me what? Money.
Right, exactly.
So they skimming off top.
I'm my own broker.
Exactly. Why would I have to give a total stranger my money when I can manage it myself?
Exactly.
I mean, again, I always use the same analogy. You wouldn't find a joke on the street that's a random stranger and say, "Here, hold it $500, dog. I'll be back in about a month and I'll come back and get it from you." Good luck with that. So, what's the logic in convincing yourself that just because these people are banking system and all that they just as worthy to be trusted? Now, okay, again, they protect on the law. You protect on the law a little bit, but yeah, why would I want to pay a person to hold my money for me? That's my point. On that level. Again, when you can manage it yourself. So what we just sat there and displayed in this even in this trade here in GNPX, that was no more than just regular understanding technical skills. That's all that was, just technical skills. What are you seeing right here? You seeing what? Support, rounded bottom, launching pad, right? We just talked about sine waves, did we not? We talked about geometry, right? Y'all learned this stuff in geometry. You learned this stuff in our understanding physics, right? Sine waves, right? Sine waves. What is a sine wave? Right, equal or greater again from its trough to peak, right? Ebb and flow, natural flow of things, right? Water ripple, right? The peak of a mountain to the trough of the valley, back up again. It's a rocket science again, and then stocks trade somewhat in that same pattern because you establishing a level of what? Support, lunch, make a new mountaintop. Come back down, guess what you start doing? Round it out again. Not necessarily saying that it will, but once you really read the T's enough to know that that's establishing itself throughout the day, all right, then you say, okay, well, I know that, you know, it's trying to build a support here. It's getting rid of lunch higher because I just need to see volume come in. Well, guess what? What happens right here? Gangbusters. What's all this right here? Money. That's basically, you can translate that to. That's money. All that volume right there. That's all you need to see, because right here, guess what you see right here?
Right.
No volume. But it still held what? Support. So in moments like that, you don't just run because it's like, man, I don't see a lot of volume. No, it's still holding support. That means people ain't selling their shares, apparently. And then then what happens? The cavalry come in. Here come the cavalry, right? Here come the you know, crypt walkers and all them. Here they come. Here come the famine, right? Launching, right? Launching. So again, this is just a part of this understanding how to, you know, assess what you see, know what this stuff means in terms of volume, know what it means in terms of support values, know what this means in terms of trend lines and support, moving averages lines, things of that nature, and how to utilize those things to your advantage. Because throughout the day, this stock traded beautifully at its 20-day moving average. It traded beautifully at that 20-day moving average. Look at this thing, like textbook. This textbook. That blue line. That blue line is a moving average. That's a strong support line for this stock. It traded like a wire. It traded like it was just tight roping out throughout the entire day. Now, I'm not going to argue with that. You see what I'm saying? If I'm a day trader, I came in and saw this pattern like this throughout the day. Even if I came in at this point here around about 1:30, I was like, man, this thing respect the 28 moving average pretty good all throughout the day. This might be a good little, you know, a scalp here. Guess what? I see that 250. Again, I already know that $half marks are natural what? Support resistance point when most people buy in the stocks. And guess what? I'm going to show you it to be true. Because right at 250, you see right this 250 point here? You see this 250 here on the chart here? What happened down here? What happened at the volume right here? What happened? See this volume here? What happened? The volume came in. Now here you go again. Let's do it. At $2 here, at $2 even here, right? See how I hit $2 even mark here? Right? About $2, and it started to build up the legs here, right? It built up some legs here. You got like 206. Again, hold all the marks, right? What happened here? Hold on. Volume came in. You see what I'm saying? And that's all it is. So, I mean, that's one of many other things, but again, that's another way. You're just looking at these different little, you know, signals to say, well, hey, you know, we in this. Meaning the people who are already in it, they're holding. And then number two, you got new people coming in now because guess what? They might have just got word. Hey, man, they got a sale over there at GMPX today. They got that gym run up right now. Right? And that's basically right. What it is. You know, you're just utilizing the company to what? Meet or exceed your goals throughout the day in terms of financial aspect. So they just become the catalyst. When people that trade Amazon, a $1,700 stock, $1,800 stock, $800 stock, and a day trade, they're utilizing what? Amazon's, you know, their value, right? They're utilizing Amazon's, you know, ability to be a top-notch stock to capitalize on the gains that it offers in terms of people that might want to be in it, either long-term or short-term.
Right.
And sometimes you have these out of the blue companies like GMPX, right? They might have had news today, whatever the case, but again, I'm not finna argue with that price action. Look where it came from. $1.50 in a straight line, pretty much all the last yesterday. It just went sideways all day long, pretty much yesterday. Again, today, guess what it did? Went to Mars somewhere.
Well, holla.
You know what I'm saying? They put on the moon boots. They put on them Yeezys, them whatever you do. Because you got them little moon clothes, this little moving clothing line, whatever the mess here. But yeah, so that's again just a part of the craft. Just all this is just part of the craft, right? And so again, launching point. Remember I said it's trying to establish a new support here. What it's trying to do here? It's trying to do it. Now whether it holds or not, it's on the back end of the day. You know, people gonna start getting a little finicky at some point here because we're getting close to what? Close to the bell. Right? So people that ain't taking profit already up there near the peak, they're gonna say, you know what, game's over, show's over, we had fun today. But those are people who not thinking about swinging it because of the fact that if they did have a catalyst today, they may hold, others may not. It depends on where everybody at the end of the day. But at the end, you still trading price action. So this right here, bullish price action. All that volume, bullish price action. Here, you haven't started to see what? You start to see a little bit more red. in green here, that means people kind of hitting their point where they feel like, okay, we did pretty well today, and they start to take profit, right? Those 3 balls back to back, that's definitely profit taking, right? That ain't just rebalancing. That's profit taking, right? And there's still some people still in here because they got in again, 2.9, like my brother Matt, you got in 2.99s, and people got in there 310, 307, 325, 320 up in here. They still got in late and brought it up even, for about 40, 50 cents, somewhere around there, 370, 380. All right. So again, that's all you're doing. You're just trading to hit a specific goal or get a specific monetary value that you put into the stock that you want to get out of it based upon you understanding your risk versus reward, understanding your risk values in it, and then you're just trying to see if the stock gonna perform. Worst case scenario, you say, I set my stop loss about 5 cents underneath my entry price, right? And then I'll let it go from there. Right. So again, that's all it is. It ain't really, it sounds again very simple in theory, but the more you keep playing with it, the more it becomes a reality. In terms of repetition, becomes repertoire. Right. And that's all it is at that point. All right. So right now, again, it's trying to establish another little round at the bottom here. It's holding a little bit at this level of support. It's basically presented a new what? Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. What do you have right here? Another higher low at 330. Another 330 level support right there. Almost, textbook too, right at the 330 level. So, and again, in a sense, that's just showing you that people, respecting those whole dollar marks, a whole cent marks, in terms of 10 cents, 50 cents, right? A whole dollar. You see what I'm saying when I say whole fractional value point, so something like that. In a stock where people buy in at certain points like that, because it's easy to count their money at a whole point. Right? It's easy to count your money at 330 as opposed to 332, even though it ain't that hard. It just people say, okay, 330. I can count that in my head. If I buy 100 shares at 330, well, how much is it gonna cost? It's gonna cost me $330. Right? They don't want to deal with that 2 cents. They set a limit order for what? 330, and that becomes again easy way for them to kind of keep up even with their money value too. So all you just got to get in the mind of thinking like a retailer, right? How everybody should be thinking at this moment about the stock. If everybody is thinking the same way, then typically the stock somewhat moves in that fashion, right? It simply moves in that fashion. And so GNPX, man, again, a nice little run on the day, and to be even more, where we at here? As a matter of fact, it's a top 3rd runner on the day in the equity markets. It's a top 3rd runner today in the equity markets. I'm not saying stocks at this price tier. So real quick, let me show you real quick here on my let me show you my black box scanner here, right? Let's go over to here we go right here, GNPX. You see right here, this is the market scan of the day. These are some of the stocks that some of the biggest runners on the day, right? Where's GNPX right here? Number 3 on the charts. It's number 3 on the chart, right? SND number 2 on the charts, up 268% in a day, right? ENT, remember y'all remember we looked at that ENT trade yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, you was on here too, brother Matthew. Some of y'all might have been. I don't know who was watching. It might have been you, brother Matthew. Somebody, but I know we were talking about the ENT trade. Remember, it was at 15 cents. It hit 6 cents. Then it went up after hours about 15. I said, man, y'all might want to watch that tomorrow. I don't know what this is about, but it's moving up a little bit. It's moving a little bit. And case in point, right here. Yesterday,
I got 25 in that too. 25 shares.
It's just all over the place. Get it. So look right here at 6 cents. Remember, it closed down by 6 cents and it got the running, right? So when I mentioned to everybody, it was roughly around about 15 cents around there. So it got back to a point where it was on the day, actually, where it was starting out at. It started up around about 15 cents. And I had a high about 17. So it basically just went sideways all day long, basically just put in a nutshell. But it showed resilience to come off a bottom like of 6 cents and go back up to 15. That's a lot of money because all in terms of the market, that's about 100 some odd percent, 100 and 200 some percent. And after hours alone, coming from 6 cents, if you're lucky to get in at 6 cents, and got up to like 15, where it kind of closed out at around about 15, 16 cents on the when it closed out, because it showed that it was still pushing higher after hours. Let me scroll over, you can see it. That means it wasn't just some kind of fluke. And what did it do pre-market? Now this green, here's a little ugly green color. That's a pre-market session. That means it held what? It held its gains. Look right here, it held its gains. Coming down as low as about 11.93, about 12 cents basically. That's all at the low. And then, but it still stayed in this little chop channel. If you was in at 6 cents, you ain't crying about that, right? And then it started launching into the opening, right? When I said launching, it's right here. Look at the volume coming in, and it got over the certain moving averages. See this yellow line? That's the 50-day moving average. It crossed it. This little red line, that's the VWAP. It crossed it. All right, you see this little blue line? That's the 20-day moving average. It crossed it. The VWAP crossed both of them. That's even extra bullish. The blue line crossed over the yellow, which is the 50-day moving average, and the red line, which is the moving average, crossed over all of them. That's even super bullish. That thing gapped up. Look at it, opened up around about what 18, 19 cents, somewhere around there. Matter of fact, I'll tell you where it opened up. It opened up around about 20 cents. It says here. Opened up around 20 cents even. It pulled back about 16.84 and it launched all the way up to like 42 cents. In itself, that alone was about 100%. From 20 or even from 16 up to 40, man, that's over 100%. Pulled back, went sideways, chop, held its gains throughout the day. And then again, here you are right now. Obviously, pulling back a little bit, around about 25 cents. But up on the day, how much is it up right now? 241%. And all you had to do, obviously, if a person was scalping or just thinking about testing it, you could have got a little bit here at 6 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents, 9 cents, even 10, 15 cents. And still have been up on the day. But again, these little penny plays, they're sketchy, obviously. But when the volume and the momentum is behind them, these little things can run. So again, when you hear people say, man, I made 100% today or 200% today, people are like, man, you're talking crazy. Well, then you go show them stuff like this here. Right? You go show them stocks like SNDE, right? SNDE, same way right now. It's up, 270% on the day, $2.70. Crazy. crazy numbers there. Looking at where it came from, right? Same way. It closed down on the day roughly around about 95 cents, about $1, 95 cents to $1. Jokers that got in at $1 and wrote it up 370. You do the math on that. Again, that's just if you trade these kind of stocks. Now, these kind of stocks like Warrior Trader, he be trading Ross Cameron. Right? He trade these little stocks like this, penny stocks like this, and make a killing. He go in with about 10,000 shares and ride that momentum, right? All this here, you probably riding all that there and made a killing thing. Matter of fact, we go over. Let me see. Let's see if he might have traded. That joker be trading all kind of mess. Oh, sorry, over Chris. I just saw you trying to get back in. Hey, what's going on overseas? Good to see you, Tony. Peace, power, profit to you, bro. Hey, what's going on, family? Beautiful one. Good to see you. How do you know what to invest in? Again, it just depends on what you may have a liking for. What things that you find value in. If you look around your particular personal space right now, some of the stuff that you probably even use on your day-to-day basis might be a publicly traded company. And if you spend your money on that product or that service on a day-to-day basis, sometimes you may say to yourself, well, it might even be worth a good investment. Apparently, they seem to, get a lot of my money as a patron. And if not, you may find a company that's in that same field that may be even a better company than that, what they call a best in breed, and then you invest in that best in breed play. Only because they're a little bit more bigger and solid company. That product may be still good that you use, but you still have a company that's a little bit more big founded. So the goal is to understand you're looking for the best opportunity out there, right? It's not a personal thing. You never invest with emotions, right? Never invest in a company just because you like it. Just because you like it. Like Cat Williams said, that's where you get your hair done at. That don't mean with the other markets getting their hair done at, right? Right. So you're just trying to go where the money's at. If the money's somewhere else, then you follow that money, right? And so that's how you just, you initially learn, to a degree, how to assess the market in a way where you find value in things, or find value in things that might be kind of synonymous to some of the products that you may like. Right. So again, you begin to be a little bit more conscious of that. Right. You begin to be conscious of that. Right. So what else? I'm gonna look up that. I was just about to look up something. I lost my thought there for a second. I think what was I about to look up? But I was going to pull something up, basically, whatever. But anyway, long story short, that's how you kind of assess a lot of this stuff in terms of the market. Right. So That way we always kind of know what's going on. So again, you got right now, again, market squeezing up after hours here. Again, I'm not after hours, excuse me, going into the close here. We got roughly about 28 minutes for the cash close. Oh no, excuse me, 18 minutes, about 18 minutes here before the close of the market today. All right, so where are we in terms of what time is it? 3:42. Okay. All right, so we got there. That's roughly about 18 minutes here. So again, this is the moment where we're trying to. Is it showing? Oh yeah, not showing the screen. Let me go back to the black box scanner. Maybe that's okay. See, like GMPX still up here now, 350. It's up 120%. S&D up. You got ENT just the bottom for a lot of it is selling off right now, which is obvious because it's been up a lot. It was up 240-something%. So people definitely want to take profit on stock that cheap. That's what make those stocks wicked in terms of their price action value because they're so cheap, and so people definitely want to take profit. You got again a lot of those stocks is pumping right now, still holding their gains in the day. Rite Aid here, RAD. Again, JNUG still holding its gains up a little bit here. JNUG is up 1188, so about 45% on the day. Look at all these stocks right here that's up over 50%. I'm seeing over 40% today. Just look at this. I mean, look at the amount of stocks that's up 40%. And imagine again being in these stocks anywhere at a point where they start taking off. So again, just put it into context. I know it's hypothetical, but that's what we trade for to learn this stuff. If you can get 40% on your money every single day, just imagine what that would do to your end of week, reality in terms of money, that you can accumulate. Again, that's a hypothetical, of course, but again, we just seeing this from day to day how stocks run 200%, 300%, 60%, 70% on a daily basis, right? And within that, again, you just as a trader capitalize on those moves, right? So if you take this scanner here, I'm using black box stocks, right? This is a scanner that finds stocks, calls the alerts out, right? So you can actually get into certain stocks if you choose. That's your choice if you do, and then it gives you again a readout throughout the day exactly how well that stock is performing, whether or not it was a good algorithm alert at that moment. So this stock right here, VXRT, all right, VXR, right, incorporated. Black box gave alert on it at 9:37:15, literally 9:37. 37-15 seconds into the market, it gave alert at $1.39. Meaning, it was saying at that point, excuse me, if you think about buying this stock, buy it here because right now we see some abnormal volume and stuff coming in, and we think right now is a great pivot point to buy the stock. Guess what happened? What did the stock do? It went what? Up here as high as like $1.98. Right? Essentially going up over 40%. See right here, this little right here, that means it went up over. That's how much the stock is up right now off that alert. It's up 41.7%. It hit a high of 204, but it gave you the alert at what? 139. High of 204, current price 196, 197. So currently this algorithm gave you a 40% increase in your gains per day. We didn't know it was going to go that far up when it gave the alert, but it said at that moment, here's a moment when you want to buy in the stock. And then again, just ride the wave, so to speak, until it tells you to get out of the trade. And you know that by understanding technical analysis, knowing when the stock is overextended, when it's going to pull back. Again, you make your own decision at that point when you're going to buy and you're going to sell. But here it's telling you instantly, hey, right here's a good time to buy. So you would have been up 40% by somebody else is telling you, hey, right here you want to buy. So again, hypothetically, you slap 1,000 on it, right? What's 40% of 1,000? Right?
250.
No, 40% of 1,000. No,
oh, 40%.
Yeah, 40% of 1,000 is what? 400, right?
Well, yes.
So again, you hop in, again, you didn't pick a quick little what? $400. Just by discipline, being disciplined and taking that stock at that alert. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I know very well what you're saying.
Yeah, I know you do. Brother Matthews, yeah, they listening in. So
Oh,
this
okay.
those guys. But this is how we do this stuff. This is what we do. Right? This is what we do. You know, DBD same way, 40%. Now it's up 43.5%. Again, the GMPX, the same one that Over Chris took. We gave alert on it at $1.95. When I say we, meaning black box, right? The black box stock scanner here, right? Obviously, this is a paid scan. I pay for it, right? But it pays for itself. For me, definitely, it paid for itself. It gave an alert at 10:23. It didn't even give alert at the very bottom because guess what? Even at that point, it didn't see enough or have enough quantitative metrics at that point to say, well, it's better to buy even down here. It had to prove itself. Well, guess what? When it launched and got up here to the that alert box point, roughly around about what $1.95, as you can see right here on the scanner, that's when it gave us what? Gave us alert. So it gave alert at 195. What did it do after that? It went what? Sideways. It respected that alert, trended ever so slightly higher, start trending higher, and then it just launched. So right now, if you took that trade, you're up over what? 72.8%, 73%, give or take. Again, throw 1,000 on it, right? We just talking about the notion of adding 1,000. We don't know how many shares you get out of that. You can do the math from that. But if you just put 1,000 on that, so you basically get the percentage of the money you put into it. So again, at that moment, if you put in 1,000, then you reaped what? 76% or 73% value in profit if you're still holding that trade right now. So roughly 40%, time 1,000 is what? That's $740. So 1,000 brought you 740, almost doubled your investment on the day. So again, that's your payday. You made $750 in the market today based upon trusting your scanner, trusting your skill sets too. And again, you just ride the market until it tells you, roll out, or until you feel comfortable that you've done, made you enough money. To be able to do that every day, if you choose, that's what makes this great. And this is just strictly from the day trading perspective. Don't get it twisted, guys. Again, I don't advocate day trading over in long-term investing. I advocate opportunity. However it may come, short-term, intermediate, mid, long-term, I don't care. If it's opportunity, I'm there. Right? But again, taking the time to learn this methodically, getting the knowledge, the know-how, that's priceless. That's the stuff that you can pass on to your children. And so why wouldn't you want to learn thoroughly? When I say that, why wouldn't you want to learn thoroughly? Not that you can just get in a trade and follow somebody else. No, you want to be able to do this on your own. And it ain't really that. When I say that complicated, it's not. From what we've been discussing so much today, just through natural observation. I didn't crack open no PDLs. I didn't go into the real detail like some of us already have gone through in our own little personal, and then also in group form in some ways too. But we just use a lot of natural observation today. We did it with this GMPX trade. When I was telling y'all, remember this peak to trough? From the peak to the trough, that's going to be the length of the launching pad for this thing to go that higher, equal or greater than that point from 320 to basically 184, wherever it was, 184, somewhere around there. And it went that same level, but higher. That wasn't me guessing. That was me understanding how the technicals work in the event that everything lines itself properly. The volume, everything else kind of comes into play. But that's what you study for, to learn all that stuff. And when you see it happening, guess what you say? Okay, I feel confident because I followed all the rules, and you got rewarded on the back end up here. You got rewarded. Same way, Brother Matthews, you got in at $2.99. I don't know if you got in while we were talking, but apparently you might have did, just to see what it was all about. And guess what? You got rewarded. You got up as high as, again, 380, 378, get in at $2.99. So roughly you picked up about 80 cents a share. So again, that's what this, you got stuff like this, these scanners, you got, things you can do. You can do it on your own if you really learn to read all this stuff personally. But that's what it's all about, guys. So, again, it's a part of the game,
Yep.
It's a part of the game. So, was y'all able to see my screen? I'm sitting there talking again. Was y'all able to see my black box scanner?
It looked blank on
Nah,
the
it went off.
Y'all seen it when I was showing that GNPX though? I mean, I'm still trying to learn. So
Oh yeah, we seen all of that over.
okay,
Yes.
okay. So as soon as I got off it cut it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was able to show it because I know this thing function when you try to use share your overall screen when you go from Internet Explorer, because I got my black box scanner on my Internet Explorer as opposed to my Chrome. So I'll try to separate browsers sometimes from overwhelming the bandwidth consumption, right? Because you know that the scanner pull a lot, so I'd rather use it on a separate internet, another little platform. But yeah, but that's it, in saying that that's how we analyze a lot of this stuff. Right. Did that make sense a little bit, guys? Though some of you guys maybe knew a little bit. I'm pretty sure again, even Camille and Overshawn know it enough. But that's how we analyze this stuff. And that's how you make this kind of what we call mad money. Right? We call it mad money, right? This is how we make that kind of mad money throughout the day.
Right.
And Joe could be looking at you like you, man, you just talking, man. You just talking. You know how people come at you like, man, you just talking, man. You just playing, man. Stop playing. You did that. Right? And then you showing the receipts, and they're like, oh, well, see, man, come on, man. What you do? You gambling? What you hear it all, right? You hear it all. And that's fine. Again, we don't make light of people they got the right to have their own thoughts, but we know what's happening over here. Right? Right. We know what happened over here.
And it's truly a skill that pay for itself. You put the time in and seriously put the time in and seriously learn it. Like in a time like this, it's you don't have to worry about going to work.
Oh, it's real vital now.
Yep.
How many people can benefit from some of this right here now? Boy, look at
Everybody.
So I know I am. Yeah.
They like run them lessons, man. Run them training lessons right now, bro. Run them lessons. Like buddy on Deja Chappelle, what was his name? The black stepdaddy and the little white kid. And the little kid like, G, you need to get you behind this house. We like that dude right now.
Right.
So again, this is why we take the time to learn stuff. And guess what? We do this in our free time.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, what now? Better time now, because here's what: ain't no NBA on, ain't no baseball on, ain't no track and field on, ain't no soccer on, ain't net on, bro. Unless you've been watching old reruns on Sports Center all day long, and good luck with that. There ain't nothing live popping. So why not? Come on over here now. Come on over here to the dark side. Come, my child. Come get this bagology, right? We call it bagology. Come get this bagology, right? Learn your skill that pay the bill. So real truly, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, and don't as a beginner, don't focus so much on making money. Focus on getting the craft right. Once you get the craft down, the money just comes because you'll be consistent. That's the whole. Right. You want to become consistent.
Right, consistency pays.
So paper trade, and then take your time, learn it. Really take your time.
That's it. That's all it is, guys. It really is. Just to be honest, again, we're not saying that. Again, number one, we family first. So instantly, I have to make sure that I'm very cautious and careful with my words because I want to protect your best interest, right? I want to see my people make it, right? Now, again, when I say that, I'm not saying that loosely in a way just because I got a little platform. We talk about trade stock. But when I look around this industry, meaning investors and people who are into the equity markets, be it forex, crypto, whatever, we are far and few between in this space. Y'all know exactly what that means. You don't have enough people of our stature, our race, if you want to say that, who are, again, learning this. And I know personally, being a part of this capitalist society like you guys do, you need to have other ways to procure income. You can't depend on one source.
Right.
And in the case when you get to use the greatest tool that you have in your arsenal is your brain, and not your back, your elbows, your knees, and your legs, and your feet, and your toes. Man, come on. Who would want to push back against that? You know what I'm saying? I just put it in layman terms. I'm just being honest. The push back against that would say, it says a lot about what you are in your life as far as your character. And that ain't a swipe. It just says that you ain't ready to, you know, take a lot of things and, you know, to that next level that you know you're capable of doing. When I'm saying that being in a position where you don't have to depend on somebody else to feed you, that's what I'm saying, to make your own money. Because in this field, we make our own money. So I'm saying we make our own money. We set our own destiny. We set our own paycheck value. You set your own destiny literally, and there's no cap, no limit. Y'all, no limit soldier. Y'all remember back in the no and Juggle, we had no limit.
Make them say, oh,
right. And, you know, and they say, you show up with that P&L, and you show the Juggles, man, like, man, come on, man, you did it, yeah, bro. You know, so again, my little gold trade, y'all know I've been in that gold trade, right? My little gold trade, real quick. We're running my little gold trade. I'm getting ready to get out of it. I'm gonna get ready to close that bag out. It was just a trade. Right? It was just a trade. Right? So my little gold trade, you know.
Yep, we got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm watching that clock now. You know, I just be watching that clock. Watch that clock with Mr. Charlie, right? Because y'all know you don't want to stay a minute over when you're on the job with Mr. Charlie. Well, guess what? It's the same thing with us, day traders. So that's a $600. That's 600 shares, average at 10.06. And again, this thing finna hit, you know, a couple grand. And I methodically laid out that little trade. Again, I spoke about you guys, why I did it, where I did it, you know, what I saw. Again, I gave you a blueprint, basically, what I was, you know, what I saw, what I seen. And the end result is what? That's $1,800. You know, in a matter of a couple hours. So I always tell people, man, don't tell me that you can't do it when I know our people are super intelligent and you know, very, very resourceful. Our people very, very resourceful. Right? So again, I know we can do this. So I'm gonna sell 500 of it and leave 100 in there. Right?
There you go.
Right? Because it got, again, gold running. You see what I'm saying? It's still breaking out. So I lock in, you know, 500 of it and let the rest run. Right? And then you just kind of, again, you're playing volatility throughout the day. And there goes your equity bill. And it's ended up closing up higher. It ended up closing up higher. And after hours, we got halts in, no longer halt. We had a lot of stuff that were halted after hours. Well, I mean, pre-market, pre-market intraday session. What that was about? All of them just came down the ticker. All of a sudden, that they opened up. So you have, after hour tickers are starting to open up now. Okay, here we go. After hour session. Forward up by 0.7%. J-Dust is up 2.4% off. That's the inverse to gold. Of course, it's like that. J-Nut will just tan it up to the upside. So a lot of stocks are filtering in. Now, Tivix is back up after hours. Man, Tivix still running after hours. God, boy, they ain't letting up in this market, boy. They are not letting up. And then the S&P 500 just dumped right here on the back end of the day, like we were just talking about. You know, again, when the market is just kind of running, running crazy, it's starting to roll over here on the back end of the day a little bit. So let me see if I can pull this back up. Just on GP here, you guys can see exactly what I'm doing here. So if you look here, matter of fact, just do my overall screen. Right. So if you look here, again, this S&P 500 closed up roughly around about 354, 356, somewhere around. 254.60, excuse me. And since then, pulled back about 3-4 points here after hours. Right, came down, touched 20-day moving average on the 5-minute chart here. So that means that was out of what people who were still not necessarily trusting this market. They taking profit. Right? It can easily go back up, but again, at that point, that's still showing that people still not too comfortable in this market. When before, this thing would have just been kept squeezing higher and higher and higher. And so same thing with Apple. Apple, all they did was just try to chop that sideways in a big old sine wave. See one of them sine waves, right? Look at them sine waves. Trough, peak, trough, peak. Ugly there, right? That's that mountainside. There's like they're like the mountains in Nepal somewhere, but either way, it still completed that what? The hypothetical aspect of what a sine wave is. Trough, peak, hit resistance at 256. Guess what it did? It rolled up right back over. Now, what do you see right here on this chart here? That point right there, that 256. What is that right there? That's resistance, isn't it? See how it banged up against it several times? It banged up against it here. It banged up against it here. It barely penetrated here, but guess what? It got rejected and pushed back below it. Now 256 becomes what? A resistance point for Apple. That means they had a hard time today. Go ahead, can you see me?
Oh no! Oh, well, your screen is looking like
it ain't showing.
It's in a mirror.
Oh, I thought I was sharing. Ah, dang it! See this over right? Hold up, let me I did share your overall screen. Let me see if I can stream I was gonna do it like the entire screen. Let me know if y'all can see my trade net scenario. Can you see it now?
Yes.
That's it. Okay. So again, this Apple, right? I was talking about Apple, right? Market moves in sine waves, right? So what do you have here? Peak, trough, peak, trough, peak, small trough, peak trough. But the overall major aspect of the sine wave is real defined. You got what? Rounded bottom, rounded top, resistance. Rounded bottom, rounded top, resistance. And then right back down 252. Right here, 256 is a major resistance in Apple. It's having mad problems breaking through 256. How do I know that? It's not rocket science. What I see here, it tapped up against it here, got rejected. Tapped up against it here, got rejected. Tapped up here, went through it ever so slightly, got rejected, and pushed right back down. Right? Sine wave. That's what that is. That's a sine wave. Right? Peak to trough. Right? So again, just another way is that you see markets in ways that other people don't. Look at Boeing. Sine wave. Peak, trough. Peak, dump. Ugly sine wave. And then rounded bottom, kind of tried to come back up. And then here we are right here in the middle. Look where it's at right here. So they're right now, coming off this little point here, this little level here, showed to be a major point of now new resistance for Boeing, even sitting at this point around about 123, 124 area right here. Again, so again, here's your S&P 500 here again on the back end of the market here, selling back off, selling off a little bit. Again, put up roughly about 11 points on the day today, as you can see right here down at the bottom, right? But again, how much did it sell off yesterday? So you have small little micro pops like this, what they call retracement moments in the market, to kind of put some footing underneath it. And then instantly right after that, again, you still got to worry about all the particular uncertainty surrounding this coronavirus, where people still not feeling overly confident about the market. It got over a major point of resistance at 250, granted, but still that means nothing when you still got people scared about this market. So it could definitely still go down further. And it could probably just chop sideways for a day or two and probably even go a little higher. But the ultimate idea that it's just done going down, that would be a little too premature for anybody to call it. Right, so it's important to know that. So again, look at gold. Gold holding its gains out there. Look at this gold J-Nug here. Now, that's why I left 100 shares in there. As you can see here, I sold 500, left 100 in there. My average is 10.06. I'm up over $3 and change in profit. Again, roughly still about $300 in that trade. After taking again roughly around about $1,600 off the table. Right. Again, that's when you say you pay yourself. That's how you magnify the opportunity when you're having it, but in your hands. Right. And again, it's just one of many other trades I got going on. Again, no secret, y'all know how I trade, but we just try to demonstrate. We're just trying to demonstrate what it all entails and how it works, and what we do, how we go about looking at stuff, and then we take advantage of those opportunities when they present themselves. Again, we just again, I know we, kind of hanging around and learning something, but in detail, that's basically what we're doing. We're just hanging around, getting to the bag. You know, Brother Mathis called out his trade. You know, he called out that, you know, he got in on GPS when we began to analyze. He got in at 298. He went up and picked up again 80 cents a share. Again, I know we use hypotheticals in terms of our learning aspect, but him just following that value, what we was going over, him understanding it and putting it to flight. Again, imagine if he had 1,000 behind that trade. If he was that confident, he had 1,000 behind it, he would have picked up 80 cents a trade. I mean, excuse me, 80 cents a share. Right, 80 cents a share in that moment. I mean, how many shares that would have gave him, but he would pick up dang near $1 per share, you know, on that grand in that trade. Right, and so again, you can just piece the numbers together based upon where you at in terms of what your profit value would have been like if you always took those trades. Even if you did take the trade to make those that kind of value and profit in it, you know, that's what we're trading for. That's what we train for. And again, we're just looking at charts. The same, but y'all learned these bar charts and line charts, well, not necessarily the candles to that degree, but bar charts and line charts ain't unfamiliar to us now. We gotta stop acting like we just, you know, this stuff is out of our wheelhouse in that perspective. People like, man, what's all them lines, man? That's, well, you can learn it. All it is just candles. It's just buying and selling, basically, in a nutshell, in layman terms. Red mean what? Stop. Green mean what? Go. Now, yeah, if we teach the 7-year-olds how to do this, now come on, man, don't act like y'all can't learn it too, right? So again, you know, it's just all about how you qualify and how you present it to a person to make them, you know, receive it, right? And that helps them make more sense of it once they start applying it in their own, you know, particular, you know, personal space. Again, Tesla closed down again around roughly about 427. Apple scale again, you know, 252. Again, Tesla closed underneath its closing price yesterday, so it's still showing even mad weakness. It didn't even close above its closing price yesterday, like Apple did. You know, again, Boeing again closed beneath. So all these stocks that closed beneath the closing price of yesterday, as you see right here, yesterday's closing price, all the stocks that closed beneath that means they're still weak. They're showing more weakness than everybody else. S&P closed up. Apple closed up. I'm pretty sure if I pulled up Netflix, NVIDIA, as you can see right here, Netflix, NVIDIA, Google, they closed up today, right? Look at here. Chipotle, look what Chipotle did. Chipotle closed down today. Closed down another $46. Chipotle guys were just trading at almost near $900 a share, guys, about a month and a half, 2 months ago. Now it's already back down to like 524. Chipotle, Taco Tuesday today. Y'all know it's Taco Tuesday. It closed down $47 on the day. Mad weakness, right? Amazon put up 100 today. Look at Amazon. Ooh, Amazon got it. They put up 110 today. You know, tier rate still going to the dumps. Tier rate all the way down to $2.92 a share now. Tier rate was just at near what, $300? Until about this $300. About a year ago, somewhere around there. It's all the way back down to $2.92. Tell me what a pump and dump look like. Here it is right here, tier rate. Marijuana play. CGC was up there, what, 50, 60 bucks a share, somewhere around there, close to somewhere around there. I don't know. It's down to $10.37. Marijuana play. Right? Actually, they go Del Taco. We're talking about a taco, Del Taco, right? It dropped 7 cents today, down 255. Again, yeah, we can just put up stocks all day long. Gap Store got only put up a penny today. Entire day, it only put up a penny. How about that? Throughout the entire day, up and down, and close at a penny up. You know, so again, we can plug in all type of stocks down there, but again, y'all guys get the point. AGRX, that's the stock I'm in right now, long-term play. I'm in at 50 cents. You know, AGRX, contraceptive play, right? They just got FDA approval, and they're getting beat up like everybody else. And ain't nobody spared in this market. Right. Virgin Galactic Space, that's that, you know, space player at that SPCE. Virgin Galactic, they go Royal Caribbean. That's some cruise lines they're trying to bill out. Again, look at there. You know, it's down $2.34 on the day. Right. I'm shorting that one too, actually, with, you know, real equity. I was shorting that one too. Right. So again, you know, there's just so many different you know, aspects of the market that you know, we can benefit from. You know. And yeah, 100% right. Over some line, stash party jumping. Yeah, people going to get that stash party right now. Right, I forgot. Let me go over and get my little stash party money real quick. I'm happy you reminded me. Thank you, Over. See, that's what teamwork supposed to be about right there. That's teamwork. Let me go over stash party real quick and get my money real quick.
Let me go check out what's on there. I've been meaning to sign up anyway. I'm supposed to hit over Chris up.
Let me see. Make sure I'm in because I might have missed it. I'm saying now 23 hours. Dang, they already done? God dog it. I might have missed out. God dog. It's already over too, ain't over Sunline. Let me see here.
When's the next one?
I might have missed it. They do it every day at 4 o'clock. They do it every day at 4 o'clock. They just give away free shares. Right? Yeah.
Tomorrow, then.
Yeah, we missed it. We were trying to get some of that big money. That's all right. We made a little bit more. But yeah, that's the stash part. Every single day they give out, again, free shares, incremental shares of a certain stock. Just free, just for having a stash account. All right. So again, the countdown is on, get hyped by whatever. Yes, I missed out today. So now I gotta wait again to next 23 hours from now, 45 minutes, or 46 minutes, whatever. But yeah, they give out free shares every day. So you might get a free shares of Apple, and they may give you like 30 cents worth, 17 cents worth, right? The next day they may give out shares of Microsoft, excuse me. You might get same thing, 18 cents worth, 20 cents worth. And guess what? Over time, that stuff adds up. It's free. It costs you nothing. All you gotta do is come to this page and hit refresh. Right? Just by being a holder. And then you got that stuff going. And some of you guys might already have those stocks in your portfolio over there. And now that money which went right to your account. Man, we opportunists over here. We ain't paying no radio. We ain't paying no games over here. Right? Stash party. They just give it out free shares of stocks. Just like that. You know what I'm saying? So, man, yeah, stash. You don't have a stash account yet, sister, beautiful one. Who got their link? And when you guys got y'all link available, post it for you. Anytime you sign up for a brokerage account. Let me say this again for a lot of you guys that are new, right? Anytime you open up a brokerage account, do not open up that brokerage account without using somebody's referral link. Know why? Because if you use somebody's referral link, what these companies are doing, they're trying to attract new people to their platforms, right? And so by doing that, they wouldn't give the new person new share or free shares basically of stock just for signing up. Again, they don't ask you you don't run your credit. They don't care about all this stuff. They don't do none of that. This is a stash account, not a bank account, right? And just by having that brokerage account available, they want to give you guys free shares of stock. Webull does it, Stash does it, Robinhood does it, Coinbase. We can go on the list of some of the ones that just give away free stock. So anytime you got that position, in a position to do that, open up a brokerage account, use somebody's referral link. So if anybody got their stash link available, please share it with the sister. If not, I'll just post mine in there again. But I want to make sure some of you guys utilize y'all stash account, to get some of that referral, the benefits from that too. So she can benefit and you benefit from it, right? So that's all you got to do. So, so look, Over Divine called it. He caught the stash stock, right? He caught the stash. You said just caught my stash stock. Yeah, see, we missed it. I think, but it's all right. We'll get it again. Right? So that's the stash party. You can go on Twitter and see it too. They have a little page on Twitter where they show you how they're doing it over there. Right? So, somebody post their stash link for her, referral link, so she can get signed up, and so both of y'all can get some free money off of it. Basically, that's what it's all about. Anybody got their stash link up? Anybody going twice? Let me see. Let me check the Facebook page, Facebook group. Somebody may got their stash link. Any of y'all got y'all stash link up? This is Sister Monica posting.
Well, I posted mine in YouTube chat.
It's in the YouTube chat. Let me see. Okay, yep. Who's on that? Yep. Stashing. Yeah. So I see somebody got theirs in there. Okay. Over Sunline posted his too. Okay. Yeah. So either way, So now, that's what it's all about. Utilize that. Utilize that opportunity, guys. So again, same thing with again, some of you guys maybe new to Robinhood or whatever. It's the same reality. You know, post, get with somebody, get their link. That way, y'all get free shares of stock. I mean, it's a no-brainer. To me, it is obviously, but you know, it's a no-brainer. You know, matter of fact, let me go get my unless one of y'all got y'all Webull. I post that one too because they're giving out a lot of stocks over there. Webull, they just dropping the kitchen sink off. They giving dropping 3 stocks over there. Seriously, they giving away like 3 stocks just for signing up. 3. And they the highest you can get a stock is up to like $1,400. So you can get a chance to get a share of Google, you know, Bookings Holding somewhere around there. I think one of those type little stocks is up near $1,400 just for signing up. Bruh, yo, we ain't arguing with money. We ain't fighting against the bag. We don't fight against the bag over here. we welcome it, right? You know, so you know, by intents and purposes, guys, if you don't have a Webull account, right, we're gonna give you the link. And again, it's just a brokerage account. It ain't a bank account. It's better than a bank account, but they don't run your credit. They don't care about who you know what your criminal background look like. They don't care about none of that. You know, so it's a brokerage account. Utilize it. Get the free stocks. You might get 3 free stocks of you know, one of Apple, one of Facebook, and one of probably Amazon. Hit a lick and cash all of it out. go have a good time. Go buy some toilet paper, maybe, whatever. But whatever the case, that's the link to Webull. Again, great opportunity with that platform too. And they actually have a competition they do over there on Webull where you can win more money through a trading competition, a paper trading competition. I played it the last 2 weeks. I won what 80 cents, I think 40, 50 cents, and I won like 35 cents. So I'm up like about 80 cents, about $1, some near $1 maybe. Just it's just a competition. In your free time, you just drop a couple stocks in there, and then let them work the entire week, and then they pay out free money through Amazon, Amazon gift card. It's one dude up to like $599. You made $599 just trade, just a competition. You know, so it's crazy. Yeah, the Webull link over Rob Rich. I just posted mine in there too. On YouTube. I don't know if it's shown on YouTube. It should be. Yeah, that's my Webull link right there. Right. Hey, what's going on, Ebo Miko? Good to see you, sister. Peace, power, and profit to you. Right. Again, everybody that's been in attendance hanging out with us today. It's been a long day. But again, moments like this, I used to do this in the past a little bit. I'm trying to get back in the habit of doing it. My schedule in terms of my life has freed up a little bit. Because before, a little bit of last year, y'all know I just moved up near the DC region. Had a lot of things going on. Trying to get my situation set up here perfectly in a way where I'm comfortable. And so now that window of opportunity is finally kind of open back up a little bit. And we got the coronavirus, so you got no choice. Some of y'all ain't got no choice. It's kind of like Friday, the movie Friday. Y'all ain't got no job. I'm gonna get y'all high today. Y'all gonna get high on these stocks, though, right? We're gonna get high on these stocks, and we're gonna learn something. Right? We're gonna learn how to get to the bag, so to speak. So I'm having fun, but that's the goal. Have fun, make money, guys. That's definitely our goal, right? So the link is in the back there. Again, SP 500 pulling back out $1,000, like I was just saying. They go Apple pulling down that $1,000, just like that. Pulling down, Boeing kind of trickling a little bit down. GMPX holding its gains. It's holding its gains, just like I said. It's holding that. It's establishing new support above 330. And it's up now. It's still up to 340 right now. So they might try to play this thing again for tomorrow. It might be on watch again for tomorrow for another breakout. Right. So same way J-Nut holding his gains here after hours. It's still up a little bit roughly near $13. It's still up like $12.92. Right. So again, that's how we just assess this stuff, guys, from one moment to the next, man. And I'm not. Here's where it gets interesting, right? Let me. Oh, come to share my screen. Let me just talk to the family real quick. By any chance, how many of you guys went out y'all house today? By any chance, anybody in the back chat or even on the live stream here, how many of you guys went out y'all house today and got in your car and drove somewhere, or even went to just got out the house today? I'm asking that question literally.
Nope.
You didn't leave out today, sister. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody leave out their house today?
Nope, been here all day.
Brother Master left out. He said he been home all day. Anybody went out the house today? in the back chat that's probably hanging out with us listening in. Any of you guys left the house today? I'm going to do a quick little assessment here. I'm going to show you something here. Anybody. Chicken dinner. Let's go. Anybody left the house today? Right? Anybody in the back chat? Everybody probably just listening, right? Right? But okay, so Brother Divine say he went to work. All right, so Brother Divine, over Divine, did you spend at least $5 today? Right? Oh, okay, Brother Eddie went to Best Buy today. Brother Eddie and Brother Divine, did y'all spend at least a minimum of $5 today by any chance outside when you left the house today? Right? Okay, so Eva Mika said she would just run some errands. Did y'all spend any money today by any chance? That wasn't necessarily necessity money. Maybe stopping at restaurant, whatever, even though you got food at home. So so Brother Divine about $15. Okay, so Sister Mika said she did. All right, so here's my point. Y'all know where I'm going with this, right? Y'all probably already know where I'm gonna go with this. We're gonna go there, and we're gonna use Brother Mathis as a testimony, right? We're gonna use like a testimony like in church. So get ready, Brother Mathis. You finna call you down to the pew, bro. All right, down to the pulpit. Right?
All right.
Guess what? If you spent anything over $5 today on something that wasn't a necessity, you had money to buy stocks. Either in a trade or even a long-term investment. Here is GNPX. Over Chris took it around about I think he said 280, and Brother Mathis took it around about 299. Right? So okay, yeah, see, Joker went to Best Buy. You know he spent some money at Best Buy. If you bought anything out of there, right? But again, maybe you bought some lunch on the way back in too, who knows? But either way, again, let's go there. Brother Matthew was listening in us, breaking down technical analysis on GNPX, right? Stock was up running throughout the day. Had a great run on the day. Actually put up over 100% today in profit gain, right? Came from all the way from around about $2. Actually, it came from less than that. It came from roughly around about $1.50, $1.60, somewhere around there, right? $1.50 some change. Went up as high as $3.80, right? So again, even if you bought in the back of the day, or if you bought early today, right, when it was up and moving around about $2 a share, that means you was able to afford how many shares out of $5? 2 divided into 5 gives you what? About 2 point somewhere around there, 2.5 somewhere around there, right? Right. So that means you was able to buy at least no more than what? 2 shares, right? So you bought 2 shares out of $5. And the stock went from $2 to what? $3.80. That means technically, if you sold at the very peak, again, we use a hypothetical, but you could, you learn how to do this. You sold at 370, 380, right? We'll just say 370. So basically, 270. Again, subtract away from 370 gives you what? That's basically $1.70, right? $1.70, right? 370 minus $2, right? So what's 2 times $1.70? Anybody? 2 times $1.70. Anybody in the back chat? Doesn't matter. Just post your little number again. Ain't trying to test your little calculator skills. But yeah. What's 2 times $1.70?
Oh, hold on.
Well, yeah, you can do it even more. I know it's a little. I forgot there's a little lag on YouTube. Okay, yeah, Brother Max put it in the back chat already. That's $3.40. So that means your $5 bill.
Yeah,
$3.40. $5. It was only $4, right? You spent $4. You spent $4 out of the 5, and you made how much with those 2 shares? $3.40. Now, that may seem minuscule to you in terms of just 2 shares, but basically you almost doubled your investment. Am I lying? Right? You almost doubled your investment in one day. So not only, right, did you utilize that little $5, you almost doubled your entire investment in a matter of a few hours. Now here's where it gets very interesting. Imagine if you put 10 on it. Imagine if you put 100 on it. Imagine if you put 1,000 on it. Obviously, with the proper training, tools, and training, and all the things that go along with this. But we're just saying, I'm just advocating the opportunity and something that you need to have in your wheelhouse of skills. In essence, if they ever challenge you in terms of your job, you still have ways to get to what? Get to the bag. What's the name of this? Matter of fact, the name of my live stream today is what? Anybody? What's the name of this live stream I titled it today?
Oh, the name of the live stream.
Hey, that I named, that I entitled it.
Secure the bag through any means necessary.
What does that mean to you, Evil Camille? In a moment like now, of all time.
Well, that means to utilize. For me, it means to utilize, all my knowledge and understanding, to ensure my survival. So all things that I've learned, that's what that means. Legal means, of course, but yeah. So for me, since there's not going to be any gigs for a while, participating in the market is, my way of still keeping money coming in without having to leave my house, and utilizing and those 2.5 years of studying are now paying off. And that time it just all came together. Bam! You got this coronavirus thing, everything shut down, can't go out and make money. So this is, perfect opportunity.
And so that's the greatness of this. Secure the bag through any means necessary. This is an opportunity where we're literally bypassing who? Mr. Charlie. We bypassing government agency. We bypassing any kind of particular middleman mentality that may be obviously kind of, causing any kind of roadblock, firewall, or blockage, or separation from you getting the opportunity. We separating ourselves away from obstacles by putting our hard-earned money to work for us, right? Dollar for dollar, penny for penny, without any kind of, inhibitor at all. And I'm saying that too because now there's no commission fees. You ain't got to pay a brokerage commission fee to get into these trades. So that's why I say even with $5 go a long way now with not having to pay commissions. So you get dollar for dollar, penny for penny now. You bought 2 shares out of a $5, cost you $4. The stock ran from $2 up to $3.70. You cashed out $1.70 per share. That gave you $3.40, right?
Yep.
You almost double that $5. So guess what? Now tomorrow you take that $3.40 and imply profit, right? And guess what? That becomes your what? Your little $5 fill up meal to a degree. Right? That's the power of this stuff. Hey, what's going on over Ebnar? Good to see you, fam. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, man. DC Tech, man, was a cash cow. I did. That was my old school stock. Right? I wrote that stock, basically that's stock, old school stock I traded back in the days. I took it from what I think like 4 cents all the way up to like 30 some odd cents, something like that. So it was somewhere around there. I still got the old receipts. I have to go pull them up. Right? But I wrote that baby, man. I made a nice little killing off that little stock. That's a big return when the stock go from 6 cents all the way up to up past 30, 40 something cents. We rode that joke till the wheels fell off of it. Back then was trading a lot on Robinhood, and that was back in 2017. Even Camille, we were grinding back then.
Oh my god!
Grinding. I was all a new stock guard, Tyson out there. I was all over grinding. Money Green, that was the crew back then. Brother brother ATL, sister Cali girl, brother Rob, backside, the whole crew, brother Mag. We had a crew. We got that crew that we all the first 3 days in our life, but we all came kind of in this game, through trial by fire, right? Some of those guys were already in the game. Some of us was just really picking up in terms of day trading, really going hard. Some of us were already long-term investors, but we just kind of, again, grew our level of what? trading prowess to again morph into different aspects and learn how to trade the market. Again, case in point, look what she's at today, right? Look what Camille's at now. Now she's trading forex. She came in again, same way trading smaller stocks, and now she's trading forex, a whole new different asset class, right? Whole nother asset class, right? And so that's what I love about this stuff. So, again, for me, it's a no-brainer. Hey, what's going on, brother Brent? I see you, family. Hey, good to see you, man. So you start ran from 364 to 13 today, right? You mean like you shorted the stock? Oh no, I don't know that dropped that far, but it might have been like $3.40. Yeah, you probably thinking $3.64. Excuse me, to 13. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, and I think that's that J Nut trade he's talking about too. Matter of fact, we hit it up today. I hit it up today as well, Brent. I don't know if you was in early, but I scalped today around about 960. I added to. I only put 600 shares in it, but I scalped it too. We tore it up a little bit. I think Eddie hit yesterday. He got in around about $4, and he wrote it up too. And sold half yesterday, and sold. I think he sold some up today. If he haven't sold it all, he riding that same stock as well, right? Hey, what's going on? Eva Monica back in the house again. We're just talking about the market, guys. So, again, we're just putting this stuff in perspective, right? You need people to help you make sense of this stuff, right? Again, when I say make it make sense, I'm saying in terms of having people that you can utilize to help you learn this craft and what we do is priceless, right? It's priceless because there's people that charge for this.
Oh
right?
yeah,
there's people
absolutely.
And they charge a lot.
Thousands of dollars, and they don't necessarily be telling you the truth either.
And even not only that, sometimes the way they train, because they worry about head count as opposed to individual person kind of catering to their needs. You get caught up in the blanket stuff, the blanket statements, right? You might need a little extra help with the intricate understanding how this stuff works. And if it bypass you, if you don't ask questions, then they move right on to something else. And you're like, man, I ain't get you to understand that. But you came off, a good little guap of money. See what I'm saying? And so again, in moments like that, you need to be kind of, realizing that, you can do this. If you just take the time to submit to the training, you can learn a lot of stuff from YouTube and Google. Just being patient, and then come to places like, today, obviously I'm on, but if not, other people who really take the time to really have a genuine, contrast to want to share this stuff with people so they can see how it's done. And you can learn how to get on your feet, in a way it can benefit you. Again, it ain't far-fetched, guys, to make. Again, I know people like, man, you just talking, but again, y'all know we demonstrate over here. It ain't far-fetched where you can make thousands of plus dollars a day. I'm being honest. 10 grand in the day, 20 grand in the day. People like that, man, they look at that like this so unrealistic. Don't never look at money that way. It's just money, it's resources. You just need a vehicle or catalyst to get you there. And I'm always telling people find the least path of resistance, right? So what is the least path of resistance? Removing what? Middleman's out the way. Removing, hard work and all this stuff that really requires a lot of your elbow grease and distraction. You move a lot of that stuff out your life, man. I tell you, I'm just saying, start really allocating the right type of training and understanding where you want your money to be at 5, 6, 10 years from now by learning how to put it to work, because that's what money is, right? It's a tool, right? It's a debt note. That's what it really is, a debt note, right? So you put that debt note to work. We're a debt-laden society, are we not? So the same way Jerome Powell just printed $1.5 trillion to dump into the treasury markets and the stock market. Come on now. That was y'all money. Don't get it twisted. Because guess what? Generation got to pay that tax back. They got to reclaim that money back from the repo markets at some point, but it's obviously going to come with a taxation. So still it's going to trickle down to taxpayers. So again, that was your money. Right? They didn't put it in your hand. They put it into the stock market. So I don't have no qualms about going to the market and getting mine. So I'm saying I don't have no qualms about it. When I say get mine, I mean getting my fair share of what I feel in my mind is owed to me. Right? I'm learning just like everybody else. Again, I don't have a handle on this thing to 100% where I can say I'm just this person. I'd never come at the market that way, because there's never a day in the market that you don't learn something. You always gonna learn something in the market. And even in the moment when you think you're 100% right, the market will turn out to make you be a what? A lie, if you get overly confident. And so we just learn how to play within the confines of what the market is showing us. And the same way we broke down the market today, right? We went over JNUG, we made money in that. We went over GNPX, we made money in that. And I say we, meaning, people that took those trades, whether they did it beforehand or while we were deciphering it, we made money in those trades. So we proved through demonstration at that moment that guess what? We applied our practice, applied our knowledge to the practice, and then we walked away what? Profitable. And we didn't do nothing hard. Now, again, Brother Mathis, he took that GNPX trade. I keep going back to that because I'm just using demonstration because I got to use what's evident, the demonstration. He took that trade at $2.99 when we were talking about it, right? How we was mapping it out. He took that trade, right? Again, he said he only bought a couple shares in it because, again, he's learning. He ain't got to go all in. He's learning, right? Brother took that trade, right? Hold on, let me, okay, there we go. He took that trade, right? He got in at $2.99 after we was mapping it out that it was going to break out and go above, that pivot point of $3 once the volume came in, once he's making a U-shaped bottom. And he took that trade on the count that he's testing that knowledge that we was putting forth, right? Stock got above his 20-day moving average here, which is the indicator to tell you that's a buy signal, right? The volume came in, as you can see right there, 100% buy signal, right? Boom, he in 2 shares, $2.99. Stock went from $2.99, right? And he's on the live now and went all the way up to the 380. So roughly that means he picked up about what, 70, 80 cents a share? And he did that in a matter of, because this was the $2.99 mark, right? He did that at what? 3 o'clock, 3:06, 3:08. And it up here around about 3:21, so roughly about 20 minutes, around about 17 minutes, actually, 17 minutes. He picked up $70 cents a share, 70 cents a share in about 17 minutes. So that trade cost him $2.99 times 2, basically $3, right? About $6, right? $6, and he made 70 cents per share, right? So that means he made $1.40. So roughly he made almost what? 50% of the investment in about what? 17 minutes. Does that make sense? People that's listening in the back chat. So 17 minutes, he made dang near 50% of his investment, which was only $6. Again, imagine if he slapped a 0 on that. Imagine if he slapped 2 zeros on that. You see what I'm saying? Y'all see where I'm going with this? Out of confidence and understanding how. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't far-fetched to think when you hear people talk about in the equity markets, when they tell you, man, I made a stack today, or I made 5,000 today, I made 10 racks today, again, we using our little slang, or I made 30,000 today. It ain't far-fetched. When you start seeing that kind of money and making that kind of money in terms of what you are capable of doing in this market, because there's no limit, no cap on it, now it becomes a reality. And you start telling yourself, because I know like how it was with me when I really got excited about day trading, right? And the light bulb went off, right? Because I kind of had instant success when I came out the gate. Right? I was just thinking crazy, and I just had a weird way of looking at the market, and it worked for me in a degree. But I still had to learn a lot, and I still learn. But that was the kind of enough to kind of initiate me. It was like, man, what else to talk about, man? Let's go train. Let's stay up all night long and binge on learning this stuff. And we used to do that, right? And so that was a sacrifice I was willing to make. But now, again, you look back and say, okay, all it was just data and knowledge, stuff that I already kind of knew, and some of it was common sense. Like, man, come on, man, who been hiding this from me? Why wasn't doing it 20 years ago? That's how you start thinking, like, man, I should have been doing this, right? Again, so for me, it's a no-brainer. So again, we here to secure the bag through any means necessary. Right, 100% right, Monica. Right, take half your earnings, right? So again, for us, man, I tell you, man, we in a very unique position. Again, we far from between. Now, I'm just saying it because, again, I ain't casting no aspersion on anybody else that's out there doing stuff. But again, our little people, like, we got about 18, 20 some people watching. Now, all of us somewhat invested the market at some point, or we want to learn. Now imagine what's going to happen when you really get serious about learning this. And not saying that y'all not, but when I say the light bulb really goes off, and then you finna go now and teach what other people, your peers, your children, your family members, your spouses, you finna get them understanding the power of what? Investing, right? So that's the overall aspect that we want to get good at long-term investing, right? Now you build a cadre of warriors, right? Not we ain't saying warrior trader, but you building a cadre of financial warriors. I call it financial vanguards, right? Where in moments again, like today, when the coronavirus, y'all know that Rona spread, right? Y'all done got that Rona, and you can't go outside, right? And you can't make no money because again, you know, you home. How else can you bring in a little extra money? You can't even really drop ship because a lot of those supply chains even shut down. How else can you make money? What's the one place you can go to above all places to make you some money, and there ain't really no middleman or no blockage yet? And all you're doing is pushing buttons. Where's that one place? I'm asking, where's that one place?
The
equity market.
Yep.
The equity markets.
Just you and your computer or laptop, phone.
Cell phone, tablet. Y'all know my little spiel. Broadband connection, Wi-Fi signal, some money, and some what? Some capital and some knowledge. That's an online business. With really what? What's your overhead? What's your overhead? You already got a cell phone, obviously paying that bill, right? So what's your overhead? Exactly. You had
Whatever
to call
you
nobody
cost to do.
Yeah, you had to lay somebody to come lay some concrete. You had to have somebody had to come put up some drywall. Anybody had to come bring in some shelves and racks. Anybody had to, you know, you had to worry about for the fire inspection chief to come down and inspect your building for fire code. You had to worry about, you know, insurance people showing up trying to do the insurance. You had to worry about, y'all see where I'm going to. Again, that stuff is fine too, because again, you need to have business, you know, entrepreneur endeavors too to own your own business. But your overhead is pretty much what you already have in place before you even got started. I mean, a cell phone bill that you was already paying, and that's it. And the rest is just establishing capital, finding ways to reserve some capital, all right, to go into the markets. The rest is just knowledge base. And you can do this anywhere around the world, as long as you have those things in tow. Right. And I can't wait for Eva Camille to go on her next international tour so she can demonstrate it. Which I already know people doing it anyway. I have friends around the world right now that trade. They trade. They
I
was
trading on tour. All the trades that I was posting, they was from tour. I was
and that's just, you know, in the nation. But I'm saying when you go internet, when you do one of your international gigs, right? When you go to Germany or somewhere over there, you know, and show people you still can get in. You'll be waking up at the time when our markets will be open, but now you trade. You can trade around the clock. Doesn't matter. But even if you're just trading equity markets, you'll still be able to wake up doing our markets of the day, and then get your bag and then go back to just doing you in Thailand. I got a buddy in Thailand trading right now. High frequency trader, killing it. He just travels around the world and just go to place and just kill it. And he's funded by his traveling by trading stock. We all know our sister Kelly. Case in point, our sister Kelly, she been pretty much, I don't know, last time she probably been to a real house. She been on the road almost about 6-7 months, traveling around the world. Not this, I'm telling the world, and trading options and funding her excursions around the world. She was just go ahead, family. Yeah, she was just in Italy, France, not during the coronavirus time, but she was
right.
She's a new she was just down in Cancun recently.
He said
go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you funny. You say you don't know when the last time she seen a real house.
Yeah, I don't know last time she been to a real resident. I ain't lying. Am I lying over Chris? Am I lying over Chris? He probably coming in and out, but yeah, this woman just been traveling and trading. That should be a T-shirt.
Yep.
And she be getting to the bag too. She did hit that last trade she posted were about what 38,000 option trade.
Is that sister in the black box room or that other room you got?
No, she in our room and our Facebook group. Sister Kelly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she's
What's
in
her
the
name?
Facebook group. Sister Kelly, Kelly. You know, we got two Kellys in there. We got Kelly and we got Kelli.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got two Kellys in the group, right? Well, yeah, Sister Kelly with the I,
Yeah.
she actually trains people how to trade options too. So she have her own little, her own little setup going.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So again, we all endeavor to be at a point where we can help others. You know, whether you monetize or you don't, that's up to you. But again, if you're doing it in a way where you put people in a position where they could be, benefit from it, then all intents and purposes, get at it, because guess what? It pays for itself over time. Am I lying?
Pay for itself.
Tuition. Yeah, it's a tuition well paid. I just again, inadvertently showed y'all that through my black box scanner. That's a scanner. That's a robot that's doing it. You see what I'm saying? A robot that's doing it. Right? I showed you how it picked up all the trades of the day, right? And the amount of money that was made just by the scanner calling the trades out. And that's even if I don't even know how to read, all the things like, technical analysis, oscillators, and things like that. It pretty much called the trade out for you. All you gotta do is just follow its lead. If it say alert buy 1023, $1.95, get in GMPX at this moment. It already did all the metrics for you, pretty much. It did the hard work for you, right? Guess what? Right here, even though it could have got your alert down here, but they waited up here because they need to show what? They needed to see strength. It called alert at $1.95 into this strength, right? Into this building up strength from $1.50 or $1.60. It called it at $1.95. Again, we're talking about that $2 error basically. They say $2. And in that moment, it gave you, as you can see right here, it says $1.95 the price of the alert. At the high of the alert, it hit what? 380. And right here, the current price is at 338, and that's just basically here near after hours, right? Or whatever. Or when it closed there, I said close price. But ultimately, see where it says percent gain right here? That's how much gain you got off that alert. It gave you what? A 73% gain. 73% on your money. Some of y'all, again, was sitting around today, again, home from the coronavirus, had $5, and again, learning and passing. You got in $1.95, $2, like I was just saying. And again, you picked up, again, roughly 73% in an entire day with the work, the stock obviously moving and, banging up against the upside. Again, here where it becomes interesting. Again, I can't stress it enough. Add your zero behind your entry. I mean, your value that you put on that trade. Then add another zero behind it. The possibility I got, again, what I'm stating here, that's the part of it that's endless. Just being disciplined enough to, have tools like this that obviously does all the hard work for you, the technical and fundamental stuff. You just come in and say, okay, it gave an alert right here, like DBD gave an alert. If we go to DBD right here, right, Diabo, I've traded this stock before, right? Diabo here gave you an alert at what? $4.12. It pulled back off the open, rounded itself out, volume came in, and guess what? It gave an alert at $4.12. The stock went up as high as what? $6.28, yielding at a point on the day about 43.7%, almost near, close to 50%. So when you start putting the notional value, meaning the monetary value, in check to see how much money you can make off that, you just say, well, what's 50% of how much you would have put in it? If you put 1,000 in, what's 50% of 1,000? It's about $500. In this case, it would have been about $437 in one day. In one day, and all you did is push the button. You bought it, you pushed the button to buy it, and then you push the button again to sell it. If anything, you broke your nails, right? You broke a nail because you were smashing that sell button so fast. You're trying to get out that chair. You broke a nail. That's about all you broke today. Or maybe a small little sweat because you're like, man, you making money. Like, man, making money like this easy. And you start sweating. You like look around like, man, is this legal? I've been doing this thing wrong, man. I've been doing it wrong for how many years? I mean, I could have been also making money this way too. That's the kind of stuff the conversation you have with yourself when you really get going in this, right? And you start really learning how to be consistent. Though, again, the goal is to be consistent and not get ahead of yourself. The amount of time that you need to really learn this, free yourself up from distractions. Again, you're doing it at this level. This is, again, I'm speaking strictly to the day traders, not this because we think long term too, but this is the day trade aspect of it, where you capture money in all aspects of time. Day trade, swing trade, quarterly based trade, meaning for 3 months out of a fiscal, and also long term, that of an annual perspective. All of it. There's no limit. That's what I say, that there's no limit, and there's no, no somewhat kind of regulation that you can only trade one time out a day. Again, you only get 3 day trades out of a week in terms of a pattern day trading rule. But guess what? There's even ways around that. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Open up about 2 or 3 brokerage accounts. All of them commission free now. You open up a Webull, Robinhood, a TD Ameritrade. Guess what? That means you got what? How many trades throughout the week? 9 trades. If you equally fund them all around the same amount of money, that means how many trades you got out the entire week? 9 day trades. Got him. Got him. 9 day trades. So you just book their entire rule of what? The ideal of just what? Having to be stuck with 3 trades. You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm just, man, think it all the way through, guys. Y'all know my mentality. Think this thing all the way through. Don't leave no stone unturned. Think it all the way through. Use the system at your advantage. There's no law on how many brokerage accounts you can open up. None. You can have 1,000 of them. Right? Until you get to a place where you can do what? Right? Get you above 25 racks and not have to deal with the PDT. If not, open up your CFD account. Right? They got offshore brokerage accounts that don't even have PDT, and you can just rock out. If not, go into a cash account. Cash account is unlimited. You got to make sure you have enough cash in there to cover all your trades. That means you could day trade unlimited. Unlimited. It's unlimited if you're in a cash account. But you got to have enough cash to cover it. And if you sell a stock, that means you got to wait till it settles, go through the ACH process of going through the Federal Reserve to the broker, back from your broker to the Federal Reserve, then back to you. 3 to 5 days for that money to settle. Some people settle a lot faster. They got T+1, T+2 rules where that money settle a lot faster. You get it back maybe like a day or 2. I know Tasty works pretty fast on there. They get it back to you about a day or 2. And you can take that money right out, send it right to your bank account. So again, all you're doing is learning how to use the system at your advantage. That's all you're doing. Right? That's all you're doing. And so again, we're just being, stewards of the game. We're being, again, a part of our, what we call our citizenship value, where we helping, the common man, common person understand what we're trying to accomplish here. So that way you don't feel like you just locked and boxed into what? Mr. Charlie, right? Just going to work every day and, watching the paint dry all day. Especially if you got one type of job, you sit in the cubicle all day. Man, half y'all just could be on Facebook and Twitter surfing all day anyway. Man, stop lying. I know what it's like. Just could be on Facebook and Twitter all day at the job, just running the clock down. Or on their cell phone, not on the real actual desktop computer. So guess what? In that moment, guess what you could be doing? I rest my case. Still get to the bag. So there's ways to get to this stuff, man. I'm telling you, man, it's so many different ways. There's so many different ways to get to this bag, man. Again, I use, again, these scanners that I use, again, they paid scanners. But again, it's a part of my tool belt, right? It's a part of my tool belt, right? To make my job easier for me. I learned the hard way first, and now I'm just benefiting off the idea that now I got things that can pretty much do a lot of that technical work for me, because I know the basics enough to know what's happening. And so again, like I was just showing you, if Black Box gives me an alert, right, on a stock that's taken off, again, like right here, it gave alert at $10 on JNUG, right? I took JNUG, basically, I didn't even look at my Black Box scanner at the time it gave alert on JNUG. I just saw that it sold off the way that it did, right? I got in on JNUG around about 960 off that pullback off the first peak, added to my position above 980, 990, and added to it again a little bit over $10, 1010, brought my average like 1006, and I just rolled that momentum back up. Only 600 shares, and that stock went up from 1006 to like 13 something, like 13. So I picked up roughly about $13 a share. Excuse me, $3 a share, $3 a share, $3 a share, $3 a share, some change. Because it went up to like 1370, 1380, somewhere around 1390, somewhere around there. So I picked up $3 per share, and I had 600 shares. So how much is that? Roughly about what, $1,900 some odd dollars, right? And that happened at what, 12:45. So 12:45 basically to 58, because y'all know I took it all the way into the close before I sold it. Right, so roughly right at about 309, excuse me, 359. That's when I sold that position, but only 500 shares of it. So again, I locked in roughly about $1,600. And again, I pushed buttons. I narrated my trade. I told everybody what I was doing, why I did it, where I'm getting in at, and then when I did it, and then the rest was just riding the momentum, trusting my moving averages, trusting the momentum behind the stock in terms of the volume, and then again the end result. The end result was again, getting to the bag. The same way Brother Eddie did it yesterday. He got in like $4 and change. Brent, he got in like $3.90 too, $3.90, somewhere around there. He got in J Nug way back then when it was at its very lowest point. It went sell off from this whole coronavirus first hit. It went from like $65 a share in gold, J Nug, that is the junior miner ticker, all the way down to like $3.91. Imagine that. And now it just now starting to rebound again, pretty much to try to get back some of those gains that it's lost. So now you're just riding the momentum for the stock to go back up. That's not rocket science. That's just looking at something that says just dirt cheap. Again, especially for the women out there, y'all know exactly what I mean when y'all say buy low, sell high. Because women always looking for a good deal, right? They know how to shop. They're professional shoppers for a reason, right? They come on with a lot of bags, and again, most of them that really know how to shop savvy, they ain't really spend a whole lot of money because they know how to shop really good. They allow to find those bargains. That's why women make some of the better traders. I don't mean to throw no swipe at the brothers out there, but women make some of the better traders because women really good at analyzing, right? They're very good at analyzing, and I know a lot of good female traders. Some banging female traders that get to the bag, right? So again, for me, again, it's just nothing really separating us from this opportunity than more or less our fears or our ignorance and not knowing, so to speak, how to apply it. But you actually have a bank of what they call natural knowledge or innate knowledge in terms of your consumerism, that if you learn how to apply that to how businesses are run, and then how the businesses are stack up against their competitors, and how their competitors are make up the greater good of a sector value that's a collection of all these different companies, then that ain't rocket science to figure it out. Who's the best in breed? Who got the better product? Who's getting our TV advertisement? Who got celebrity endorsements? So apparently, if they're doing a lot of things right, and the market kind of favors that sector because people are spending money pretty good in that value, and that means some point that stock might be doing pretty well. That's not rocket science to figure that out. You can walk your way through some of this stuff before you even learn the technicals, moving averages, oscillators, again, candles, price action, all that kind of stuff. ATR, again, you learn all that stuff as you go, right? And so again, not rocket science. I repeat, not rocket science. N-O-T, rocket science. Right? So again, that's just how this stuff presents itself in a way where if you just take the time, get with people who have a value and want to share it with you, and then you go get it. Right? You just go get it. You go put forth the time and initiative to learn it, which obviously in turn will obviously cause you to earn it. Right? Again, J Nug after hours, right? Banging up back to the upside. Still kind of pushing a little higher here. Right? So again, you just see it. So certain stocks that are strong, they start strong, start weak, finish strong. Then some of them carry into the next day, some days like that. And that's going into the idea of what you do for a swing trade. What's relevant, relevant for the swing trade? Does it have enough strength to carry forward into the next day? Right? Or the strength of the catalyst or the thing that drove it to be up that high anyway is still solid enough where people still find out about it, which obviously causes people to come into that trade. Right? So again, it's not far-fetched or out of you guys' wheelhouse to think your way through this. So look at Boeing here after. Look at Boeing, right? Boeing was up around about what, 125, 124 right before the bell, right at the bell, and after hours is dumping. See, it's down 4% after hours on a million shares. A million shares then dump Boeing after hours. So look at this here. Let me pull it. If I can pull it up here. We're going at. Let me see here. Let me see here. Come on, Boeing. Okay, here we go. My little computer hot today. I got all this live stream going, about 2 or 3 different internets going. It's a little hot right now. So I got to get off my little Betsy here for a second. Right. But yeah, so again, look at Boeing here after hours. It closed up here, 123, 124, 125. After hours, it's already down again about $4 or $5. You know, hitting the low about again 119, 118. Again, when I was telling y'all about Boeing, it's not done selling off. It's still a lot of more weakness in Boeing than a lot of other stocks. That's why it closed below its closing price of yesterday. That means there's still a lot of weakness in Boeing. The same thing with Tesla. You know, yeah, I literally said this is why the stock is in trouble. It hit again, had a low of day around about 101. It came from literally 135. It dropped 35 points in about every bit about what near about an hour and 50 minutes. From 9:30 to 10:20, this stock dropped $35 a share. Guess what? People have made you understand what that's about when you say it dropped $35 a share. Guess what? That means you can still make money on stocks when they go down too. Yes. If you're new to this, you make money on stocks going down too, as well as them going up. It's called a short sale or a put buy. So you can make money going down, you can make money going up. No cap. You can ride it down, close your short, and then ride it back up. Make money off the bag to the upside. And so people sit around doing this all day long. All day long. Why wouldn't they? And they can go in and out as much as they please. Especially if they don't, have the PDT or anything like that. Even if they did and they had the amount of shares available to kind of really capture the market, because you can only trade for so long, for so many times throughout the day when you really break it down from an average perspective. Because if you insert stocks that are waiting to unfold and make this move, again, that's time consumption. I mean, you're still making the bag, but again, once it makes another move before you make that another trade, you're still kind of waiting for it to kind of unfold for the next, unless you just trade 2 or 3 accounts at the same time, which could be done. Requires a lot, but I mean, that just really takes it to the next level. And I know people that do that, but they're good at it. And they just sitting here just, thousands of dollars, making thousands and thousands of dollars. And them jokers done in the market sometimes around about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. At that point, they hanging out, doing what they want to do, going to the mall, going golfing, doing all kinds of stuff like that. Again, you'd have made $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, $6,000, $10,000, $20,000 in a day, and it's just on 12 o'clock, and the market opened at 9:30. Bruh. Bruh. Joking like, bruh, like, bruh. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I'm not saying that you guys haven't experienced and seen yet, but, again, this is what we go hard for. All right, this is what we go hard for. All right, so anything y'all want to add to the bill too as well? Sister Mo, she just jumped on too over Chris, either Camille. I know Sister Mo been busy there. That sister running her business right now. She got her own business, right? And she's still finding time to kind of jump in and out and learn this stuff and find a way to kind of grow her bank, right? Sister, I ain't got to put her business out, let her tell her herself, but she retired service woman. Right? Retired service woman, retired. I ain't just saying she got out of the military. She retired service woman. Right? So that means she got a lot of experience underneath her belt. A lot of experience underneath her belt. Right? Got a tour in Iraq, whatever the case. So she's seen some things. But more importantly, I know she'll be the first one to tell you like I will, because I was, obviously I'm proud of her, but had she really took this stuff to heart when she was, first coming into the military, she probably say, man, right now, all that money. All that money she's been going to the EM club and the strip. Hey, man, the NCO clubs, man, look at him. Because that chick would come in, twice a month on time, always.
Right.
I was just mad, man, because I was thinking like, man, because I had a guy pull me aside like, man, look at here. This is how you gonna come up. You're gonna thank me later. Right? When you get paid, take out an allotment, right? Take out an allotment, send it towards a brokerage account, right? Even if you don't trade the market, just send it towards your brokerage account until you start learning, right? And then, just keep doing it religious. Don't think about it. You're going to thank me later when you get out of the military. If you ever get out. And if I just followed that advice, I was like, God, dog, bruh. But I would take it straight forward. get to the PX, and from the PX, get your little favorite little beverage of choice, and that was your thing. And you go into the EPO club or EO club or whatever, you party, right? You just non-stop party.
Right.
It's always, yeah,
they give you anything on credit when you're in the military.
You already.
Yeah, you got an A1 credit, and so again, even at that point, you just establishing a credit card, because that's a lot of people get in the game of trading. They take our line of credit, they take that cash option value out of it, apply it to the equity markets, and then they blow it up over 10x, 20x, 30x, pay that little credit card off real easy, obviously, and then they plan on now they're trading and investing on house money. People do that all day long and don't even tell other people, how this stuff works. Because that's what Jay Powell doing right now. Am I lying? Is he not using credit value in terms of the printing press to make all this money out of thin air and pump it into the equity market? They do it. The government does it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making this stuff up. And so again, this is something that we need to know. But you need to do it at a point where you're very
comfortable.
There you go. And being comfortable comes from a place of study and confidence, methodology, research.
Knowledge, yes.
African Emporium, remember one one finance or finance one or something like that? Do you remember that? In the military, where they had you had to pay like $200. They would keep 100 and invest 100.
Oh, like the investment program. I didn't even do that.
Me either. I did.
The opportunity alone was just presented. Again, we like, man, I want all my money in my pocket, right? Because that's what Joe was doing. They were on the same way, having a good time. So they had programs in place, and that's even before your bank, like USAA, the Federal Credit Union, and also PenFed. They already had brokers serial set up for soldiers if you want to opt into it, right? And again, I was like, man, look, let me run that check, run that debit card.
Right. I'm like, a whole 50%? Oh no.
Again, you look back though, you say, man, that would have been a great opportunity. A great opportunity now. Again, that's
I don't know. You would have did better. I don't know. I think you would have did better. I mean, knowing what you know now, they was getting over. Yeah. They was getting over a little bit.
They was, but again,
but you would at least you would have had some savings. Yeah.
Right. That's what I was saying, because even if you put that towards equity investment, let's say hypothetically, when we did that breakdown of Apple the other day, right?
Right. Hey, that other 100 went to the NCO club.
Right, there you go. I'm saying that went to the NCO club. You got your little beverage of choice, your little libation, and you got it in. But at least you have what they call a backstop, right? You had some money already put in.
Hey, now I did do the bonds when I was in. Do you remember them bonds?
Yeah.
The I-bond, the E-bond.
Yep.
I did do those. I had like 6 of them.
So giving you a position where again you still had some kind of meat in the game, right? You still had a little, some little, some skin in the game, right? But learning it again in an aspect where you can utilize and control it yourself, that's the part that becomes priceless, right? So again, at a point where every dollar would have been, highly scrutinized when you was, like I said, in your early 20s, right? To where you are now, come on, it'd be game over. It'd be literally game over. Right?
Yeah, I wish I knew this thing.
Yeah, again, just it ain't nothing that we can't, again, be able to quantify now, because it's like, hey. But it ain't too late. See, that's the great thing about this too. It ain't too late. It's not too late now. Even now, it's not too late. Right? Nope. Because again, think about the market, what we just witnessed today. What did we witness today? We witnessed what? We witnessed the market go from, in terms of certain stocks like JNUG, GNPX, and a few others, just just show out. in so many ways. You know, again, applying the right technical perspective to it, methodology behind it. But we saw these stocks, you know, jump up and make a move today. Where again, we talking about pennies on the dollar in some of them, and then we talking about some that were a little bit more, you know, upper echelon price value. But in there, all you do is looking for a percentage gain or a certain goal in mind. You set a goal, you stick by it, right? And that's how you walk away from the market profitable in ways where you probably never gave some credit that you could do something like that. You see what I'm saying? So again, unique opportunities in life. Again, it's for us to take advantage of it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to. Again, it's no one holding going to people had to do it. Again, I don't own the stock market. You, Camille, don't own the stock market. Over Chris don't own the. None of us own the stock market. So again, by saying that, we can't sell you nothing. We can't sell you nothing because I don't own it. Right? So the same way Bill Gates and Buffett, them all them be getting it, and guess what? I want it to. If they're hanging out there, I want to be where they at because apparently that's where the money at. Right? So they ain't got to be hiding for me. Right? So don't be trying to hide it from me, the opportunity, what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's exciting. It's an exciting opportunity.
What you think about ETFs, Over? I'm thinking about getting one on Stash.
Well, yeah, you know, you're talking about a derivative. Yeah, I'm saying you're talking about, you know, again, pretty much a collection of stocks and the derivative in a value where, again, it's weighted. You know, yeah, it's weighted to the value of what's, you know, a lot of different, you know, players, and so that gives you a little stability too, right? Especially if you don't want to do individual stocks and you know, and you know, deal with all the volatility one stock may bring, you know, from a company perspective. Then you get a collection of them, right? And then from there, you can manage your money, you know, in a way where you know the volatility ain't gonna be too crazy. And I say that because again, you think about the S&P 500, which is obviously ETF, right? The spiders. Well, how much money did they put up last year in terms of gains? They put up 26%.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You see what I'm saying? Again, I know there's great price behind it, but that's 26%. So again, you're talking about 10. If you put $10,000 into that in the S&P 500 at the beginning of 2019, again, we always do hypothetical because that's what the market's all about. It's about, you know, past performance and future forward-looking aspects of it. But again, 10,000 in January, all right, in the S&P 500 at 26%. Well, that's $2,600, you know, in 1 year, right? And that's what they call a slow, great investment. Because I can say this with a straight face. If y'all put $10,000 in a money market account, would y'all would have got 26% return on that 10,000 in a money market account? Go.
Today, no.
Anybody getting 26% in their money market account right now? I'll be curious to know. If you do, I'm signing up for your bank tomorrow. If you got 5%, 7%, 10% in your money market account, please let us know. You know, so again, you see what I'm saying? So that's why even ETFs and mutual fund based, you know, assets or derivatives, whatever, they also have a great value. And that's just one of many. You could have bought technology ETF, right?
Yep.
The XLK.
Yeah. Technology or medical is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, you know, technology was crushing it last year. Look at Apple and all that. Apple definitely carried them. See what I'm saying? It ain't hard to go pull up the the XLK, and see exactly what it did from a performance perspective, right? So again, there's so many of them. You got consumer staples, materials, industrial, utilities, energy, transportation, telecommunication. There's so many of them. Medical, you know, healthcare, obviously.
Cannabis.
Yeah, they even got an ETF for marijuana, you know, obviously. Yeah, so it ain't far fetched, guys, to see that. So again, just going over. Okay, real quick. Let's just.
Robots. I like the robot one.
Oh yeah, that's that. They got like a collection of them. Yeah, they got a lot of them, and there's so many opportunities out there. There's so many opportunities out there. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. So real quick, yeah. Let me pull up this one here real quick. You gotta keep in mind, y'all want to share your screen. You got an opportunity to share your screen too, guys. So I think over this. Yeah, you got a chance to share your screen if you want, guys. By all means, share your screen if you want to. Let me see if I can XLK, right? This is the XLK. This is the technology ETF, right? This is roughly. Let me do the weekly chart. That way we can go through this here like this here, right? So let's go back to 2019, right? Oh, excuse me. Let me scroll over. Sorry about that. Right. 2019, right? 2019 Trump market, right? 2019, right? You had the XLK, which is technology ETF in the spiders, the technology spiders ETF. It was trading at around about $61 a share, $60 to $61 a share. At the low round about 57, 58, 59, January the 1st. Okay. Move over to that spot here. Right. This is the weekly. So roughly around about $60 a share. We'll say $60. And 1 year alone on an annual basis, it went from $60 a share all the way up to what? 101, right? How much of a percentage is that? That's about 30-something%, right? 40-something%, right? 40%, right?
Yep.
Right. So 40%. So the XLK put up 40% last year from 2009 alone at its peak. What money market account can give you that return? 40%. Is there a money market account anywhere out there that gives you a 40% on your money? Standard value that they're gonna say, hey, we'll give you 40% on your investment. Meaning your money sitting in our bank our institution.
People will stop getting high. The marijuana market then.
Marijuana is ashes right now. It's ashes. It had its run. People missed the run. You know how this stuff go with them kind of stocks. They ain't necessarily found it quite yet, and so they definitely had their moment. They had their great run, and then they had their great pullback.
Ooh, boy, it was like
$2 some change right now. Tier about $2 and what 50-some cents, 70-some cents a share right now, and it was just 300 by what? You see what I'm saying? So they had in the run, and they run and done for down. But now that is, but that's how the market rolls. But a stock like Apple or Facebook, Amazon, or Google, right? Netflix, that's a part of this XLK to a degree. Technology stocks, they were banging all in 2019. So you had understanding how this market works in terms of what's hot, what's not. All you have to do is just kind of follow the money. And the technology alone were already banging, because if you go back, if you don't believe me, go back to 2017. It was trading at about $48 a share, and it got up near the peak in the peak of 2018, about $69 a share. Right? So you're talking about roughly about what? About 20-something%, somewhere around there. Yeah. And that's a good move. 20% on again 10,000. That's $2,000. I mean, your money going to work for you. Why? Again, you put it in a money. Right. If you kept it in there at that point for 2017, it went from 40, 46, let's say $40 up to what? 101. So that means you picked up 60% in 2 years. Again from 2017 to 2019. Well, again, we'll say the end of it will be 2020 again at the peak up here. So again, roughly 3 years, but 3 years. So 60% in 3 years. That's what they call long-term forward thinking. When you put a little bit to the side over here and let that go to work. Then you come over here, you got your money for your intermediate trade, part your dividend. You put that money over here. Then you got your money over here that you do for your day trade. You put that money over here, right? You just allocate money around in all different places. Then you got your money over here for your forex. Then you got your money over here for your crypto. You moving money around different asset class. You get it in. There's no limit though. That's the point. There's no limit on how you can do this. There's no regulation about you can't trade like this either. All right, you do what you want. It's your money.
Yeah, that what was that? VGT. That was a ticker you were looking at.
Which
For
one?
tech.
Oh,
VGT.
okay.
Okay, that's another one.
Yeah, this is technology, spider technology, ETF. But there are others out there again. Of course, they got a FANG out there now, but this is the standard S&P standard spiders ETF, which is XLK.
Okay.
Right. So markets always outperform over time, given the opportunity where again it's not obviously being disrupted by things that are just detrimental in terms of coronavirus and like that. And so right now again you got it from $100. It's off by what, $77 off its high, so roughly around about near what, 30-something%. So it gave back almost nothing more than 30-something% off its gains from last year, moved from $60 up to like 100. Right, so roughly 40%. So it gave back a little bit, maybe 30-something% of it in one move. Right, again, that's part of the market to a degree, right? To a degree, right? So from there down to 60, that gives you again about 40%. But in moments like that, people start adding to their position. They just start adding more shares to it. Because at some point it's going to be right. Because if it come down to the 200-day moving average, this thick yellow line, Jickles will be like, "Whoa, bro, it's time to get poppy." Not, the market can't go lower, but y'all know how this stuff works. You got to take your time and piecemeal your way through this stuff. Long term, that is. Because at some point, the market going to do what? It is going to what? Rebound.
Yep.
They ain't going to keep it down here forever. You best believe that, boy. I don't care if they got to sell your firstborn children off. They're going to find a way to get this money back.
Yep.
Wall Street greedy.
Yeah, so you and your firstborn and all your kids.
All right.
As we know.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? So it's about learning, guys. That's all it is. It's all about learning. Right? It's all about learning. So again, that's just pretty much the nutshell. Again, I know we talked about a lot. So again, you guys got anything else y'all want to kind of build on? We'll give and make a couple little moves here. It's been a great day in terms of what we've been able to kind of accomplish here. The level of
absolutely. I had a great trade day.
The information we was able to share and learn amongst each other is just awesome, man. This is, again, to me, I just love it because you're building that coalition, right? You're building that coalition, right? And more importantly, you're building some good skills, right? Some good behavior skills in terms of how to practice in the market. Right? So right now you got the S&P 500 down here a little bit from the office peak at the close around about 254. It's already back down to 249 right now, showing mad weakness. Again, Boeing fell from grace again, dropped all the way down to like 118, rebounded $2 of that. After Apple still down here after I was gone. Apple trading at the same price as S&P 500 is right now. Ain't that something? 249 to 249. Who would have thought it? Crazy out there in terms of coronavirus. Right. So again, y'all know how this stuff works. JNUG still going up here after hours. It's still up. It's still pumping. So the worst, again, the rest is just, the rest is just kind of history here. Right. I still got my Boeing short on. I'm not closing it yet. I ain't closing it yet. I paid a little carry cost. It's worth it when you got some more downside, because I do believe we're going to go down and test that $100 level. And we almost did it today. It got down to 101 and it bounced. But them just came and bought that jug up quick. They trying to save it. And that's all it was at that point. They were just trying to save it. I know exactly why they did it, because they know if it breaks beneath $100, a company like Boeing, bro, heads gonna roll, right? You thought they fired the old CEO, Dennis Muilenburg, but heads are really gonna roll, because a lot of them Washington bureaucrats got Boeing in their portfolio. And it's getting drugged right now. Rightfully so too. After what they didn't put people through, turning those two crashes. People lost their loved ones, whatever, and all the lies that came out about them. And the negligence and the criminality to a degree, basically what they was, how this operating. All right, so they deserve this this downturn right now. Now, at some point, it's going to become a good investment. A lot of people going to buy a hand over fist. But until they certify that plane, again, it's in trouble. If they don't certify it, it's really game over. You know, if they don't certify, I'm gonna short the brakes off of it. I'm gonna take it all the way down to the price of where Tilray at right now, about $2 and change. If they allow me, I'm gonna short the brakes off of it. Right. So yeah, that's about it, guys. Again, you know, I enjoyed it. Again, I'm going to definitely try to be able to come on again tomorrow. You know, barring anything don't happen on my side of the, you know, my neck of the woods here that need to be, you know, require my time. I look forward to, you know, building with you guys again tomorrow. If I am able to go on live, if that is, I'll try to open up a little bit more of the technical stuff. We'll open up some PDLs. Right, we'll dig into some of the knowledge, open up some of these PDLs, go over some of this detail, technical stuff, and also some of the fundamentals. Again, just trying to round out our skill set. You know, keep this stuff fresh. Right, you got to practice this stuff. Right, you got to stay practiced up. It just strengthens you to do it. You know what I'm saying? And so,
about to do some studying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Typically, and that's what that's basically what I'm doing. I'm not necessarily having to handle business myself throughout there some way. I just kind of, keep my mind, keep my focus in the market, in terms of, studying charts, PDLs, fundamental, recordings, earning calls, SEC filings. I just go through it all. Why wouldn't? The more you touch it, the more you learn it. Right, the more you learn it. So you're just building out your skill set. Right, so that's it. So again, we're getting ready to close out. So again, last words for the panel, the beautiful panel. We got the brother Mathis on, brother Chris again, Eva Camille, Sister Mo. Brother Mathis, are you there? You might be probably busy. I know some of the back in the day, you're probably busy and grinding. He's probably still hanging on, but he's probably busy. Yeah, over Chris, you there? I think he's still grinding too. Eva Monica, you there as well? I know she same way. This about an hour, everybody kind of scrambling around a little bit, right? They're desperate. They out and about, moving about. So I let you close out too. Definitely, Eva Camille. Let you close us out here.
All right.
Again, thank you everybody in the back chat too, real quick. Thank you guys for stopping by, sharing your day with me. I'm humble, I'm honored. You're welcome here anytime. You see me go live, don't hesitate, participate. Jump on the live stream, share your trade, share your charts, share your ideas, share your questions. Ain't no such thing as a dumb question. You try to learn how to trade the market, and we'll never make you look like it's a dumb question, because that's what this is not all about. It's about sharing information and knowledge to help us all get to the bag, right? And that's what makes a great, a village for us to, have the place that we can come and hang out at. Right, so that being said, Sister Eva Camille, you got the floor. Close us out, honey.
All right. Again, power and profit, as Oval likes to say. And man, just put the time in, study, and it will definitely manifest in your life. And that's basically it, man. You got to have a love for it, and you're around some good people that share, and just put the work in it. It'll all pay off for you. I mean, don't concentrate on the money yet, especially if you're trying to, day trade or be in the market like we're in the market, doing this kind of thing. But you just practice, and I always kept a diary of all my trades, and when I got to a certain point where I was winning more than I was losing, that's when I started to invest money in the market as far as day trading. Just put the work in, and it'll all pay off for you. So on that note, I'd like to thank the wonderful African Emporium, because he showed me the game. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be doing this. So all the wonderful people I've met on my journey of trading. What's up, brother Sunline 55? And all the wonderful people in our chat. And I'm going to say good night, and I'm going to hit the books, and I will see everyone in the AM, or if we're back on later, I'll log on. But good night. Ashe.
All right, guys. Ashe. Thank you, Eva Camille. Humbled and honored, as I always say. Thank you. All right, guys. We'll see you guys a little later. Peace, power, and profit, everyone. Have a great evening, guys.